Please subscribe and press that notification bell and thumbs up. Please subscribe and press that notification bell and thumbs up. Please.
When we was talking about the guy next door, but I kind of bleeped it out to where I don't think people caught it. So you had said the guy next door was possibly, he had that on his record, or you heard something. Something made you think that about the guy next door that Jarvis may have gotten a gun charge.
For that time I first met him again, like I said, I was in their house, sitting down, playing, most likely either playing a video game or on my phone. And I just remember them first saying, "Can I get my phone?" And they was like, "No, you can't get your phone because, you tried to, you was texting an old boy." I didn't know who exactly he was talking about at the time, but he was texting an old boy and he shouldn't have been texting something. I can't remember his exact words, but I just know the situation of they was texting each other. And I'm like, oh, okay, so how they handled it seemed like they was handling it, I didn't hear nothing else. It just left my mind after a day or two when, like, I got my own kids, my own life. I work. I'm not over here 24/7. I just pop up on holidays. Sometimes when she asks me when it's the kid's birthday, or if we just want to chill or go out or whatever. It wasn't like it's like I'm here every single day. No, well, like that. It's just I was over there enough to be able to bump into Jarvis because obviously that's what he do. He pop up, but everybody else didn't get the pay. So I just want to make that clear. Like, I don't know the man. I've seen the man enough to know his name and that these are his kids. That's all I can put it. And I'm the type of person, I get vibes off of people. From the beginning, I didn't have a good vibe from him. I don't know what that vibe was, but I didn't condone myself with him because he's not the type of person I would hang with. I'm just a different type of person. I don't condone myself with certain type of people. And the vibe he gave me was that type. I don't have to. I don't know you. I wasn't trying to get to know you. It was just you come in the picture sometimes because you're dating this girl or talking to her, getting a pregnant. I don't know, whatever it is, you associate with her. But it didn't make it no better because, like I said, me, Chad, and Marquita hung out. When we hang out, but like they always together. So who am I to get with her and be like, I'm somewhere in third wheel. I ain't tripping.
Yeah, whole tricycle.
That really made Jarvis feel some type of way because obviously you got so many women that you probably was feeling some type of way because you didn't talk to Marquita and didn't talk to her. So you just know that in your head that they would do shit like that. So you didn't like me just being around, period. For real. We ain't really like all the time get into it, but there's been times where he was like letting Shan know, like, I don't want him around you type shit. And it was just like, well, as a grown man, I'm gonna do what I want. I ain't doing shit with your so-called girl or whatever, but whatever, man, I'm mind my business. I'm still doing me. But he just was mad about that type of shit. But it was nothing really like wrong for him to pop up. Come in the house, that's why I'm like, yeah, he be in the house because I'm in the house, I'm probably like.
Annette described it just what he is. You fly in, fly out. That's what he did all the time. She said it. Would you fly in, fly out? Yeah, that's what he was. He came through, he breezed through. I remember Jernell saying that he was in and out, or if he was there when she there, he would leave. He would be, he was one of those that if you just paid attention to him, you could tell that he was up to no good.
And that's what made me think, like, when she said something like that, it made me think, like, he knew what was up. So he knew what people might bring more attention to his situation. So
he knew who allowed it and who he knew.
Yeah, that's why he'll pop up and be gone. He was doing that to try probably not to cause too much of a problem, especially if they already have one, because I don't know what happened first, if they already knew that he did something to where they was calling GPS. I don't know how it happened, so I don't know if that was
that's something I want to know, because I do believe it happened in 22, because you knew that she had that Clinton Township house. apartment, and I know that Janelle said that she gave that to her or signed it over, and I also know that she said she lost it because of Jarvis and his shenanigans. Do you know what those shenanigans were?
No, all I can do is guess because they get into it a lot. Like, the twins are very argumentative. Like, they ready to argue.
Aggressive.
Get their point across. Yeah, they aggressive as heck, or whatever you want. I don't want to say too much. You got to put stuff out. But, yeah, they aggressive. And Jarvis is aggressive, too. So when they get around, they trying to get their points across. They just loud. Like, you will make a person want to call the police because they're disturbing the peace. That's how bad it is. So that's the only thing I can imagine what happened. You come to Clinton Township. Clinton Township don't play. You can call the police down there, and they gonna pop up in a minute. But
shoot,
yeah, I guess he would get into it with her there, and then probably up and leave like he do. And then she got to probably deal with police pulling up, knocking at the door, trying to figure out what's going on. I can just imagine that's what happens.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I know that in April of 2022, that's when they filed the stuff with the birthday party and the little girl and all that. So I think that happened at Shannon's house. Maybe that was the shenanigans and they didn't match it up like that.
Yeah, at that time, I didn't even have an electric bike or anything like that. I had just recently got it and me and her. Because we stayed on, that was kind of one of the reasons why I got a bike. Because I'm on the west side, I don't drive. And then
so you would have met her kind of in the midst of everything, but probably not over there yet.
Right. All I can say is I do remember hearing like arguments and stuff, but they would never really like put the name. I just remember them arguing with cousins or whatever, the one that was calling the CPS.
Yeah, wait, I remember. Wait a minute. Annette said on the stand, October of 2023 is when Shannon moved in over there, I do believe, from Clinton Township. But what was the cousin saying? I'm sorry.
So that obviously happened around the time when I kind of first met them. But like I said, I don't know them like that. They don't know me like that. We just, they know each other. But whatever's going on, they're not just going to turn around and tell me like, Tom's doing this or this happened. They're not going to tell me.
Right.
But I just remember hearing them getting into it. Whether it was on Facebook, calling each other on phone, and I don't know who it was. But all I can guess now is it had to be Janelle and
it was probably Kenny.
Yeah, it probably was her. But they were just arguing about it. It was so much stuff. I couldn't put two and two together on what happened.
Okay.
I'm just like, huh? Like, what happened? But, okay, family issues. But I'm not around that long to even, I'm kind of thinking about me. I ain't thinking about what I just either saw or heard. I'm like, what I saw or heard wasn't much to give me a situation of something is going the fuck on. Like, it wasn't enough.
Could it have been around the time? Because I remember you saying that she told you that some girl lied on him or something. Didn't they mention
like when I met Marquita, maybe like 1.5 to 2 months, 3 if I could be wrong. Like I said, I don't remember exact, but I know it was sometime. It went like I met Marquita and then met them. I met Marquita and then I eventually within 2 months max, I met Jan, but I met Jan at her house. She I guess went to what you call it, we called her Uber. Me and Marquita were chilling at my place and then she was like, you want to go to my sister's house hang? I'm like, yeah, don't care, you got the house. So I called Uber from my place to her sister's place. And then we was like smoke chill and talking shit. But I remember before, it was like maybe a week before we went and I actually met her sister. Maybe that's when she told me about Jarvis, but it wasn't about no pedophile stuff. It was about
Triggers.
her dating him first. So that's all I knew about him. He came in the picture dating Marquita and then ended up talking to Jan. So
will we see how that that can happen. Yeah. Some lingerie and.
Right. So that's how that pretty much that situation happened. From there on out, it was just I'm getting bits and pieces of stuff, but I don't know who to point the finger at of who did what and what did what. You know.
It just kind of makes sense that she would have probably mentioned it around that time, and they talk about it as if it's normal, like. Yeah.
Everything they do is like, to me, like, damn, when I mention, like, damn, y'all just sharing people or some shit, they're like, no. I'm like, alright. But the way they act about something, it's just a little like, they just don't care.
I mean, these kind of things don't happen accidentally twice. Like, it happened with Jarvis and it happened with you. So I don't know if they, like, present it as if it's an accident, but it's something they really do. Like, or I don't
know. I can't even say it because I don't know. I could see if it was, like, more of a plan because, like I said, I'm honest. But when she asked me that, and I'm like, well, shoot, you can ask, like, yeah, well, sure. She said, yeah, then, you know, so.
But when you said ask Marquita, she didn't really ask her.
No, she didn't. She just, in her mind, she just was like, well, she cool with it, so whatever. I'm good with it. I think that's what she said. I'm cool with it. So I guess her approval was good enough. Mm-hmm. That's where it was more like, it wasn't like she was like, I asked her, or if I know she gonna say yeah or anything like that. It was just more, well, I'm saying yeah, you know.
Did it only happen one time?
Yeah, it only happened once.
Interesting. It was something else I wanted to ask. Of course, I can't think of it. It was something I was thinking. Can you think anything else you wanted to respond to or elaborate on?
I didn't even finish watching her video for her. I just seen some parts and I'm like, I do want to clear that up for her. You know, I get where she coming from. But I don't know. I might have to finish watching it. It's early, and a lot of times when I'm talking to you, I'm at work and shouldn't really be talking to you, but I just squeeze in the time. And
I need to catch up on her videos because there's so much I don't know. Like, you the one that told me about Kenneth and. Well, no, because I heard about Kenneth. I guess
you might have heard it
because I mentioned it.
I was watching the live.
Okay. Yeah.
And I was letting you know right after that, just in case she didn't run across it.
Yeah, I appreciate that because I be so busy with my own content, man. Like researching and editing and all the stuff I do, and I got 2 channels, and so I be real busy.
Yeah, I know. When y'all do these types of things, I know y'all got multiple things going on, so that's why I was like, I ain't gonna blow her phone up or call her damn detector and let her call me when she feel like calling me.
Nah, it was a good call. Shoot, I'm chilling right now, so. But yeah.
I feel more comfortable to say what I'm gonna say when I'm not in the house around her, because I feel bad just being like, you know, something this and that, or this and that, and then you're looking at me like, what the hell? So usually when I'm at work, I'm like more comfortable to be like, let me talk to you. You know?
Yeah, I'm trying to think, was it something else? I was thinking something when you were talking, but and I know it was around when we was talking about the autistic guy next door. Okay, that's a thing that connects him. What connects the autistic guy next door is those text messages that was on Facebook between Shannon and Roxy when Naziah was missing, and she was just casually saying, Naziah, we think she wants some D, or she with an older guy. Like, that's the one thing that made me think about him. But it was something else, too.
I don't know how serious it was between that situation. All I know is about the text message stuff. stuff. But I just remember a holiday time, being over there arguing, and they bumped you in the backyard. So he was just like, he kept looking in the back. After every time I looked up, he was just like disappeared. But you know, he was probably still on the porch or whatever. But he just was weird like that. I couldn't even get close to him and even ask, like, hey man, what's your name? You know, it was, if you walk up to the front, especially a guy, he gonna go in the house.
Mm-hmm. Well, I just find it strange that everybody is autistic and all of these different things you have to be. Is who lives with him in the house? Is he staying alone?
I won't say he stayed with his mom and dad or something. I can't say mom and dad, but I know it's two older adults that live there. That one of them is for sure his parent. I just see like brothers and stuff come through. People, you know, family members come by or whatever.
So when Jarvis went in there, his parents was in the house?
No, nobody was there at the time. It was just him. And I guess some neighbors or somebody called the police and called the people that lived at that house, because not too long afterwards, the people pulled up first that lived there, and then they was just like arguing back and forth. They was mad because Jarvis stepped foot in the house, and they mad because they saying, well, he asked for to come in the house and stuff like that, and they just going and arguing, and then the police pulled up like not too long after they had just recently pulled up. So like they argued, police pulled up, stopped them from arguing or whatever. So after police talking to them at their house, and then after police talking to them at their house, and then like I said before, somebody hopped on that bike, and his people he fucked with down the street. I don't know them. I don't even associate with him to even tell you anything more, but I just know he know people down the street because sometimes he be down there. And basically a guy that I don't know, I can't even remember what he was, but I remember a guy riding past on a bike, but he was just like being nosy. That's what it looked like. Like, you know how people ride past and be like, damn, all these police. That's what it looked like. Then he hits the corner, and then before you know it, you just hear bow, 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 bow. And all the police look like a routine, like, oh shit, we'll come back for this. That noise was so close. We gotta go see what that was. And everybody hopped in their police cars, and whoop, they're gonna go around the corner. And as soon as they did that, Jarvis hopped in the car, hopped in his van. They didn't even know that was his van, I guess, because I guess he wasn't putting it out there that he, you know, was here and drove here type shit. I guess they didn't get to that point. I don't know, but as soon as they pulled off, that's when he hopped in his shit and pulled off. And then they talking about it later on. That's how I found out, like, the guy went around the corner with his gun in the air is because I guess Shan got the word from Jarvis on how that happened. So she all like, yeah, that's what he did, you know. He got somebody, you know, like, she basically put the info out there on how that situation happened, on why the police basically left. But I'm not thinking nothing.
No, go ahead.
I'm not, at that time I wasn't thinking like, oh shit, he got away with something. I'm thinking like, well, the police got information, got his name, you know, his name itself should either put him in trouble. You know, that'd be like some of the first shit they ask you. You know, what's your name, man? You know, and all this kind of stuff. So, in my mind, I'm like, we can't lie about his name, because I think the people that know his name, you know, so I know they got that. So that's why I'm thinking, like, well, they got enough information, so when they do wrap back around, you know, they can continue what they was going to finish. But I don't know if they ever got to that or finished it. It's just something that clicked in my head, because they like kept talking about the gun charge. I'm like, well, I don't know Jarvis like that, but if he got a gun charge, maybe it came from that. Maybe they probably buckled down on him and was like, well, you know, never said you had a gun.
So it would have had to been in 2022. And then I remember Jarvis talking in interrogation. He said that he was, that gun charge had been stemming from November, from like his birthday was the first time he was supposed to handle that. So I believe that's when he got the gun charge. I really do. I can't say for sure, but unless he got one the same year, around the same time, because it was a continuance. Because when I first realized that he said that in interrogation, I was like, oh my God, so this was all the way from November, and then we had January, then February, so it was like 3 or 4 different continuance that he had before he finally got arrested for that gun charge.
And then when I say the gun charge could be something else, because I know if he can hop out the car with the gun in his hand, then he's a person that's known to just ride around with guns. So if he got pulled over one day and got caught up with the gun, so that could be the gun charge. I don't know. I'm just given what I saw on that day, and then it just like it clicked in my head like, damn, that was like a little pedophile situation.
Triggers.
Sorry.
Right. That's the only word, but it's okay. I'll have to figure it out.
Word situation.
But yeah, I mean, it's so much. And back to when Naziah went missing, were you completely around? Were you still in the house? No, you wouldn't have been in the house at that time.
I was living in my own place.
Okay.
I was there for at least almost a year by the time that happened.
Okay. Oh, yeah, it was, because it was January to January. Okay, so Shannon wasn't there all the time at that time, right?
No, at that time, my house, no, she was like blue moon pop up, holiday maybe, or twins birthday or something. I don't know. It was never like how it happened once everything got serious. She still wasn't kind of popping up, but then once it seemed like people wanted to get on her mama and her and beat on her and all kind of stuff. It was like getting kind of crazy. It seemed to step out. That's when she was like, from Thanksgiving, basically.
I remember you saying
Thanksgiving, she was at my crib just like every day to the point of like, dang, you seem like you live here. Like, I don't really feel like dealing with you for real. Like, I used to get into it with them. It's like, if I get into it with Marquita, I'm getting into it with Shan too. They're a package. Like, for real. Like, I don't feel like arguing because I know I can be a man and be like, took foot up, all that, and I don't want to even do that. Like, I definitely ain't about to put my hands on you, but I don't even feel like wasting my energy arguing with y'all when I know I'm right. Like, I don't feel like it. And then I gotta deal with you. And you, I want you here. Like, you bringing problems to this house. Y'all walking in, well, you walking in and out of this motherfucker more than she walking in and out of this motherfucker. And then I'm like, where's your patience? At the time, you need to be around your kids.
That's what I wanted to ask you. Do you remember hearing about the cousin that was allegedly violated by Shannon? And she also mentioned Marquita. So it sounded like both of them.
I heard the podcast thing, but I don't pay too much attention to it because I'm like on edge with Roxy and Marquita. I don't know if I should be trusting them on what they say and find and all that kind of stuff, or I don't know if and it ain't even because he came to my house and all that stuff happened. I want to make that clear. I have no problem with Marquita at all, but the stuff that's coming out on him and Roxy is starting to look a little fishy.
Oh, now I don't know anything about nothing that's been coming out, and it's okay that I don't know right now.
They've been talking about Roxy left and right. It ain't looking too good on her like it was in the beginning, and it's kind of the same way with Mark D. Obviously, people keep putting certain stuff out on there that you got to keep denying.
Well, I'm gonna tell you where I am. Where I am with them. In the beginning, I believed the things they were saying. They the reason why we know so much about it, and all the other stuff is people just learning about the case and gaining notoriety and everything else. And I just don't want to be part of the confusion.
I don't know. I don't know if the girl is telling the truth. I wouldn't say she lied because to me, I try to be like, well, people wouldn't lie about stuff like this, and then I get that people come out when they feel like coming out.
Let me say this. To clear that up, because before before all the beef, all the big crazy beef with the family, it was not muddy like it got after they started slinging mud against each other and telling personal things. Now I can't believe what everybody is saying anymore, because now you can't tell people how to fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, people gonna say whatever just to discredit the next person, so I don't get caught up in that mess, man. I don't. It drives me crazy. It's disheartening to me. It's sad to me, because it's like we can't never work together. It always end up being that, and it's just sickening to me.
But yeah, I just want to make that clear. I don't know if Marquita knows anything. I'm not taking up for her. And whatever she done told me, I done pretty much told y'all. So it ain't like I'm just sitting here holding information. It's just whatever she tells me, I don't think I'm like, oh, I believe you. I just like, well, that kind of makes sense. It's like when I asked her about her mama in the last name situation, she told me, mama got married. So I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. The reason why her last name used to be Gamble and now it's Harris. Okay, that makes sense. And then somebody brought it out on one of their YouTubes that was a fact. So I'm like, oh, okay, I didn't pull the fact out. You might hear it come out my mouth, though. I know it. I'm just like going with the facts of what I've heard, or I'm putting the facts that's in my face, kind of with facts that's on YouTube to confirm, like, okay, that's could be true. That's more true than the fucking lie. You know?
Well, one thing that I want to say about Marquita that I can remember you saying in the beginning is that she did that Facebook post. That's something that we can say, put a stamp with her name on it, that she was seen going into the liquor stores and gas stations on Warren and East Mac or something like that, if I'm saying it right.
I asked her about it. She at the point now where it's like she ain't reach out to talk about it. She feel like she was right on what she did. And I'm like, no, that don't make sense. And then how this shit going, you look like you're part of the help. I said, I'm sorry, but when she told me that
part of the confusion,
I didn't know. Like, she just one day came to me and was like, I heard that Nizaya was spotted at a gas station or something. I'm like, what? I'm like, for real? I'm like, what gas station? So we had this little conversation. I'm not thinking she about to, put stuff on Facebook. Me, when she told me this, I'm waiting on the next morning for the news. I'm looking on the news, like, waiting on the news to be like, well, we seen Nizaya. Wait for them. But yeah, I'm like, dang, where I was at?
Warren, that you was expecting the news to be like Nizaya was spotted.
Yeah. When she told me that, I was expecting the next morning for the news to be like the latest update of Nizaya being, maybe a day or two went past, and that's when I asked her, I'm like, what happened to the situation of Tia Nizaya? And she was like, pretty much the same thing. So it kind of made me I got Facebook, but I don't really be on it as much like that for real. I barely pay attention. I'll forget that I even got a Facebook sometimes. So I just went on Facebook, went on her page and do, some my own research, and that's when I seen the thing. And I'm like, why the fuck would you do that? And she was like, do what? I said, why would you put that on your Facebook? I said, why would that you do that? I said, now, if she's not seen at no gas station, you gonna look like a liar. Like, I'm just going in her face in a nice way, like, that wasn't smart or whatever you call yourself doing. I don't know. And there's too many things that can happen where I just look at them like,
wait a minute, though. What was her response?
She just was basically feeling like, I want to make sure I'm saying it right. When I said this to her, like, why would you put that on there? I think she was more in the state of mind of, I truly believe it's info or something.
Okay, so shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to my Sleuth Nation fam. Y'all please ring my bell before you break into the chat. Shout out to y'all. Thank y'all for being here. But I wanted to play this because this is a conversation between me and Dre that we had on 5/15/25. Actually starting at 8:49 a.m. So I have a whole exclusive playlist all the way from 1 to 19. This is 20. The other ones, 1 through 19, is from 4/16/25. And before 5/25. We had 4 conversations. So I just wanted to put that on the record because I never did release this part of it. And then I did a recap at 6. So at 7, a lot of people didn't see these videos, so I want to spin these back. But y'all please smack the thumbs up and subscribe to the channel if you have not. We ain't gonna waste no time getting into it. Let me see what y'all saying. Yes, please hit the like button. Thank you. Thank you. Shout out to BFF. Shout out to Chocolate. Shout out to my mods in the building. And welcome in to everybody. We got some new people in the building. Welcome in Kiana. And also Trishana. And whoever else I might have missed. I hope I didn't miss nobody. But thank y'all for coming in. We're going to get into part 7. Because a lot of people missed this.
Are you and Marquita still together?
No, she might think that. I don't know if she thinks that. If she was smart, she would know it's not like that. I have a heart not to kick her out because now we have a new place. But I'm not gonna say we have a new place. I have a new place. But I didn't kick her out and make her just like go either back to her mama house or just out in the street. You know, I really didn't want to make her situation harder than what it already is. So she has the opportunity, you know, to still have this roof under her head, but we're not together. Like, we don't really speak to each other. None of that stuff. It's weird, but I just don't feel like going through the extra mile of kicking her out and figuring out where she gotta go. But
So
I
y'all
told her
just
she got a year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I told her she got a year, and once you figure some stuff out, because in my mind, I think if they gonna get punished, that'll happen before the year is even up. But she has a year basically to get herself together and either she'll bring her mama, figure something out with her twin sister or somebody. But no, I'm not dealing with her. It's too many reasons why I wouldn't want to deal with her.
So what happened? Oh, go ahead, finish, because I got a question.
Because I think you was the one that was like, why would the kids lie on you or something like that?
Well, I said I wonder what did the kids lie on you about?
Yeah, okay, so that's what you said. So I'm the type of person I was raised. Everybody is raised differently. I understand that. I was raised a certain type of way where you listen to your parents, you know, and you stay out of grown folks' business when you're supposed to stay out of a certain type of business. That's how I was raised. But you get punished for your wrongdoing, and I understand that things have changed over the years, where you can really whoop your kids, but there's still punishments and ways to do things and whatever. But she lets her kids pretty much run her life, probably because she had them at a young age, and she kind of grew up with them a little bit.
Wait, how old was she?
It seemed to me, what I'm just not finding out, I just learned that she got pregnant by the security guard at the school. So now I'm like doing math, and I'm like, maybe she was like just getting out of school. So I believe she was 17, 18, getting out of high school, and was pregnant with her first one.
What?
It sounds believable. And then I've seen the Facebook guy. He does look 30-something years old or whatnot, or 40-something years old. I don't know.
So she never told you who her kids' fathers are?
Nope.
How many she got?
She got 2.
She has 2
and
kids.
2 baby daddies. So I met one baby daddy, but he cool. He cool. that thing that he makes sure he's in his daughter's life and all that kind of stuff. The other one, I never met him because I guess he's in Las Vegas or something like that.
And that will be the old man, the older one.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now,
to me, it made me think, like, that makes sense. Like, he got her pregnant and he just, like, up and quit his job and went somewhere else where he felt more comfortable.
what the heck?
Because
What happened?
he just, like, up and quit his job and went somewhere else where he felt more comfortable.
What the heck?
Because
what happened after Mark D them left? Because I'm assuming y'all had to leave that residence. They canceled y'all lease or whatever.
Mark D was trying to be slick, for real. Now, I don't know Mark D, and I've been watching his stuff since the ZIYAH case came out. He was like the first person on it, so I was watching his stuff. You can put your number out there many and plenty of times. I could have called you on the thing, got your number, and called you if I wanted to, and be involved with you like that. But my auntie, now I did put myself involved with who I thought I wanted to be involved with, and that was Brittany Ann. It was just something about how she was speaking about certain stuff at that time that I was like, you know what, she real. So I did kind of put myself in that, and because the baby daddy was commenting on certain stuff, and I just wanted to, piggyback on what he was saying is like it's kind of facts.
Mm-hmm.
Like this man ain't lying, because I know like you can barely say something and everybody going left, they looking for a lie like that quick. Like, oh no, he ain't telling the truth, and it's like no, he telling the truth. Like this man has no reason to lie. But that's how I probably got into it. I really wasn't trying to. But when he came over, it was because of my auntie. She called me early one day, that Saturday, I want to say Saturday or Sunday, I can't remember, Sunday. She called me and she was asking me about the ZIYAH case. So I guess somehow she found out that I was dating one of the twins. So she just, being nosy. And then she was like, are you okay? You feeling safe at your house and stuff? I'm like, yeah, I'm all right. Mind my business. I go to work. I come home. I'm going to let the police and God take care of this type thing. So she was like, well, because I don't really be around family like that. Do me. So she was like, well, since you don't be around nobody, this and that, you want me to, pop up every once in a while and we can smoke, hang, or whatever. I'm like, you know what? That'd be cool. I'll tell you, I don't care. I need to get some stuff off my chest anyway. So come on through. And at that time, the twins wasn't at the house. They be there for the week, then the weekend they gone. And I'm taking that day as they're gone. So I'm looking like, yeah, I'm here by myself. Come on, auntie. So she comes over. When she gets there, she's like, I know Mark D. I said, what? You know Mark D? I said, I've been watching all his videos and stuff. That's crazy. She was like, yeah, he this and that. I'm like, oh, dang. He was like, shoot, I'll call him, tell him, come on, we can just sit here and smoke. So in my mind, I'm thinking, we going to sit at this table, roll some blunts, and just, talk about what this case is, what's going on with this case. I don't really do, like, cameras and stuff. I don't like to do it. It's not me. I barely take pictures of I can dress nice all my life, and you're probably going to see 2 pictures of me with some nice outfits on. And I do it all the time, man. I'm not the type person like I gotta show myself this is what I look like today. I don't do that.
Right.
But when he came over, he did eventually got my number from my auntie to talk to me. And I was like, well, yeah, you can come through. I'm like, the twins not here, so it's perfect for you to come over. We can talk about this and that. So he's like, all right. It took hours and hours to come over. I talked to him. It was earlier in the day. He didn't get there. It was dark outside.
Wow.
But he basically called me back. It was like 30, 40 minutes, hour maybe. Went by. He called me. He was like, yeah, I gotta. I'm a little held up because I have to pick my daughters up. So I'm like, oh, okay. Do you? All right. I'll wait. So I'm thinking in my mind, he got to really go pick up his daughters. No, he went to go pick up them ladies that be on his podcast.
Oh, okay.
And then he called Roxy because I called him back because he was taking so long. I called him back. I'm like, everything all right, you good? He was like, yeah, I'm outside the house now. I'm just waiting on Roxy. So I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. That's a family member. We all could sit at the table because by that time the twins had came back.
Oh.
So I'm like, well, that's cool. That's her. They cousins, stuff. They can talk or whatever. And low-key, they've been kind of talking to each other a little bit here and there, whether they met each other at court or decided to argue with each other whenever they felt like arguing at each other. So I ain't seen nothing of it for real. And I really just wanted Shan out of my house because she's been there since like Thanksgiving, just over here every day. And I'm like, the certain shit y'all been doing make me feel uncomfortable. I gotta deal with her shit. I don't want to deal with your shit too. Like, stay where you supposed to be at with your kids and whatever else you should be doing. But he came over and everybody was tripping about a gun and stuff. I didn't know he was on live before he walked into the house talking about whatever he was talking about. I didn't know nothing about that. Then when he walked up on me and I was letting him in, they had a phone or a camera in their hand with the light on, so it was like I couldn't see because it's dark outside, and then they got the light in my. Just imagine if the police walked up on you and flashed their light. You can't really see anything. So that's what happened to me. So I'm looking at people because he got people with him now. I see Roxy, and then I see him, and I'm thinking like these his daughters. Like I said, I can't see, but by the time they get in and start going up the steps, and they in the house now, I'm like, oh, these are the people from his podcast. So I'm like, oh, what the heck? And people start calling me like, man, what's going on? Dre, niggas got guns and stuff. So I still ain't seen the gun at this time. So I'm like, huh? Like, what's going on? What you talking about? Then I told him I didn't want to be on camera or anything. So I didn't know if he was recording or video recording me. I didn't know what really was going on, but I was frustrated at that time because now people in the house that I didn't have to be in the house. And then like I said, I'm getting text messages and calls and stuff that I'm not even seeing myself. And then you got the landlord downstairs tripping. And then when the twins finally got in the picture, it just got even worse because whatever I told my auntie instead of her, because I told her plenty of times, you don't say nothing. Whatever I tell you, let me tell people, And she just like added more sauce to the stuff. Like, as soon as he started asking questions, I'm saying what I'm saying, but then she started saying other stuff that I told her not too long before he came in the house type stuff. And I was like, I really wasn't prepared to tell him that yet. But since you brought it out, it is. And it's like, all right, there's too much shit going on. And then her brother already threatened me beforehand. I wasn't scared or anything, but I told him don't come to my house. If you come to my house, I already know what that means because you don't like how things are going, for real. And I'm not about to take your shit because if something is going on with these kids or whatever, I'm not about to shut up for you. I don't, I'm gonna do me. So basically, he got mad about that, but he popped up anyway. So it made more arguing over the landlords. I literally went downstairs, argued with the landlords. Then I came back upstairs, argued with them some more. Told Marquita they had to go, stop recording. They stayed there for 3 hours after I told them that.
Wow.
And
3 hours, literally?
Yeah. And I was like, I left the house before they left the house because I didn't want to be around the mess. My people, they were so concerned on what was going on, they came to pick me up.
So what was they doing for 3 hours? Talking to Shannon?
Yeah, I'm talking to Shannon.
Okay, now
they synced on that video.
Now, did we hear what we thought we heard?
I don't know. This video so choppy. I try to listen for it myself. I don't know if she's talking about herself or the ZIYAH.
I'm gonna send you my video because it's clear to me in my video, and I was just wondering if you could hear that conversation. But I think he was in the other room.
Yeah, I was. At that time, just back and forth dealing with everybody else's stuff because it was just, like I say, a lot.
Were you out
We got kicked out.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you. So how did that go? What happened with that?
So, at first, he called me the next day. I'm at work, and he good, Dre. No, that's your business. Everything all good. Because at first they was like they had a problem with everybody being in the house or whatever. And so
he was in the other room.
yeah, I was at that time just back and forth dealing with everybody else and stuff because it was just like I say a lot.
Were you
But
out
we got
there?
kicked out.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you. So how did that go? What happened with that?
So at first, he called me the next day. I'm at work, and he was like, "Everything all good, Dre. No, that's your business. Everything all good." Because at first they was like they had a problem with everybody being in the house or whatever. And so he told me everything was good. So I'm like, "Oh, okay." And then that Wednesday, literally, it's a 4-family flat, 2 houses down from that house, from her house, or from the landlord house, I should say. So I don't know if it's for like rehab or when people get out of jail, they need somewhere to stay. Whatever it is, it's like low budget or something. I don't know, but I've seen SWAT or bounty hunters come to that place at least 3 to 4 times since I've been living there for 2 years.
What? Really?
Yeah, so yeah, they'll kick people out or whatever. It happens so many times to where it's normal, to where I'm like, what is this? I even got a picture of like an eviction notice around that time when it happened. But I smoke. So on my break, I go home sometimes and I smoke. But I got people at my job that smoke and they'll come with me too sometimes. So this particular day, I didn't go in my house to smoke. We sat in the car out in the front of it, and SWAT came. And they came to that house on the corner by the alley. They did their normal, and then they was like they went to their car, came back, normal shit. But they got their guns, you can see it, but they're not dressed like police, but they dressed like SWAT. You can tell they somebody that you shouldn't really messing with them. So this lady, I went back to work by this time. This lady took it upon herself to go out there, mess with them. I don't know if she was paranoid. I don't know what she was thinking, but the landlord took herself out there with her gun or whatever, said something about the anxiety days. Some people didn't even know what she was talking about. Somehow she got arrested, and then she used that anxiety situation that happened about 2-3 days before her shit. She used that as if that was the reason why she went down there to do what she did. Trying to have a reason to not get her gun charge. Because you basically went out there next to people for no reason.
Wait a minute now. Hold the heck on. I wonder what they were talking about in court. So you mean to tell me she had an incident with some down the street situation that didn't have no connection with the ZIYAH Harris case?
Right. Nothing in the ZIYAH case at all.
It actually happened days prior to Mark D coming there?
Mark D's happened on a Saturday, and that happened on a Wednesday.
Oh, so it happened after?
Yeah, it happened after.
What? And then they just tried to combine that all.
Yeah, and then he called, he didn't call me, he called Marquita that day and basically told her that we have to go because they feel like the house is being threatened now and stuff like that. Made up an excuse. And it basically, she wasn't taking it no more because she got a case now, and it's like, well, y'all had nothing to do with that. Even though y'all could lie and say what you gonna say, I said, that ain't our fault. It's not my fault she paranoid and took herself down the street to bother people. I didn't ask for her to go do that.
So you mean to tell me, I'm sitting up and go ahead. That's wild. I'm confused with that one. Because
I was confused too.
The whole time I was trying to figure out when did this incident happen where a weapon got put, because they made it seem like Mark D and whoever was outside accused her of pulling a weapon on them, but this is a whole different house, whole different group of people. So that never happened with Mark D.
See, they was tripping. They was tripping about the gun that Mark D had when he came in the house. I didn't see he did have a gun, but he didn't pull it out on nobody. He was wearing it like if he was wearing a purse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And like I said, I didn't see it until we got upstairs. He he done sat down, and when he finally stood up and like walked around in the room, that's when I saw it. But it never alarmed me like, oh shoot. You know, my mind is thinking he do a lot of podcasts and he's not about to go here and there without at least protecting himself. That's all I was really thinking. But everybody else was really tripping about it. But I didn't really think nothing of it. Maybe because I'm a guy. I don't know.
Wow.
But yeah, they was tripping about that. And my dad was called me. He was like, man, he I guess he pulled the gun out and put it on, which made people feel some type of way about you going over somebody's house and then you just strapped up with this gun. You know, so I can understand where some people was coming from, but it didn't really bother me.
Right.
For real.
You wasn't scared, but in my mind, I was picturing the whole event that happened because we was trying to figure out, okay, so right after that, Roxy, Mark D got called down to the police station. Roxy put out a letter saying that she was done with Mark D and they wasn't going to be affiliated. So I'm like, what happened? And then the landlord's court footage came out. Go ahead.
I don't know exactly what happened on their part, but they called me that night. They called me that night through Facebook. It was Roxy, Marquita, and then the two ladies that he podcast with. So they like double teaming on me or triple, whatever you want to call it. All I'm like, well, I need you to come down to the precinct with us so we can explain the situation that happened tonight or whatever. So I'm like, yeah, that's cool, whatever. I said, I got to work though. I said, I'm going to go to work, but pick me up from work. We'll go and then bring me back to work because I don't drive, so I work and my work comes first. So they like, all right, we can do that. So they trying to like talk down on what happened. And I'm listening, and it's like they basically trying to blame me on how the situation happened. I said, hold up. I said, no. I'm going to tell her how it is. And they was like, what? I'm like, you came over because I said, I don't know you. I said, your mom can know you. She called you and invited you basically. I just agreed to say yeah because I thought it would be nice to meet you. Somebody that's been talking about this case for so long. And then I know I got some stuff to get off my chest. I felt like I could talk to you about that stuff. I said, I didn't invite nobody else. You invited these people and you told me them was your sisters. I mean, your daughters. You know, and then he got quiet when I brought that up. I said, and I didn't invite Roxy. I said, you did. And he was like, well, when you talked to her, I said, yeah, once I figured that Roxy was coming, I called her through Facebook, and I asked her when she coming to confirm me, and she said, yeah. She said that you invited her. I said, y'all came over here, and then I invited you to just talk. You came over here, y'all started a whole beef situation. I said, you talking about lacing your shoes up out in the front. I didn't know nothing about that. I watched all this stuff later. Like, my people let me know about it and showed me. I'm like, I ain't know he was out there doing all that. I'm like, that's hyping the people up, giving them false, like, oh, shoot, we about to get into some stuff. Like, don't do it that way, man. I didn't even ask you for the camera stuff. I told you at the beginning, none of that camera stuff. And he like, I guess he forgot about that, and they left me alone. They didn't even come. I called them to confirm, like, you gonna pick me up today? I'm at work. Like, no, we good.
Oh, so they never did take you down there. Okay.
No, they left me alone, because I guess if I would have said it how I was going to say it, it would have probably made them look a little bad. Because, yeah, I invited you to my house, but I didn't invite those people. And then I already know what type of person you is. I told you I don't want to be on no camera. The most thing I would let you do is not record, video record.
Right.
Use my voice. You can use my voice, but you're not about to use. I don't want people looking at me. I don't want people know that.
That's what I was gonna say too. Is it okay to use your voice?
Yes, it's okay to use my voice. I feel more comfortable doing it that way because people they just I don't know what to say about the world for real. It's too much. You try to help by saying something, then people start talking down on you, and it's like I don't want to say nothing no more. Right. I'd rather just figure it out. Let y'all figure it out on your own.
I mean, but you know stuff. You definitely know stuff, and that's why I was like, I'm not trying to attack you at all. I was just trying to understand what the heck was going on and trying to get into the mind of these people, because, I mean, I do have a question, like, is Annette, like, does she run stuff? Like, does she run the twins? Do they go against her at all, or what she say goes?
No, they don't go against her. It's to me, I would never want a grandma like this, but to me, she doesn't play no games. Like, she will cuss you out, and it is what it is. Like, the kids are not going against her. The twins not going against her. The other one's not going against her. That's which I understand, you know.
I guess what I meant, they don't buck up against her. It's like whatever she says, like they kids still with her. Is that the feel?
Right. That's how it is. That's how it is. And it's just weird. I was at work or whatever, but she told her mama. I heard nothing of it until it was time for her to go spend the night with her dad. And then her dad, you know, he gets loud. He mad. He on the phone. You can hear him, and he ain't got to get on speakerphone. So as soon as he called, man, what the fuck is this I'm hearing about? This and that. And she told you, you said she shouldn't have been in the car with her. And he going off. And so that's how I heard about it. So I'm looking at her like, what's going on? What is he saying? You know? And then she like, what's living over there lying on me talking about? She told me, and I'm like, why would she fucking lie on you? I'm like, did she tell you? No, she didn't tell me nothing. So, see, he was like, she said that you told her she shouldn't have gotten in the car because that ain't her dad. And when he said that, I just thought about, like, years ago, like, kind of when I first met him and stuff. I'm like, you said something like that before to your daughter, that ain't your dad. You know, a line that, just like that. And I was like, and then your daughter won't lie on you. I'm like, this is not a relationship where your daughter doesn't understand you. Your daughter loves you. Like, I can tell your daughter loves you. She tells you she loves you every day without even asking you for stuff. Like, most kids would be like, Mama, I love you. Can I get $5? Not her. You know, she Mama, I love you. She all about her business. She ain't trying to go outside. She ain't trying to do that. She just wants to say it. You know? So, it ain't like she just picking with you. This girl is telling the truth. I believe her. Like, I believe this little girl. She's not telling no truth. She told you one day and you made her feel like shit.
What year was that? Was that before or after ZIYAH went missing?
This was after ZIYAH went missing.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Do you know what?
The people in the public wants to know where ZIYAH is.
I want to say...
Are y'all going to tell us, or y'all going to stop playing games? Huh? How you miss your baby? You don't miss your grandbaby? Huh? You don't care about your grandbaby? Hello? Here, take some cheese balls with your burger ass. Excuse me, ma'am. The people of the public wants to know where ZIYAH is.
I can't remember the date.
Are y'all going to tell us?
She had her court date, and they basically cut it off. If you was watching it online and you couldn't watch that part, that was her daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to say before, maybe a month and a half before she went to court.
Oh, really?
That's when that came to light. Yeah.
Okay, so the father already knew about it in court, but he still couldn't control himself from, because that wasn't the first time.
Yeah.
Okay, he was aware that had happened. Wow, that's crazy. That's wild.
And if this is true, the guy that lives in Las Vegas, that's the son of the son, I think he got full custody of his son not too long ago. He just hasn't made a way down to get him yet.
Really?
So I believe he's going with his father very soon.
I mean, are you getting that from Marquita or just hearing things, or
I'm hearing it from YouTube, but people are pulling up like texts from him writing it, information to himself, of saying like how thankful he was on getting full custody and he about to come get his son.
But Marquita is still there. You should ask her.
I mean, that's another thing. She already knows, like, I'm the type person, I'm being nosy, she already knows this. So she's gonna not tell me everything. And she already hasn't been telling me about this man. So whatever happens between her and this man, she's not really gonna bring that up. Even if I ask, it's gonna be majority a lie. Something that she feel like I should hear, and it ain't gonna be no problem. Or even though it shouldn't be a problem, because as a man, I'm gonna let him take care of his son and do whatever he gotta do. But from what I've heard, he's a deadbeat dad. But from what I've seen, he does try to at least contact his son. I don't even know if he sends the money or not, because she ain't gonna tell me that. She'll keep that a secret. I don't know why, but
so
I don't know how good
that's
of a man he is, but
interesting. Like, okay, technically, if this guy, it seems like he wouldn't even know this guy if he wasn't living in. Seems like you would know something about him if he was really close to his son like that.
Right. I've only known him to call around like the holidays, because I hear her get up like, your daddy calling you, he want to talk to you, or tell you happy birthday, or tell you Merry Christmas or something. So I do hear that, but that's the only time I hear about him. Then not too long ago, Miss dang it, why I can't remember her name. The lady that's pretty much at this moment probably doing a live right now. She was talking to the evangelist guy. That's just
Miss Parker.
Day or two. Yeah, Miss Parker. So she was talking to the evangelist guy, and what was I about to say?
You was talking about Mark D and somebody pulling up his record.
Oh yeah, so the evangelist guy knows Mark D in a way. He did something, embezzlement, or took some type of money from some type of people, and something else, but he wasn't trying to say, he was talking in circles, so he really wasn't trying to say everything for real, but he basically put it out there as he knows Mark D, and he needs to shut up because the stuff he ain't saying it ain't true, and he knew something about him. They kind of got some of it out of him, but it was just like, well, what you know, sounds like you should have been saying something a long time ago,
See, I haven't seen none of those videos, and I mean, for stuff like that, I will have to have proof. You gotta show me, because I know how people destroy people that's doing work like that.
It's just weird that all y'all got the same type of situation going on, and y'all all seem like y'all go to this church that y'all Facebook friends with the pastor, and he only got 125 friends on his friend list, and majority of them are the people that seem like they got something to do with this weird, I ain't even gonna say with Messiah event personally, because I don't know, but it seems like y'all got something to do with Messiah going on, and this is what it is. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, it sounds like it's no escape from the weirdness.
Like I've never seen it in my life.
A circle of weirdness, and adding the alleged Marquita's baby daddy at the school would explain why nobody at the school cared, because they a part of it too. If he was working at a school, and I wonder what school is it, I think everywhere had a person.
So I don't even know if you've seen this video. So okay, I know you seen the video of Nazaya's daddy when he was like sitting in the car, or maybe when he got on the thing.
I've seen all of Mark D stuff. Huh? Yeah.
He got a video where he was like basically sitting in the car talking about the case or whatever, talking about Nazaya or whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah. So you got a good look up, right?
Yep.
So I just seen. I want to say I might have seen it yesterday or I seen it today, but I just seen the video of him again Like when he was, it's like it looked like they could have been at a house doing some construction work or whatever.
He was more concerned about that, and then when it was time for business, he got to business. But I also learned from Bishop, his business is what helps the ministry and the things he's doing, and just small things. Like I personally, I have seen him give away cars, and I be like, "What, he gonna give it away?" But then I see what happens once the cars be given away. But he always gives it to, if these people out here want help, they need to come worship. And all the much as you give, as much as you would get, you know. So with the homes, he gives away homes, houses, homes. He calls me out. He meets me, always blessing. But that's why I go out 24/7. Whenever he calls me, I make myself available, you know. And so it's just dealing with Bishop. I mean, I just love him, you know, for one thing. And, you know, I don't like to follow anybody. But one thing about Bishop, I know.
Like how he said do. And he was talking about evangelists, like the pastor. And it was like he was doing like a little skit video on how the pastor had done him good and everybody should, you know, look into this path. When I find this video, I'm going to send it to you because sometimes my eyes play tricks on me and I'm confusing people and they look the same to me and I'm like, but I just know for a fact it looks like he's a tad bit younger than what he is. You know, I ain't even going to say a tad bit. He looks a lot younger. But I feel like that was him.
Talking about that pastor, Annette's pastor?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to see that.
So when I saw it, it gave me chills. I'm like, how long or how did y'all know each other? You know, like,
he said he met Lady at work. He worked on houses and shit.
I don't think he met Lady at work. I think he met Lady through maybe. Alright, so say he is telling the truth about me, Lady to work, and then Lady brought him into that church. But the way you're talking about the pastor makes me feel like he met this pastor somehow. Maybe, and then you can look up his past.
What?
Because it's weird that a lot of these people go to jail, get out, and then run into this pastor.
So I do have to pause it because we found out that it is a Bishop Wayne T. Jackson who Merv was talking about. And I know because I found the video on that Bishop's YouTube channel. So at the time, like I said, this was previously recorded in April. At the time, I didn't know that. So since I researched the baby daddy and all of that stuff, and you can find that in this playlist. Well, I think we're going to get to that.
It seemed like they got some type of call.
Oh, and welcome in, everybody. Since I had to pause it, thank y'all for being here. Please smack that thumbs up and subscribe to the channel if you have not. Okay, let's keep going.
Yep. Wow. And he could have.
That's what it looks like. And he's trying to play it off as he's not a part of it now, type of stuff. They was already a part of this stuff. They go to the church and all that stuff. That's how he ran into Lady, which is Nazai's mama. And they ended up, you know, I work on houses, you work on houses. You know, they kind of already both been in jail at some point. You feel like at some point you already been in jail, so y'all make each other in that weird circle some way within the church, being locked up from your troubles and something. So y'all met in that type of way. And Nazaiah, y'all already know about this cult type stuff that's going on. You married, so you can't. You try to keep this from you.
So I want to pause it right there because yesterday, or the day before yesterday, we just found out that Lady's boyfriend was unalived, and she's being accused of having something to do with it, and finding out that he also worked on houses. In that video, his daughter or granddaughter, I think, said that he had money because he do that house stuff, and that's why he had money. So I don't know who he worked for exactly, if he worked for the church or whatever, but that really stuck out. Yeah, connecting dots. This is looking like what we think it is.
Your wife, and you're not fit for the anxiety, so y'all had really no choice but to give it to your grandma.
What if it was planned
Welcome in, Catherine.
What if they had babies for that purpose? Now that's a lot. That's wow. Now where did you hear that somewhere, or you really?
No, I haven't heard.
The trauma bond is real.
It's just once I saw that video, it started making me think of the possibilities of what really could this be, because.
And that's exactly what it seemed like. A bunch of people with similarities that can relate, and so they all jacked up. They come from the same. This is just what I'm thinking. That some of these people, they come from the same background. Like now, I'm looking more at Lady and Jarvis being the ones that met first. I remember somebody. I remember hearing. I don't know who might have said it, but they was like, "What if ZIYAH is Jarvis's?" Because everybody's like, well, she don't look like Merv at all. And then finding out, all of the stuff about Lady, and that she even said that she had been up at the shop, and it's just, she don't look nothing like Merv, But I don't know, man, because it's just getting weirder and weirder. And then even Dre, in a conversation, he just said, I don't think they met like that. Basically, I think he just said it, or maybe it's coming up. But we gonna keep going, y'all. Please smack the thumbs up if you didn't get a chance to. Look like we got 50 watching right now and 40 thumbs up. So can 10 people hit the thumbs up? Please double tap the screen or hit those 3 dots upper right to make sure the thumbs is up. Or you might be breaking and entering. You are, because it's only 40 thumbs up on my device. Let's go.
At first, I got, he didn't know anything about what the grandma was doing. You never seen ZIYAH as much, this and that. That's what I got. And then you see that video, and it's like, wait a minute, it seemed like you've been knew these people. Y'all been working together, and y'all came up with a plan to have ZIYAH maybe, or whether it was on accident or on purpose, and y'all just kept it in the circle to where y'all was gonna make money off of it.
Wow.
That's what I think.
You know what? What you're saying that is making me think about when he was talking. He admitted to doing a lot of work for her net and her squatting. He talked about her squatting at a place, and I thought that was very, very odd. And now you saying this, I didn't even suspect him, but that makes sense.
Another thing I want to clear up, because people were like, you had them at the same time? No, it wasn't like that. When we moved into our new place, it's like they're not really landlords or something. So, through Marquita and her people, the house wasn't, they didn't finish cleaning it up to where when we moved, I'm moving out of my house, giving my keys to the people, because they told us we can move in. Then we get there, and it's like, oh, the house ain't ready. So I got all my stuff, which I left there because I had no other to leave it. And at that time, it was like, y'all told me the house would be ready. So it pushed us a month, which it was told a week. to Clinton Township to her sister's house. Everybody is more at their own places now because once her mama moved, she didn't want nobody really moving with her, being that I'm basically taking Marquita out of the house, having more kids out of the house now. She can get more room for the kids that she got. So she ain't trying to have no extra shit no more, for real. So now her sister's like at her house now. And it was like, now she's really at her house because Marquita ain't really had nowhere to go. And then I ain't had nowhere to really go. So we working through staying there until our house gets ready. So we both going back and forth to work from her house. And that's how me and her ended up clicking. You know, but I'm real about mine. I was more like, if your sister cool with the shit, you know, you know, and all that kind of stuff. She just took those words and just ran with it, I guess. I don't know. But it happened. I explained to her. They, you know, got into it about stuff and all that. But they still cool. But it just started to blow my mind because when I start hearing the stories, and I'll be like, but damn, is this something y'all do? Y'all can share, guys. And just,
wait a minute, though. I'm confused, though. So it did happen all three together, or just you and her together?
No, it was just Marquita went to work one day, and I didn't have to work, and we're at Shan's house, so that's how that happened.
Oh, so it wasn't a agreement. See, okay, I got it. I thought.
But then, as a man, I would be like, ooh, I got a point. Yeah, I got, you know, no, it wasn't like that. I'm not really the type person to just want to jump into anything like that, for real. But it was a mixture of, I know you, the twin of the girl I'm dating, and then I've been saying this since I met her. Met Marquita, we probably talked among ourselves for about 2 months before I actually met her sister. And then ever since I met her sister, it was like I technically had 2 girlfriends because we did everything together and we worked together. Even if I were at home just chilling, minding my business, smoking, and then she wanted to talk, you know, call me and talk, and we'd talk. But it could be a 3-way talk because her sister get on the phone, on the line too, and it's like all 3 of us are talking. And I'm goofy, like for real, I'm really goofy. I think I'm a comedian in my head sometimes, to where I sit here and I just joke with them, like for real, like on the level of I got both of y'all, and they were cool with it.
So what I thought was true. I said, when one get a man, I don't have a man, we got a man, so I was right.
And saying stuff like that, I'll be like, man, that's what it seems like, that's how they do it.
But wait a minute, though. I'm still confused on the Marquita went to work, Shannon was there, so you like, hey, you my girl anyway, so.
No, it wasn't like that. It was, I remember coming in the house from the store or something, and then she was just like, standing there, she was like, Trey, would you do it? And, you know, me, I'm a little slow sometimes when it comes to certain shit. You gotta hit me with the correct details. She's like, but I'm like, do what? What's this about? Then she's like, you know what I mean, do it. And then I'm like, I said, yeah, I would. I said, but if your sister is okay with the shit, and, you know, and we are, you know, if you good, she good, then ain't no problem. Then, hell, I ain't got no problem with it. She's like, it's all good with me. And she ran upstairs, took her little shower, and then she put on, like, some lingerie or whatever, and it just kind of went on from there. And, you know, I felt bad about it, so eventually it came out.
Who told?
Well, it was a situation of, I'm like, tired of this, and then, I don't know, she like had a text message in her the phone. It wasn't nothing bad. It's just, you know how you can read somebody's text messages and you can look and be like, oh, they deleted some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's what made her phone look funny in a way, I guess, because somehow they was talking about it. I was at work. She asked me about it, and I just was like, well, yeah, that did happen. And I'm like, your sister don't lie about it, because she begged me not to tell you, because I told her I was going to tell you. And I was like, I think this was like within the second or third day of the incident or whatever. And she just was like mad about it. But they just seemed like they was still cool. I don't know if they was like mad because it was just like play the role, because they gonna think you crazy if you ain't mad. I don't know, you know. That's how I think now. But back then she was mad, but they, you know, got back cool. Really nothing happened.
Was they cool the next few minutes, or did Shannon leave? Was they cool in the next few minutes, or did she call her out her name or anything like that?
I can't really say how quick they got that cool, because, like I said, I was back and forth, and then once that situation happened, I called my brother up in that we had like another week to move. I was like, you know, I don't want y'all to, you know, fight, and I don't want to be around when you got to be working, this and that.
Oh, where was y'all living at the time?
Go to my mother's house and figure some stuff out over there while I get back and forth to work from over there.
Oh.
And just move. So we ended up still moving together and stuff. So we moved. So I don't know what the discussion was really from that.
But what house was y'all at the time that happened? What house were y'all at the time that happened?
This was when, I can't remember exactly the month, but we can go to.
No, I said which house?
They were moving out of the first house, which was Annette was moving from the first house, going down the street to the new house. Shannon just be there a lot, like she lay there, but it kind of forced her to be back in Clinton Township, where her place was. So she was in Clinton Township, and then I stayed on the west side, which moved out of my house to move into my new house, which wasn't ready. So it forced me and Marquita to stay with her sister for a little while.
What year did Annette move down the street? That would have been the same year y'all got y'all place.
Yeah, it was the same year that we got our place. So I just moved. I only been here for the beginning of this year. So we only been living with the other fake, I don't know what you call them, her people. We've been living at that place for 2 years. So anywhere from, it was cold outside, but it just wasn't snow. I want to say like the beginning, somewhere in the beginning of I almost want to call my brother and ask him when the heck did I have to come stay with you? What happened? I'm gonna have to confirm that with certain people, because like I said, I'm bad with numbers. The years, as the older I get, the faster these boys go by.
It sounds like y'all only been together for 3 years, right?
Yeah, it's been about like 3 years. Like pushing over 3.
So if y'all got together in 22, then was it the same year that Jarvis pulled that weapon and beat up that guy? Was that around the same time she moved?
Yeah, it would have to be that time, but they still at the first house.
But I wonder, because that would have been in 23. I found the record I was looking for. That gun charge.
You found it?
Yep.
So what did the gun charge say you got it for? Because
it didn't. It just said a weapon. It just said a weapon, and it says, I was looking at the years. He got 3 of them back to back. But the one that, yeah. But the one that you're talking about, when I go live, I'm gonna talk about it. But the one you're talking about, I believe it happened 5/1/23.
5/1.
May of 2023.
It could.
That's the only. That would have been the more recent. And then the other one, I think I seen something in 21, but I seen stuff like in 05, something weird. Like he had weapon charges back then. The ones that you would have been present for would have been 2023. Cause you.
And that's why I was saying like this gun charge that he went for probably has nothing to do with the situation on what I was saying. Just because, okay, if the boy did do something, because I heard other stories on him from others, like not other family members, but from them about other people in the neighborhood that he tried to talk to like younger girls. So say if the situation was like everybody kind of know he talked to family members, he tried to talk to young girls, and you go on, they kind of just keep it on the low. So say the police came over, and just to do him a favor by not even mentioning his gun, they're probably hoping that they don't mention that this all started off by saying something about some stuff on the guy. Because
they don't do it like that though. Like I didn't pull up I don't have a police report. That's where that information will be at on a police report. I put up his record, and on his record, it don't tell you what happened. It just tell you what the charge is. But when did he get arrested that day? Did they take him away? Or
no. Remember when I told you what happened? But look,
right.
This is why I said it might not be that, because I have heard him get like pulled over because he ran around with guns in his car.
Mm-hmm.
So I've heard of him getting pulled over, and maybe he got pulled over and got caught up with a gun being in his car or something. I don't know.
Because of you're right. I mean, if they didn't arrest him, then that wouldn't be on his record. What school was Marquita going to that she got pregnant from? Don't tell me that school. Because that's
she never told me any type of information.
That's important.
Pregnancy and school she got and nothing.
It's something with that school. I'm telling you now. I always thought that, and now I can't think nothing else. If she got pregnant by somebody out of school, and I mean because they all acted like they didn't know nothing. All of them, the lunch lady, the teacher, they never questioned the teacher that taught her that day.
And you said you met with Ms. Annette Harris on the 10th?
Yes.
And that's in January of 2021?
January, yes.
That was early in the morning?
Around 11, 12.
So school was in session at that time?
Yes.
Did you speak with the teacher who was in ZIYAH's classroom on the 9th of January?
No.
Did you speak with any of ZIYAH's known friends?
Late in the investigation, yes.
You did?
The guy that they gave the case to, he never questioned the teacher. He didn't write nothing down.
Who did you speak to?
I can't recall that.
Did you write them in a report?
No, not in this report.
Okay, so you spoke with folks, but you didn't record their names?
I recorded it probably on my right sheet, but not inside the missing report.
And you didn't take statements from anybody?
No, not at the time.
Ever?
No.
Okay.
Only other chance I talked to the guardian, which is the grandmother, and a couple of students. Yes.
Okay. Do you know how many?
A couple, two.
Two, okay. And you said you canvassed the area?
Yes.
What area did you canvass?
The 3 mile area, we were all around there, checking the alleys, knocking on doors, see if we can get some video, doorbell, camera footage. We didn't find anything.
In her classroom, does she have a locker or a cubby or anything where she stores items?
I can't answer that question.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Fair to say that you didn't check.
I may have, but I can't recall right now because it's been such a long time.
Is there recorded documents whether you did or not?
No. I went back to the station, advised the lieutenant of what we came up with.
Which was what?
Which was, I talked to the parent, the grandparent, talked to other students. We didn't find anything from doing our search of the area.
So did you do anything else in regards to investigating?
No, I did not, because I was getting ready to retire, so I was done.
And how long did you stay involved in the investigation?
That day.
Okay.
If someone else's investigation would have took over, besides me, because once again I was leaving, but I gave all the information that I had along with my run sheet as well. So.
And then are you aware of what happened after that?
No.
Okay.
Because it made me think like that police officer, the police officer that went to the court, barely did anything that he's supposed to do. He just gives me the vibes of he knows that very well from the school type of thing.
The guy that was retiring.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
I don't know. I try to spin it, grab it out here, but that's just a little bit of a vibe I got out of that situation of, work at that school, you know, get years going into retirement anyway. And maybe you did her a favor by not giving a fuck, because y'all, I had too many conversations. Go to the school just to check on the kids or pick up the kids, right? You know, give off this very flirtatious vibe when they're coming in. So I can just imagine probably flirting with this police officer at one point.
You said who come off flirtatious?
Annette.
Oh, Annette. She comes off flirtatious.
She can be, you know, like how other women do. I've seen if you watch somebody explained it a little bit in Miss Parker's video. How she was like certain or kind of had a crush on the pastor. That's kind of how she acted towards certain men that she's interested in, and like very flirtatious, almost like how she walked up on drivers on that video about his custom family and stuff. It only came out that way because there's kids out there, she got the twins out there, but she does give you the vibe of like, one of them older ladies that probably was a little fast back in the day. I don't know.
I definitely see that. I've seen pictures. Now, I do want to ask you, because you said you started dating around 22. Do you remember what month? You got to know your anniversary.
Oh, man. You know what? I am so terrible with these things. When it comes to birthdays.
Oh, so y'all don't, like, celebrate it every year?
I want to say it's like towards the end of the year.
So if you...
It's in between the end of the year or the beginning of the year. I just can't really remember it for real, but I know it was in 2022. Just off the fact of I can go off of I was creating some shoes. And that was the first time I was painting around her, and she got to see like that I can like paint on shoes and customize shoes.
So do you remember hearing any talk about CPS and interviewing Jarvis?
No, and it's crazy because it's like I said, when I started hearing little things here and there on YouTube, it went something popping in my head like, oh shit, give me them little chills. Yeah, I have heard them. It might have been around the time when they was like getting into it on Facebook with one of the family members that pretty much prayed for CPS. Because at the time they do something or CPS got involved, I noticed that they would get on Facebook and really like getting into it
It was Kenya. It was Kenya at the time because I got some screenshots. And another thing, did she say that her son is now with his father, or you heard that on somebody else's channel?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Marquita. Do they call her Key?
They call it Key. Yeah,
Okay.
someone call it Key. He's really be like low key with how she talk and what she do.
Mm-hmm.
But
so she ain't mentioned.
She ain't really mentioned nothing about that dad and if he got custody and if the son is going to Las Vegas. Mm-hmm. I really just got all of that off of some of the Facebook and YouTube stuff that people been throwing out there.
Okay, because
it seemed more believable because it was him that wrote that. That's his picture. That's his name. That's his Facebook. Like whoever took the screenshot of what he said. That's him.
And I didn't see none of it. Like I didn't see that. I need to get that. But I don't know who the guy is. But I just wonder because last time we talked, you said that the one father had both of the kids, so I was wondering if she mentioned that now her son is somewhere else.
And now that I figured out through the Facebook thing on YouTube that Marquita had got pregnant by him, the security guard, that's actually true, but she's claiming that she was out of high school or whatever. She was 18 or something, I don't know.
Oh, so you did talk to her about it?
Yeah, every so often I just ask questions.
So she admitted that she do have a kid by the security guard?
Yeah. And then I mostly ask her questions that the YouTube has brought out.
Okay, that's good to know. I like verifications.
I just give them chills, but the story every day something. And it's just like, I don't know what to believe, but it's starting to just be something big. That's what I keep doing.
Yeah. And I'm telling you it is. The biggest part of it is Frank to me. Because Frank is the one with the money. He's the one that's able to move and shake and do and fix all of the stuff. There's a lot of weirdos involved. That church. Huh?
That was Tootie.
Yes.
She gave me a little chills with that the house right around the corner from them with that yellow and red fence.
Yeah.
Right where they drop off. Right where they
drop off
for that bus. For the bus.
Yeah.
It's just like when she said that, I'm like, dang, that do kind of make sense. Like who paint they fence that color?
Right.
Like nobody. You can go anywhere. Nobody really has this color fence. And it makes me feel like what they trying to keep everybody like close in this area.
In that area, yeah. It's something about that area that he likes. And I believe that it's definitely possible that she even started getting chills after bringing that female on. Did you watch the female that was on? Okay.
But does the female?
No, you will remember. This girl was kidnapped by Jarvis 20 years ago. He kept her in his grandmother's house.
And they were saying that it might be the evangelist that was driving.
Yeah, but it wasn't the evangelist that was driving because I listened to it again. Right. She said the person that was driving is wealthy. Yeah, it wasn't him.
It could be his van, but I don't know.
So since April, JoJo came onto my show when I was live, actually playing some of Toot's video, and she jumped on that day. And after that, we now have a JoJo playlist, Surviving Jarvis. So if you haven't checked that out, you definitely want to check that out. And because it took us down a whole different rabbit hole. I mean, so much has been happening with Lady now being accused of, unaliving the boyfriend and everything we just went through with that yesterday or day before. It's just wild. But we keeping track of it over here through playlists. Everything is in order. You can go to my playlist tab to check out we got like 4 or 5 separate playlists because we went into different episodes as far as ZIYAH Harris. It's just so much leading up to this trial that we are finding out about the family. So welcome in, y'all. Thank y'all so much for hitting the thumbs up. We got 62 watching, 62 thumbs up. I'm happy about that. I appreciate it. Please make sure you subscribe also. Are you a true crime sleuth looking to binge watch great content? Come on into my channel where I have a variety of videos, shorts, live streams, podcasts, playlists, members only videos, and also we have Posts. Posts is a place where I share upcoming live streams, videos, calls to action, polls, quizzes, pictures, and ongoing conversations. Stand out and become a member with badges and special members emojis. Thank you for your like and subscription. Are you a true crime sleuth? Thank you for sharing me. Thank you for sharing me. Thank you for sharing me. For sharing me. For sharing me. For sharing me. Thank you. Please subscribe and press that notification bell and thumbs up. Please subscribe and press that notification bell and thumbs up. Please subscribe and press that.
I didn't hear it as if she said the person was black or white. I didn't hear her say. Yeah, so that would have helped. Because when she said rich, I'm like, it couldn't have been the evangelist, and that person would have been running their mouth because the evangelist.
She described the band. Now, the only thing I could say is she described the band because somebody showed the picture of the band to her, and she said that. I think that's what she said.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not mistaken, that she basically described the band on how it looked.
Yeah, she did. She said it was curtains and all that tan curtains in the back, person driving.
And brought that same picture up on Evangelist, and he said that was his band.
He did, yeah. And I heard them asking him what kind of band that he had, but I don't know. I wasn't looking at the screen because I was working, so I don't have a picture of the band. But yeah, so it's a lot. It's a lot of things that start to make connect. What? A lot of things that start to make connect. What?
Did you look at that video I sent you with him with the red shirt on? Ain't that Nazaya's father?
Heck yeah, it is. And I actually did a video. I guess you should watch. You must have didn't see my playlist. I did a whole playlist of our conversation.
That video made me feel like. Nope.
Like who, the evangelist?
No, alright, so the video that I think.
And I gotta quit calling that damn devil because he is a demonic demon. What do you feel about Vari? Like,
it's the regular teenage. When I met him, he's the regular teenage boy. He at that age where he's trying to find himself, of course. And, all of us ain't the same where we just feel like we just also grown at that age. But he was at that age where he wasn't feeling like he was just also grown, but he felt like he was old enough to do certain things that he wanted to do, which was smoke weed, hang out later than he should. And she wouldn't let him smoke weed, she wouldn't have that, but he would sneak and do it anyway. Hard to stop a teenager that's gonna get out there and find his way. But
who was trying to stop him, Miss Granny?
Yeah, she actually was like, I kind of witnessed it a couple times coming over here, and he'd already be gone, and they probably already been like, he out with his friends. He should have been checked in. I came home, and then probably 30 minutes later, here he come checking in or whatever, and then she like, what was you out there doing or whatever, and then if you look at her, she might be like, you been out there smoking because you priority and got caught before smoking or whatever. But
somebody made a comment that the grandmother smoked with him.
No, that's one thing. She don't smoke.
Okay.
I smoke, but she the type like she don't want it in her house.
Okay.
And she can't smoke in her house.
So that was a lie.
Now that rule was a rule that fit because you got these kids in here. Illinois, you shouldn't be smoking in any rooms anyway. So yeah, that was the thing. So that gave him the opportunity to at least get to go outside with his friends and go somewhere and try to smoke and then come back. But
ain't no smoking weed and coming back without being smelling it. You know what I mean? Like,
but
unless you smoking a pen.
I remember a time I got off work and I know one time I pulled up and I'm looking. When I pull up, I don't drive, but I'm coming up to the house and they in the back and whatever. So this Vari, Marquita, Shane, and Vari friends. So they all like smoking together. Like I don't know if they smoking together. Like I don't know if the grown ones smoking their own shit and the kids smoking their own shit. But when I walked back there, I just instantly went into like parent mode. Like, hey, what are y'all doing? I said, Vari, I have no control over you, but you're not about to be back here smoking. And I just like, nah, this ain't cool. Like, go on, take your friends and go on somewhere. And it's like you got an attitude about that, but I don't care because we ain't about to do that in front of me.
Where was y'all at again? Where were y'all at again?
This was when they were staying at the first house.
Oh, okay.
Like,
wow.
Just freshly, kind of minutes, you know. But when it comes to kids, I ain't certain stuff. You know, you ain't my kids. I ain't gonna just be on you like that. But certain stuff, I know the shit should be doing. You ain't gonna be doing it in front of me.
Where was Annette?
She must have been in the house or either gone.
Oh, because that's a penitentiary chance.
Yeah, I'm looking at the twins like y'all chill and actually smoke, or I don't know. I can't really say exactly what y'all doing with them, but just for y'all to be around them and let them do that, that ain't cool. Knowing that your mama gonna trip on him if she can catch them, smell it. You know, you just and y'all should feel bad because y'all condoning it. But nothing was said. They went on about their business, and then it kind of happened again, but I was already there. We in the backyard, minding our business, and then I guess Vari and his friends come out of nowhere, and I don't know what they call themselves doing or what was going on, but his friend walked up to Marquita and was like, "Here, hold it," and it was like a blunt that he just rolled up some weed.
What?
And she grabbed it and held it. Another guy said, "You don't get that shit back down." I said, "Hey, bro, no, you don't, no. Take your blunt, y'all can go on back wherever y'all came from. Don't even like that back here. Go on by the business."
Wow. What do you know?
I had to tell her, like, you don't do that. You don't condone yourself with kids. Like, that don't make sense.
Like you said, that was a slow moment, I guess. Like, they got a lot of them sound like.
Man.
What you know about his baby mama and her being kidnapped or missing? Like, that's crazy.
She got pregnant by somebody else, I guess. And I guess she just went MIA on her own. But she came back to Detroit or whatever, because I can't remember exactly where she went.
I mean, they did the news and everything. It was a whole article, so I'm trying to figure out, was she really missing? Did something really happen to her?
Figure out, because I kept hearing some other stuff, like people were saying condolence or I'm sorry for the baby and stuff.
So I want to pause it right there because welcome in everybody. I want to say that like I said, talking to him, I did research after that, and so we found out about Vari's missing baby mama and all of that drama behind that. And so that video will be attached to this video, but you can find that in the playlist.
Like that, I'm like, what happened? Like, Like, I don't.
Wait, where you see that at? Under a post or something?
It was on one of these videos that somebody was. It might have been.
What do they call her? Have you ever met her?
No, I've never met her. When I met them, it's like back and forth type of thing. I give it for about almost a year, back and forth type of thing. It ain't like I was just always there. You know, I'm trying to be all the
Definitely,
time.
Sherry.
Back and forth, usually when they needed something, you know, a guy thing. And then if I wanted to spend time with her, you know, I'll make my way that way. But after
I agree, Yaki.
After a good year, we moved on the west side where I basically live, and we're down the street from my job. So we've been over here for about 2 years, and since then I've never really went over her house, but one time we've been. I don't control myself with people that give me bad vibes.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's sad. Finding out everything we know about Vari. We talked about that the other day. If y'all didn't catch that video, please do so. It's like a 2 parts to that, 6 and 7. It'll all be attached to this, but it's in a playlist too. This is going into the church and stuff like that. But yeah, Yaki, I feel like he definitely let his sister down. If this stuff is true that we heard, like I was hoping that he would make a better turn, but what do you do but what you was raised to do? This is why Candace Starr pointed out that this is being taught is from generations to generations, from childhood, single digit babies doing, being taught. So they'll be way worse than the people that we looking at right now in a couple years. Some of them. If they don't get help.
Was that church considered an LGBTQ church or?
No.
No? Okay.
No. I'm not saying no. I'm saying I don't know.
Oh.
See, I already knew about the church. Not knew about the church, and when they bring it up, I knew that's where she went.
Mm-hmm.
And they help. From what I know, because I thought it was kind of strange, even though I grew up in a church.
Welcome in, Sniper.
They type of help sometimes. When you might need some help with the bills, the pastor might help you, or you need some help trying to get a job, the pastor might help you or something, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I've never been to the church. I know she asked me a couple times, like, hey, my mama went to church, you want to go? I'm like, I'm good. It was always her mama is the reason why I want to go. And I ain't blaming the church because I don't know what church I go to. But once I heard that he was on the west side, I said, dang, you can go to church way over here. I said, but you don't even like driving to the west side.
So that's a whole nother side of town.
And there's other things that she would have to come to the west side and do.
It was definitely on point, Yaki.
She do it because she would have like her daughter, or I even did a run one time. So I know one time I was over there.
What T said?
I believe she was like, I need you to take these papers. I think they were papers for like her child care things or whatever she was doing with the kids or something. I don't know. Or whatever. So I was like, oh, okay. Kids, yeah, I got you. Being that I stay on the west side, you don't want to drive way over there. Yeah, I dropped the papers off for you. It makes me think, like, why was that? Why would church be the only reason that you come to the west side?
Well, I mean, I do know people be dedicated to their churches, especially if it's full of hell, and you are too.
I'm starting to feel like God was looking out for me, like He always do. Because when I went, we got that weird feeling, and then like I told you last time, He was cussing, and it was only like 4 ladies in there. It was kids, but it was other people there too that I didn't even know, because they got I know, so I was sitting there, and in my mind, I know I was telling Brittany, man, like, shoot, I'm gonna go there, and then I'm gonna stand up and ask for a prayer for ZIYAH, just to see, you know, if anybody asked for me or anything. And then she's like, ooh, we should record that or whatever, and I'm like, I might. But as I was walking up there, someone was like, okay, if this was something bigger than what it was, do I really want to go up there and say some ZIYAH stuff, and then I got to walk back home, and then one of these people follow me home or do something to go home? So I chose to kind of stay quiet. And then once I got in there and the vibe was, and the money around there, people I just was like, oh, let me just be nosy then. Those people kind of past who you are.
Did he greet you? Did you meet him or anything?
No, because I wasn't in there that long. I literally was sitting there, and it was around one of them times where it was a hot moment where everybody was on the cast talking this and talking that when they was doing the jury or whatever. And my auntie that I haven't talked to in I don't know how long. I've never even talked to her on the phone. I used to just see her when I go over to like my mom and my dad's house for a special occasion type thing, holiday or something. So, and that's been years. So it was like I haven't really talked to her, but for her to hit me up because I don't talk to family like that, I was like, oh shoot, what she want? And I was literally in the church when she hit me up. So somebody told me like, get up, put my little finger up and walk to the back and call her and see what she wants. Because she was worried, like when she texted, she was worried, like if she needs someone to stay, because she discovered that they were one of the twins, she was kind of worried for me or whatever. But me as a man, I'm looking like, man, she ain't gonna do nothing to me, she better not. You know, I got my eyes open, I'm being smart, God got my back, you know, I was more like that. But she was like, I got a place for you to stay, and if you need to come stay with me, so I'm like, let me call her. So I'm just calling her and letting her know that she was asking, like, yeah, so I'm telling her about it. I'm like, well, technically, I'm up here at the church right now. I said, you know what? I'm gonna just leave. So I just ended up leaving, and I was on the phone talking to her while I was walking back home.
Oh, okay.
This was the same day that Marquita came to my house.
That was the same day?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because, like I said, I never talked to Marquita. I don't know how long. I talked to her that day. She smoked, I smoked. So she was like, she was, you know, feel safe and feel real comfortable and you get something off your chest. She was, I come over here right now with her. And being that, since I've been staying here, I ain't had a family member over here since I've been staying here. Because usually we go to someone, you know, our family like to go to certain people's houses and hang. And if I decide to go to like leave my brother or something, I just go to their house. And low-key, I'm surprised that I've just low-key noticed certain things. I'm like, Marquita is a liar. I hate to say it like that, but I would say this to her face. She's a liar. And my auntie, when I grew up with her, she always taught me, which made me to stop being a liar. She lied about little things, she lied about big things. And then another thing he said was, why lie? Because you're going to get caught in your lie. And then you're going to get an ass whooping and the punishment for this lie. Then when I catch you for the truth, you're going to get an ass whooping and the punishment for that one. So would you rather just go through it one time or two times? Which just clicked in my head, made sense. Like, you know what? I'm just about to be truthful to you. There's no point.
Right, I mean, and I'm sure you heard the little boy that cries wolf, and if you lie, you'll steal. If you steal, you'll cheat, you'll kill, steal. I was told all that, and it's true. Because lies, man, it's true. It starts with a lie, and then it just grows. If you're not corrected by your parents, that's what happens. They just get worse. And I cannot stand a lie. I won't even waste my time talking to one.
I'm the same way, but I think it's God punished me for when I was younger and I was around my auntie, always trying to lie to me out of something. I said, this is God way of punishing me, because I'll get around somebody and they'll lie, and I'll be like, I can tell you lying. Oh, I know you're lying. Like, Marquita, for instance. I remember one time we was outside, there was some wood on the floor, on the ground, and it was a nail sticking out of it. So we standing in that area area, and he trying to be a gentleman, be kind and whatever. I'm like, I should have just kicked it over, but I wasn't thinking. We grown, so I said, watch out for that nail. Don't step on it. You puncture your foot. She like got an attitude or something like, I see it or whatever. I ain't gonna step on it. I said, well, put it out in this case you didn't. And then literally it was like we exchanging, passing the blunt to each other, and she went and stepped on the nail, bent it over. She didn't fuck herself. She just bent over. She stepped on it. She jumped off of it like, oh shoot. And I turned around. I said, what? Because I'm like handed to her but not looking her way. I'm like, what? Then I looked down. I said, you stepped on the nail. She said, no. I said, so why the nail ain't standing straight up? I said, you just gonna lie like that? I said, we all two out here. I know I ain't stepping on it. I just looked at it. It was straight. You jumped out of nowhere, which made me look at you to look down and see that the nail is bent over now, and you gonna still lie.
Dang, what she got?
Crazy. That's it.
What she got? Steel heels?
Made me think about mine.
Wow.
I said, it's crazy.
Wait a minute. Was she still barefoot and bent the nail?
No, she wasn't barefoot. She had on some shoes on, like, those, foam shoes, some foam,
I thought you said she didn't have no shoes on.
So do the nurses thing, that's what it was. The nurse, like you know how nurses wear the foam,
yeah, the clogs, the sliding, the clogs.
Yeah, she had them on with steps on it, which luckily the way she stepped on it made it go slant to an angle instead of like puncturing her foot. But she got lucky. But at the same time, it was like, why would you turn around and lie just that simple? You act like I'm your daddy and I'm gonna whoop you.
So just lie for no reason. Like, wow.
Yeah, for no reason.
Wow. Is it any other strange people? Because it seems like you have to be, you gotta be slow, or you gotta be a pedo, or both.
It seems like
or gay. You gotta be gay pedo.
Don't forget about the gay.
Yeah, and so I'm just not. Is it more friends we don't know about? You don't know Darnell, right? You just found out about him.
I'm gonna say Darnell. No, I don't know Darnell. I just think it's suspicious that he's a friend of the pastor that they talking about.
Yeah, and I went on there and I put I seen Florentino, Kenyatta, Marquita, Shannon, all of them. Darnell. Now he claimed that he went and followed everybody. He found everybody through the pastor and started following them. Like that's exactly. You could find them and not hit follow or friends, you know. So makes no sense to me, but.
And then I can see if you accidentally follow one, but you follow multiple.
Yeah, that don't make sense to me.
Okay.
It just make you look guilty and connected.
Since I've been around, I haven't really met nobody for real. The only person, and I can't even say if this is one of the ladies that speak up, but I doubt it, because they got another person in their family, that's a family member that did pop up like for birthdays. There was some lady, she had 2 daughters, or I want to say 2 daughters, maybe some sons.
Was it Janelle?
I don't know. It might be.
Annette's sister?
I know she had 2 daughters that might be like a year or 2 older than.
Right. I thought I remember Kiwana and Janelle saying like. She had one of them got boys, one got girls, and one of them.
Somebody in the family got girls, and to see the girls dressed to like sexual. I ain't gonna say I'm slow, but I ain't the smartest man in the world. But I'm a good average man when it comes to searching. But they dress too sexual in a way. It's like they got the makeup, they got the lashes. And they still kids. You know, they not kids as in like y'all just so babies, but they kids.
15, 14 type. They not even in high school. Yeah. Yeah, that's too much.
To me, they look like they just got in high school. That's how young they are.
Right. Yeah, they dress
It's like, no, it's just like y'all let kids be a little brown.
You know, it was always, when I was growing up, stay a kid as long as you can. Now, people, they in a rush to be grown. The parents are in a rush to make their kids grow.
I don't know why.
Yeah, a lot of it be for social media. They putting all kind of stuff on kids, thinking it's funny and cute. It's not, because you got posts on here. Snack, you think these people, it's really best not to even put your kids on social media. Yuck, man, people saving all kind of photos, doing crazy stuff, but
I was about to see Marquita say it's nothing but her daughter saying that throughout the whole thing.
You know what, I need to take time to, I ain't never even just looked at her page. It's been so much information.
I took a little time one time when it kind of like, when this Jarvis situation came up, it made me go on her page, and then I started looking at who's liking and loving the videos that her daughter was putting on there. And if I constantly keep seeing your name or something, I would ask her. I'd be like, hey, who is such and such? And she's like, I don't know. I said, well, you need to look at those people because there's some people on there that's liking and looking at dances and stuff, and you need to look into that. It's on your page. You should know these people if they liking it. If they're same family, then you need to be blocking these people, get rid of these people from Lord, and you need to be on your daughter telling her she don't even need to be on there doing that stuff. I want to say one of his oldest daughters, I think before, because Janet hanged out with one of his oldest daughters.
Now,
she's like,
light skin and. Wait a minute. Yeah, I think I got a picture of her. It's a girl that he's walking with. It's one that I don't know, the one that was walking in a black dress.
I never seen the girl dressed up or anything, so it plays tricks on my eyes. I don't even know if that's the same girl.
Right.
So,
it could be a different.
He got multiple kids, so I don't know if that's her. If it's a younger her. I didn't see her then, so.
Right. Yeah, because it's another one that I've seen that appears to maybe go both ways. It's like she dressed like a girl at one point and then a boy later. And people was...
When I met her, she literally got like, she had a boy head.
Really?
She was wearing a wig, yeah. And she would take that wig off sometimes. She was like already like cut like a boy.
Well, I mean, but isn't one of his daughters one that's testifying against him, the 20-year-old?
That might be her. I want to say she's in her 20s.
But I'm trying.
When I said it,
I'm trying to remember. That is what they said. Like, wait, Marquita's daughter and a 20-year-old. Are they saying that's Jarvis' daughter? I gotta look. I gotta recheck some information. I just thought you might have known. It's a 20-year-old that he messed with when she was younger. I think she was like 7 and 8 or something when it happened, but I don't remember if it's. Yeah.
Yeah, that might be her.
Did you hear that his daughter was gonna be testifying against?
Like I said, Justin got multiple kids, so I haven't seen all his kids. I could be looking at a girl that's somebody else that just looked like her, or close to her, because his kids are close, like every last one of them, from the boys to the girls, they just all you can't deny your kids, man.
Man, nah, he can't, but he don't do nothing for him. He do a lot against him, but nothing for him, seems like. And do you know that freezer that they were squeezing by? I didn't even realize at first that was a freezer. People keep saying they need to check that freezer. It might have her body in it and all this stuff. Is it a laboratory freezer?
It's one of them freezers that, you know how back in the day had a long freezer with the door that you lift up?
Yeah, a deep freezer. That's what it is.
It fits up like a refrigerator, and it just got that one big door.
Okay, it's a deep freezer. Okay.
And it's like a deep freezer that sits up.
Dang.
But I remember one time, because, like I said, I'm nosy. I'm going to get a peek at something, I'm going to get a peek since I'm in there. But one time, it was no lock on it. And it was me and Marquita in there. I was like, what's all in here? And she's like, open it. And I opened it. It was, to me, a bunch of fucking food that seemed like, how like shit sit there for so long that ice starts to form over it and now it's stuck in there, you can't get it.
Yep.
Damn near everything in there was like that. It was like, what's she gonna do with this stuff? Like, some of this stuff like it's been in there forever. But I don't know. I just mind my business. I think it's food in there, but it's just like you gonna have trouble getting half of this shit out because it's like.
It sound like she ain't defrosted. She need to defrost it, like.
And they must have grew up like this majority of their life because they used to it. Because, like I said before, they got a pantry where it's like a den, but she lock it up sometimes, unlock it throughout the day or whatever. But she'll lock it up, so I guess the kids won't stick in there and get certain shit. But they still got a limit on what they can have, they should have, they still shouldn't be going there and just randomly grabbing stuff. But the stuff sits so long, by the time you get to it, half of that stuff be spoiled.
That's crazy.
Like, I remember this twin, like, she would leave and go to her mama's house, and I guess she'd see some stuff that she would want instead of going, like, grocery shopping. She'd just take a couple things and come back to the crib, and then she'd make her a bagel or whatever. And then I'll look at the bag of bagels and be like, did you look at this bag before you brought it from your mama's house? And she's like, no, why? She said, these ones been sitting there forever because they moldy, and you over there eating one. And I think it's good because there's been times where, like, I had to pull all the stuff out of the pantry. Like I said, she called me one day and was like, my mama needs you to come over here because she needs to bomb the house. She got all the bombs and stuff. She gonna take the kids out. They gonna go somewhere for a certain amount of time or whatever, and we just gonna bomb the house. So I'm like, all right, I'll come over there and bomb the house for her. So basically, she wanted me to remove the food, which to me, you should be throwing all this shit the fuck away. Because if y'all roaches, they definitely relaxing in there. But she wanted to remove all that food before we bombed it. So it's just like I already had the opportunity to be able to see like that. Like I get that some people keep shit and they get about it. But I said, you got too many kids in there to be having this much food. Let me sit this long. Let me get to that point. Somebody gonna get sick around here. Like that's what I'm thinking. But pull the food out, find the place, and then her, instead of like really like throwing the food away, she just like had the kids go through the food, shake everything off to make sure one of the roaches on it, and bring it into the house and put it back into the pantry. And it was just like, a lot of this stuff just needs to go.
After
like,
she, wait a minute.
After she bonds it, you gotta think about it. Say you got a box of macaroni noodles, right? You know how they seal those? They're not sealed where. So a roach can get in there and live. You feel me?
Yeah.
You telling me you gonna have kids? Check this box. Look at it real good to make sure we don't really see nothing of what you can see. We don't really see nothing, so it's good. And then just take it back into the house. And it's like, nah.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, that's nasty.
Because when you took it out the house, it probably had roaches with it and probably came back into it. Like, so bombing it didn't kill them. They just rejuvenate.
It just like slowed the situation down, and then they just at the time it's back to kind of what it was.
Oh goodness gracious! Yeah, you know why? Because they are nasty, and they try to clean it up, but the roaches is telling on them.
Yeah, because I couldn't really understand where the roaches exactly coming from.
Maybe having all that food everywhere.
She claimed that they was there when she moved there, which could be true, but I don't know.
If they was there when she moved there, she shouldn't have moved in. Because when roaches, when you see
the roaches telling the real story,
I would be like, we got a bomb.
covering up nastiness. It's seeping from their pores.
I had moments where I was about to get to the nice apartment and open up the drawers and you look and you
My bad. Yeah, their nastiness is trying to be covered up, but the roaches is telling the real deal. It is seeping from their pores, the disgustingness that they have going on. Them roaches, get them up. Raid, please get them up out my chat. Man, they do not disappear. They, like I said, they multiply and they rejuvenate. Well, I said they rejuvenate and they multiply, okay? It's hard to get rid of them. They lay eggs everywhere they go. And she's shaking off the macaroni box. Like, what? Shake it off and put it back in. Like, what? Where we do that at? A net house? Like, she not only hold hostage the dang on kids, but also the roaches. I mean, she don't throw away nothing. She trapping everything. And ain't telling nothing about what we want to know. Where's she at, Nettie?
Excuse me, ma'am. The people of the public wants to know where ZIYAH is. Are y'all gonna tell us? Or y'all gonna stop playing games? Huh? How you miss your baby? You don't miss your grandbaby? Huh? You don't care about your grandbaby? Hello? Here, take some cheese balls with your burger ass. Excuse me, ma'am. The people of the public wants to know where ZIYAH is. Are y'all gonna tell us? Or y'all gonna stop playing games?
I changed my mind after that. No.
Yep.
I still look nice and clean, but I feel like once I move in, out of nowhere,
they gonna come back because they in there. They probably just bombed it for a minute. They know they should have killed. Yeah.
So, let me get my foot off here. I like stuff from my house, so I knew one of those things was when you get your new house, you look at the drawers, you look on the shelves, and some other things. And they was just like, all right, yeah, I understand.
Yep. Oh, shoot. Well,
I ain't want to keep it too long, but you got any
exactly, Sherry.
Definitely.
What I know, my mama ain't got no more money coming in. She probably got to move out of her house. None of them got no money coming in, so I don't know what they about to do.
They gonna have to do something because you can't live off of kids no more. Now, was Shannon both Shannon and Marquita were nurses or STNAs?
And if you didn't know, Shannon and Marquita, Marquita worked at the place first. Then she got her sister in, and then Shannon got what's the boy next door? What's his name again?
Devin.
Then she got Devin in, so that all three of them was working here.
Oh, so they must be STNAs.
Yeah, they basically like kids with autism. They go and to that building, and people bring their kids in, and they just take care of kids until they get picked up for a certain amount of time or whatever. I don't know how that really goes.
Okay, yeah, because I'm like, you saying nursing, I was about to ask, did they go to nursing school? Or
no, I would say that because they all pretty much wear the same outfit.
Okay, so they
wear the little things, the little scrubs.
Okay, so they basically work in a medical facility taking care of disabled children.
And then she can also do like the old people home, go to the old people place, and make sure wipe their butt and make sure
man, all the places they don't need to be. People that can't do for themselves, talk for themselves, they could be doing some crazy stuff over there.
Right, start making me think that way too. Like,
for real. I'm telling you, you want to get away with something. It seems to be kids and elderly people there. I mean, so. Not good. When I do go live and do a recap, I'll let them know, that I got a good feeling about you and stuff. You don't give me a bad vibe at all, but them Kennys and Darnells and all them people scare me.
So now we know where they might be meeting some of them people at. I'm just saying, like, they seem to meet exactly the criteria that they looking for. Or some type of group meetings, church or something, some type of organized meetup. That's what it's looking like. Everything is alleged, though. Shout out to y'all. I see y'all in the chat. I'm putting up y'all comments. I'm reading them, laughing behind the scenes. Thank y'all for being here. Sherry laughing at me. I was so serious. Like, I mean, just questions. Just questions. Like, what's really going on? Y'all, please smack the thumbs up if you didn't get a chance to. Welcome to all the sleuths in the building.
Hello?
Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, I'm happy you did it. Put that stuff out there. Miss Parker is such a cool lady. I like how she could be negative but positive at the same time. Like,
I like the way she did the review. She did a really good job. And go ahead.
Yeah, she's great. I was thinking, like, to clean things up, because I understand where she's coming from, because a lot of stuff that she said, it just ain't going to come out of my mouth, because I don't feel like I have to explain myself like that. But, yeah, it's a lot of information, and on her end, it made sense on my end. Like, damn, when she said that, you got to understand, like, if y'all see me spitting out a bunch of information, y'all can barely understand it, and y'all got to go back and watch it. Just imagine how I feel. Well, if I think it's information, or just knowing something, and then something triggers my brain and be like, that's more information, let me hold that. So it's like, and then I don't want her to feel like I'm just so much a part of this family, because most of the stuff that I'm saying happened within the first year of me meeting Marquita. It took time for me to even, it wasn't no instant thing of going straight over there when I met them. After a while, it was like,
I do want to clear up. What year did y'all get together? Did you say 22?
It was in 22.
You remember the month?
It was like either January or February, because I remember I was creating, like, if you go on my Facebook, I got some shoes that's white and black.
I've never been on your page. I'm going to have to go. You wanted to respond to pretty much what Miss Parker was saying. And while I'm thinking about it, it was a question that it was something that you said a few times on a couple interviews.
Something, I think, when she was saying about the Marquita situation.
Yeah.
If she was there. Now,
something,
I want to clear that up. And then I want to be clear about how I'm saying it, because when somebody seems like they're taking up for somebody, they start pointing fingers at them. Now, Marquita, we was on the west side, in the same house, when she got the call of ZIYAH being run away at that time. So me saying that she was there is me saying, like, she knows something might be going on, just the fact of there's proof within what people already are putting out there. With the case of, that's her twin sister, she stayed with her mama at a certain point. Obviously, this been happening way before I came in the picture or anything like that, so me saying she's been there is what it is. And then when we moved, within that year of us being at that house on the west side, I never went back over there. She was always going back and forth and still, spending the night and stuff. It took about a good year, because we kind of got into it a little bit. I'm like, you got a place to stay now. Why you go over your mama's house so much and spend the night and stay gone type stuff? What's up with that? But she kind of, stopped doing that and stayed home more.
Little Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, so when people be thinking like, oh, I'm so tight with family, I only truly know Dan and Marquita. And there was no threesomes. I want to get that clear. No threesomes. It was just a situation of Marquita wasn't in the picture, and shit happened like regular life stuff. She But it was something else I had wanted to.
Now you didn't quite clear that part up. Do you want to clear that part up?
I thought I had cleared it up one time when I had talked to you.
You did. I could clear it up. I mean, I got it.
Because I just know for a fact within all the moving situation when we was about to move into our house wasn't ready. So it took about a month, which I moved out of my house. I stayed on the west side, which wasn't too far from the new house that I was moving into. So we moved out and but they said that it was ready. But then when we moved in, it was stuff still in the house. So then they was like, well, it was time to clean it up and then it'd be ready. So my stuff was at that house, you know.
So you met her.
Trying to figure out like
you met her in 22. What year did y'all move? What year did Annette move to house 2? And what year did y'all move to y'all on the west side?
I would have to go on my phone, look at the exact date. Like I said before, I'm just not good with the date stuff.
Was it before Neziah went missing?
Yeah, it was before.
So it probably was.
Moving stuff was way before Neziah went missing. Like a whole year went by before this situation happened.
So it would have had to been 23 then, because you just said January of 23 is when you met her, somewhere January or February of 2022. I mean, and then Neziah went missing.
22, 23, 24. Right. So Neziah went missing. What, last year?
The very next year, 24, January of 2024.
Right.
So a whole year went by. Exactly.
So like, did I say that right?
Yeah, you met her in 22. Y'all moved in 23, and in 24, Neziah went missing.
Right. And a whole other year went past, and all this other crap didn't happen. And when the Neziah thing happened with the pedophile next door, I don't want to call him a pedophile because I don't know if he even been like charged with anything of being a pedophile. I only say that because they were saying, like, when I first was like going to the house, I met everybody and stuff like that. You know, I always mind my business, and then when certain shit happens that really doesn't involve me, I'm not really stepping in, especially if I feel like, you know, the grown-ups are handling, you know, that's their kid. You know, I don't even know how long I'm gonna be talking to this girl to even be putting a foot in here and be like, hey, maybe you should do this and maybe you should do that. What they doing, in my mind, I'm thinking, you know, they handed her. You know, they getting on the guy. I'm thinking they, you know, called the police because the police pulled up, but obviously they pulled up for the commotion that happened. But the police was there, you know, they got in the picture. When I first met, I was not saying that situation happened when I first met him, but me hearing about Neziah was even texting old boy next door from them. It was like when I first met him, and they wasn't talking to me. You know, I got a handheld game that too. I'm always, if I ain't doing nothing, I'm always doing that. So if I can remember correctly, I was sitting down, probably playing the game, not really paying attention to what they were saying, but you in the room or you in the next room, you can hear, you know, a conversation. You know, I've heard them saying, like, you know, Neziah can't have her phone because she was texting old boy next door. But the way they put it off is if they handled it, you know. I didn't know Neziah like that at the time. I could barely even say her name to even know what was going on. I didn't even know which kid they were talking about at the time. There's so many kids. I'm not good with names, so it's like, I don't know what y'all talking about for real. But then I say stuff, and it's like, people be like, oh, he knows so much because he was dead. No, I'm learning the same shit that everybody else is learning. And then I'm doing my research on my own, going on Facebook, looking at stuff, just finding out stuff. Like, dang, y'all both be arguing with your family members about look like jobs. It's like, what the fuck? So, you know, I'm learning shit too. So,
speaking of Jarvis, because I want to know, what was him and Florentino arguing about in the car that day? You remember?
I can't even remember.
Okay.
It had nothing to do with me. Like I said, I am so busy on minding my own business, and like it wasn't nothing really happening. It just came out of nowhere. I'm I'm either looking out the window on where we going, or I'm on my phone at this time. You know, I've always got something in my hand, and I'm just into something else, doing something else.
Do you remember?
Paying attention.
Do you remember if it was before or after dinner when the fight happened?
No, it was before dinner.
So how did they act during dinner? Was they back to normal?
Yeah, everything was normal. It wasn't like they was continuing arguing. Pretty much the argument escalated and then stopped. And then it was
they fighting over the front seat? How the heck why was Jarvis in the front seat, and where was Shannon sitting at?
Look, I complained about the seating problem too. I'm looking like this is a weird seating situation. I'm looking like Florentino should have been in the front seat with the as the passenger next to the driver, and then maybe Shan and then that what's his goddamn name? Butts is taller than me. Maybe y'all can get in the middle area of the van. You got that two seats in the middle. I mean, in the middle section, and then you can walk through the rest of it.
Yeah.
Get to the back. So that type of van. So in my mind, I'm looking like y'all can sit there, and then means I'm short, and she ain't that too much taller than me either. We can both get in the back. I'm with her. That's supposed to be Shan. That makes sense to me, but it was just like, whatever, I don't care, we all going to the same place.
So
I ain't about to be childish.
So you, Marquita, and Shannon was in the back seat, and Florentino?
No, it's a minivan, so you got the driver, the passenger, and then you got seats in the middle section where you open the two sliding doors, and then how you get into a sliding door like a mom's
soccer van,
and you can just walk in the middle to get in the back. Me and Florentino was in the back in the seat. And the twins were in front of us, sitting in the other two seats.
Right, so Jarvis up there like the daddy, you know what I'm saying? Like, why would Jarvis be in the front? Unless that is weird, but it fits the narrative that him and Annette had the relationship first. Because everybody is trying to figure out where did Jarvis even come from, because he's way older than Shannon. So was he dealing with the mother before he, was he approved?
I don't know. From when I met them, I didn't hear this until it was a while. Like, I can't even put how many months it was until Marquita herself was just like, it sounded to me like jealousy at first. I don't know. And she just was like, well, I used to date Jarvis first, and Chan kind of like took him from me or something like that. I'm like, what? But she was like, I don't care, because I wasn't interested in them being light skinned or something like that. So I'm like, oh, okay. But I ain't really.
Wait a minute, I don't remember hearing this part ever. She said,
like I said, I don't be saying stuff in detail. I just be saying stuff, and then people just go with the wind, and it's like, golly.
But she.
I'm sitting here looking like, well, shit, if I can already act like it, I done told y'all to y'all face like y'all act like I go with both of y'all. So that's kind of where it came from in that situation. But I don't know. Sometimes I'll be looking like maybe Chan just do shit because she know that Jarvis be doing shit. She really want Jarvis, but Jarvis don't give her enough attention, so she just grab it from wherever she grabbed it from, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, that's one thing to do it to Jarvis, but what about her sister? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So what I'm looking at is that's her second time that we know of her crossing out her sister on a dude.
Right.
And her sister wasn't in agreement with it. She just...
And it kind of blew my mind, because at that time I didn't know. Like, this was like a thing, like, because what Shan probably thought what made the situation happen. She even, like, not too long before asking me that stuff, was telling me about how Jarvis and Marquita met. And then she was saying, like, they did stuff. But it was like, well, Marquita told me about that, but she didn't think they did anything. So I'm like, I don't know who to believe. You know, I'm like, whatever, but, you know, Michelle was coming up with ways of saying, like, you know, I got proof and shit like that. I don't know why she lied. It was like, whatever. I kind of, like, eventually left it alone because I'm like, y'all did that shit before I happened. And, I mean, before I came to the picture. And then I'm already talking to her, so it's like, whatever. Y'all obviously sisters still talking to each other like ain't shit happened, so keep that shit to yourself.
So they both told you, so you heard both sides of it from each one of them. So
yeah, eventually, not at the same time.
Right.
But
wow, so it really is true then. And it sounds like, okay, so she's saying that Marquita did sleep with him, and then Marquita saying that she didn't, I guess. But if Marquita met him first, what? She don't have a right to be mad about anything because that was her dude first, or the guy she met first. Did she happen to mention how old they were at the time or how they met him?
No, see, the story is like, I don't get too much out of Marquita. Then she be saying stuff when she, I guess, feel like it or whatever. But I remember Shan saying, basically, I don't know when they met her, but from her beginning of explaining it is, I guess Jarvis was in, what's that thing called when they let you out a little early, but you got to sit in a second house?
Early release?
Early release, so you got to be at the place, but you can leave and then you got to be back there at a certain time.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of it, but
halfway
house. It's a halfway house?
Yeah, like a halfway house, something like that, I think. But I remember her telling me a story, or it wasn't to me, but she was just talking about it, and I just happened to be around. And I'm nosy sometimes, so when she was like, yeah, I met Jarvis I used to catch the bus to the halfway house or something like that.
What?
And I'm like, damn, so that means you met him when he was getting out of jail, you know? So I'm just listening to whoever she's talking to, because I think she's on the phone or whatever. But
just Marquita or Shannon?
This is why I be knowing so much, because they get into a lot of arguments and they be loud with the shit. So you can't help but to hear something, but they don't always go into full detail, because if they know some fucked up shit, they're not just gonna be loud with the fucked up shit. They're gonna put it in code and still be loud because they arguing with somebody. You know.
But this is Marquita though we talking about, right? That caught the bus to the halfway house and all that.
No, this is Shan.
Oh.
This is why I'm like, I don't know exactly when they met them, because obviously Marquita was talking to him for some time or whatever. I don't know how long, but when Shan got in the picture and started talking to him, she was saying that she used to go to catch the bus to the halfway house to meet him, and sometimes she wouldn't even have like bus fare or something. And I can't remember exactly what she said, but she got there, he wasn't there. Probably was fucking with somebody else or something. I don't know, but she tried to meet him and he wasn't there, and she didn't even have a bus fare to get back, so she had to walk back. But that's the only story I can go off of like, okay, you met him, obviously he was, you know, still dealing with the stuff, the being locked up, but you just basically at your ends. So you know how they do. You've been on good terms. You know, sit you out there in this place. You gotta be back and forth. Make sure you ain't in your place. You know.
Yeah.
So that's the only detail I can give a person to be like, you gotta go off of that. And if anybody else get some information from that situation on what house he had to go to and what year it was, you know, that'll help a little bit.
I mean, it would have had to been a year that he got out, but like when I could look at his record again, because it was a confusion about when he got out, because the daughter was born in, I think, 2013, and he should have still been locked up or something. I gotta check those dates.
Yeah, but somebody said they checked right, and they said they put your records on there, but they don't put your records on there where they show if you got out early.
Right, so technically he wouldn't have been
saying that.
So obviously, All of this is previously recorded. We researched everything that a lot of things that he's talking about is where some of my videos came from after this. A lot of things panned out, connected, made sense, connected with other statements and all of that kind of stuff. Welcome in everybody. Thank y'all for dropping down out the clouds and coming into the chat. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for y'all thumbs up and all of that. Happy Friday, everybody.
Still would have been in custody because even if he in a halfway house, he's still in their custody. So maybe they
I
did.
think on paper it was saying he was still in custody, but in actuality he might have been in the halfway house.
Exactly, and that's exactly what it was because it showed that he was in jail when he had the daughter, when the daughter was born. And I said, this guy, he was obviously out. The daughter looked like him. You can tell that's his child and all of that. And so the only connection I'm getting with what you said is because I was like, that still don't make sense where they met him. And I said, well, did they just meet him in jail? It's desperate women that just randomly pick men and start writing them in jail, in prison. So could it have been some of that?
Or I don't know.
Hold on,
I don't know.
this is another one. Now that we know about the church, could he have been connected with that church and they connected him with that family? Because it's
I heard that something to me kind of made sense. I felt like, even though I could be wrong, I felt like somebody had said something about Lady, and I'm like, okay, in her past, she's been doing drugs. She might have got locked up here and there a little bit, and then somehow ran across Jarvis, and then they both got, kind of cool or whatever, which brought Jarvis into the family, which started talking to Marquita, and they ended up talking to Marquita, and probably had a little thing with their mama, but Shan was so stuck on him that's where it landed.
And that makes sense because she is older and it would have started with her first. I don't talk enough about Lady.
Oh, okay. Now listen, right after this, well, not right after, because this was in April. But look at where we are now. I'm telling y'all, all of my videos is connecting dots to where we are right now, talking about Lady and the boyfriend is unalived and everybody accusing her of different things and the things that was being said in the beginning. And now I'm to the point where I'm feeling like Lady, everything is alleged, right? But Lady and Jarvis is the same age. So if possibly Annette could have known his parents. I mean, this is something that is prior to Annette from what I'm looking at. It's going back. I'm hearing that her mother did the same thing to her children, right? So, with that being said, I mean, if they born into this and they're meeting these people this way, then as they have children, they just mate their children together. It's deep rooted. They come from the same background. They was raised up in it. It's caught like this is what it's looking like. Jarvis and Lady is the same age. Shannon and the twins didn't come to way after, but we know that Jarvis was also messing with older women too. Because of his baby mama, the first one, when he was 13. That made 13 his lucky number. I'm talking about this man only claimed 13 kids, and that's a lot, but dating two, Shannon, 31, just an obsession. This is weird. But look where we are right now. Because I was like, what if ZIYAH was created for this purpose? What if? It ain't too far-fetched. All the stuff that we know, everything that we've been hearing, I know is crazy. But look where we are. Look what we know. And then look, I just happened to uncover it right here on this part where, we have been told that lady wasn't in town and all of that stuff. Like she lived somewhere else, and it was. But here on this thread right here, you can see that This thread started back in October, and it said lady says she'll be in town for 2 weeks. But it started in October, and then she was still in town when all of this happened. So, and then the daughter of the man that was unalived said that she had been dealing with her for the past couple summers. Said she had to go over there and confront her about jabbing him with a screwdriver in the head. And so a lot of stuff have come out, and we already talked about it right after talking to Drake. So he I feel like some of the stuff is like you gotta read between the lines. People may be saying things without saying things, but leading you in that direction. You gotta look beyond the obvious and all of that. And what we looking at now, man, like this is crazy. But I can believe anything at this point. Nothing is beneath this family. Exactly, Sherry. That's what we looking at. Welcome in, Pink Goddess. Thank you for coming in. Welcome to my channel. Yeah, she's not gonna tell him nothing because they don't trust him. 13, wow, very unlucky number and a demonic number. That's what I thought too. And then somebody said something different. But I don't know numbers at all. But wow. Definitely the halfway house. I watched the reading and a lady said that in that husband and her was involved in had a whole ring, even though it's reading. No, that is being said about their mother, about Annette's mother, doing this to her kids. I mean, this go back. It's looking like that with Jarvis having a kid by an older woman at the age of 13. Like, who authorized that? Who set up all these, mental? It's like a requirement, and it's being paid by itself. Like you get a bunch of people around that get monthly checks, and then this dude wasn't working for real. You work at a place that's a front, and you stand on the corner and you meet everybody that walk by. We know that's how he met all his women. Hell. Even Tashiana says she went to the shop and got something fixed, and that's how she met Jarvis. I think Latricia Johnson said the same dang on thing. Only thing we ain't heard yet is how he met old Shannon, Mark. How he met the Harris girls. How he meet them. That's what we want to know. How old was he when he met them? That he want to ruin somebody. That's why I'm saying, like, 13 was his lucky number. And ZIYAH was how old? And what happened to her wasn't so lucky. I don't think it's by accident. I think it was by design. Merv and ZIYAH don't look a dang thing alike. What if? What if they came together and had this child? I'm just saying. The three of them damn sure look more alike than Merv. I believe that it's a whole lot of alleged daddies. Matter of fact, I ain't even heard nothing about daddy, although I've seen Bo Florentino calling a pastor daddy, Bishop daddy, and also Kenneth, the same bishop, which is the one whose church Annette go to. Then I seen the twins calling another bishop daddy of another church. So what's up with all these bishops, mental, gay, underage businesses on the corner? and meeting Jarvis right out the before he even get out the halfway house, and a baby is created. And at 6 months, you let him take your child for a couple days. He get pulled over. Now, mind you, he just got out the halfway house. She was born in 2013, correct? He wasn't supposed to get out till 2004 or 2014. But when he got pulled over with his baby, he didn't go back to prison. And we know Jernell said in 2019 he was put back on the registry. So when did he get off of it? When did he get put on it? Because if he was on the registry when he got put over with his 6-month baby and didn't go back, barely out of prison. Come on, man. Who working? Who working behind the scenes, making things disappear? I'm just saying. I feel like anytime something is this complicated, it's a cover-up. Everything is alleged. But I ain't new to this. But I am true to this.
None of us really, well, I don't talk enough about her. So, I mean, she have to be in there somewhere because one of my biggest questions about Lady is how does she not know Neziah was pregnant? Because the way it was kind of presented like she wasn't around, but she just so happened to come around when Neziah went missing. And I'm like, so when you don't see somebody for a while, that would have stuck out there like a sore thumb. She couldn't have hid that from her.
Circled there. So I remember Jernell saying that Lady had been in town for months before Neziah went missing. And here's the proof. October 23, 2023, Shannon said to Roxy, hey, cuz Lady said call her on here. Hit the cash app. Then they tried to call her. So you have 3 missed calls. Then Roxy responds, hey, Pooh, what's up? I'm at work. Shannon responds, I'm sorry, Lady in town. Is she really? Okay. I also remember Mark D saying that someone spotted Lady and Neziah the day before she went missing, even talking to her, having a conversation. That was during the Mark D podcast, 7 Mile Radio, when they were all going live, right when all of the stuff pretty much happened. I also remember during Shannon's testimony, she spoke about Neziah not being happy with her mother being in town. She was feeling some type of pressure or something was going on with her where she wasn't happy that her mother was in town. I'm not sure why they asked her that question or why Lady came up. Look where we at now, y'all. Look where we at now. So this Facebook thread that we had all been looking at, it literally started, it began in October. And as you scroll down this thread, it'll go into January when Neziah went missing. And then finding out that Lady actually was in town was the one that prompted her mother to go to the school to report her missing. Now I'm hearing that Lady arrived there around 7 a.m. to get her mom to go up there, but she didn't get ready until around 11 or 12. Which is, it lines up with what Wolf said during his testimony. And during Annette's testimony, she said 7:30 when she took the kids to school. Something is real shady about that. It sounds like Annette may be lying. I just wanted to mention that while I was thinking about it.
School starts at 7:30, so I got there at 7:30. They got there about, I don't know, maybe 8.
And you said you met with Ms. Annette Harris on the 10th?
Yes.
And that's in January of 2020?
January, yes.
That was early in the morning?
Around between 11 and 12.
One of my biggest questions about Lady is how did she not know Neziah was pregnant? Because the way it was kind of presented like she wasn't around, but she just so happened to come around when Neziah went missing. And I'm like, so when you don't see somebody for a while, that would have stuck out to her like a sore thumb. She couldn't have hid that from her.
And then another thing that made me think about the church situation is Natalia's dad. At the beginning, when you first heard about him, he had like he ain't know nothing. Not saying that he's talking about this evangelist guy, the same pastor or nothing like that. But it's oddly weird because lady, lady already know the pastor. Y'all met some type of way. Maybe she brought you in too on the pastor, and that felt like that. What he was talking about felt like he was just getting in on the shit. And man, he just wanted to do a video. I don't know how they do shit, but maybe he did a video for this is how you prove yourself to be one of us or something. I don't know.
Like Bishop is because, at first I was like terrified. I'm an honest man, all this, So I just wanted to be perfect, But I learned in trying to be perfect, I just needed to just relax and be myself. He said, well, Merv, if like I could do this, I could do that, I do that. I needed to get somewhere where I could be comfortable because he got plenty everything going on. I just need to get somewhere where I can be comfortable. And once I got there, I continued to make mistakes to where I thought, oh, he gonna get rid of me or this and that. But he began to tell me like it's not about that. With Bishop, it's not about the money. It's about, really, he always told me, it's like, it's for my life. I'm like, did I do a good job? Bishop? Like, yeah, you did a good job. But Merv, I want to see you at the ministry. I want to see you in Bible study. He's always on me.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense.
I know where you talking about this evangelist guy. So,
never say the man's name.
Right, is this a pastor that gets people that, okay, y'all work on these houses, y'all do this part, we got this thing going. Like, this what it looks.
So we did find out that it's Bishop Wayne T. Jackson is the bishop he was talking about. I found this video on his page. It's on YouTube. So it's not the same bishop, but so I guess this is a coincidence. And I would not be saying that if I wouldn't have found the video on the actual bishop's page. Other than that, I had no way of connecting the father I had no way of connecting him with Annette's bishop, but the fact that he worked on houses and so did Lady and so did this man that was unalived, and Jarvis will get called over to set up food, do painting and all this. It's almost like Jarvis is her other child or her little Inga or something. You know what I'm saying? From back in the day. Like, I don't know who met who first. Now, somebody said in a chat that they could have been pen pals. I said that too. But going down this rabbit hole, I'm like, it's looking more like they met, they parents could have known each other. This is deep, y'all. I think these people are, if it is like a cult, then what I'm saying would make sense because they keep it all in the family. They keep it, and this is generational. So it could be just, I don't know, man. I mean, everything is alleged. Everything is alleged. This is crazy, though. I mean, my mind goes where the evidence lead me. That's why I like to look at facts. And I mean, some of the stuff is assumptions, but a lot of the stuff is on paperwork. Especially Jarvis and when this kid, at a young age and all of this stuff. And I don't know if it sounds like they found a loophole, if you include these, people that may have some mental things going on and they find out, oh, they ain't going to charge them. Just like back in the day will be like, oh, you could send a younger kid in to do your dirt and they wasn't going to get the time that an adult would get. Times have changed. And then times have changed because now you got modern technology and all of this stuff. So they could have gotten, man, if it's generational, obviously this has been going on a long time. A lot of souls lost. And like Candace said, she said there's a lot of spirits out there in landfills and stuff. And I don't know, man. Like that number 13. That number 13. I know people like to act like Jarvis is some type of scapegoat or something. Like, come on. I don't even know how anybody could look at him as any type of scapegoat at this point. This dude is all in, full body. Like, what? Now, I don't know. This is a lot. Let me hit play. But thank y'all for being here. Because in the reading, the lady said Jarvis was being. Oh my God, did she? At 4 years old, I truly believe it. Okay, I fully believe it. I fully believe it happened to Annette because she had a child pregnant at 11, baby at 12, and by the age of 17, already had 3 dang on kids. I'm talking about a lady and her brother Jermaine is not even a year apart. Okay, teenager. Deep. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Welcome in, Taj. With that being said, yeah. We gonna see what happened with this trial, but where's Naziah though? A body is definitely needed with all of this stuff. He's not even a mother, she was a sergeant that paid rugs. Man. Definitely wasn't a mother. It definitely sounded cultish. Cultish. Mm-hmm. Y'all, please smack that thumbs up. Share this out too. Get the word out.
Looks like I don't know, and then I'll be trying to get people to understand. Like, just because I met them, I don't know them. I only know Dan and Marquita because I've been close to them. We hang out. It's like
I love
I hang
you
out with
here.
Marquita.
More,
Even if I'm not
Sherry.
hanging out with them, I still will hear
That's
shit. I
what's
could be
up.
at home on my phone having a conversation with Marquita, and it's gonna be either a 3-way talk with Shan too, or you just gonna hear Shan in the background. And if they arguing with somebody, you gonna kind of hear bits and pieces. You're not gonna hear everything. Sometimes Marquita be like, "Shit, let me call you back." You know, so I don't hear anything. It just be like I knew something was going on.
Yeah, and the kids being gone continues to be confusing because I heard Janelle and Kiwana say the kids, or Janelle said that the kids were still home, and I know what you had just told me.
Yeah, that's confusing to me too. That's why I don't want to be like saying stuff, and then people start being like, "He's a liar," and it's like, I have no reason to lie. Ain't nobody paying me for nothing. All I got is a kind heart. This situation is obviously too serious. The little girl missing ain't been found yet. The story just is so crazy. I've never seen a story like this before, and I've never been close to anything to this before. So the God in me is just wanting me to say whatever you
Welcome
know.
back,
Whatever you think of,
313.
when you get a chance, let them know. Let somebody know that's gonna let us know. You know.
Well, I mean that can be completely true because you know for a fact Marquita don't have her kids. You know for a fact.
Right.
Now at first you said they were with people. Right. So you know that they're.
Thank you,
You know that Marquita don't have her kids. You said that
what she said,
initially that they were with Debo. But then we
Right.
talked again, and you said that one of them is now with a father that live in Vegas.
And I'm only saying that because of word of the YouTube. That's the only reason why I'm saying that. Most of my information comes from what I'm learning from YouTube. And if it's seeming like real facts, like I told you last time, I literally seen somebody post what his father said, and it sounded like he was coming to get his son, and he didn't have him yet.
Now, where did you hear that from? Because I have not heard. I've heard you say it, but I haven't heard it myself.
It's crazy because it's so many people doing Naziah this and Naziah that. I watched so many videos. I feel like I watched them all to where I can't really tell you exactly who.
See, just like with that, and then I researched the father and all of that kind of information and got what I got from that. And so it was helpful. And so he hears stuff and then it rings a bell to him, and then he connect dots from stuff that he heard at the house and hearing the father in the background and all of that. And at this time, Marquita did say that she did have a child by this man. He was a security guard at school, but she had graduated by the time she had the baby or something. But you would have had to been messing with this grown man while you was a kid in high school. And pregnant too, possibly before even graduating. So what's up with these schools? Like, because we know everybody failed ZIYAH. I'm talking about some of these people work at the school that probably is part of this cult. I'm just saying, allegedly. It's what it's looking like.
You know, like, I can't really say that, but I know I've heard someone say it on the YouTube channel saying that. So that's why I kind of went with it, and they showed the proof.
Yes.
Like, I remember seeing his Facebook page, so I know what his Facebook picture
He
looked
sure
like.
did.
And then when he broke,
Chocolate.
you know, I'm like, okay, he get his shit together to where he can come and get his son.
I'll have to get the name and stuff and look myself, because I don't know anything about the guy until you mention it, and so I'll check and just know that I believe what you're saying. I respect that.
Top Flight, it seemed like they only have people around that agree with what they got going on. I'm talking about from if Annette that moved in 2 to 3 houses on Bedford, like she must be real comfortable with that street. Everywhere the Jarvis is at, I'm hearing he got people that live nearby. You know, just like the girlfriend Nay said his family members and people that he know or friends live in her building. Then we got his people living down the street from Annette. Like, it seemed like, you know, everybody is nearby. We got a text message from ZIYAH saying that park down the street, please. You know, people be watching the house. Who's watching the house? People down the street. Who's down the street? We heard Dre say that when he went up in that autistic guy that lived next door. Okay, then we got a gay person when they moved down the street next door, like I said. But anyway, it's just so much going through my head. They know these people. And there's too many of them around with the same things going on. So, okay, so Jarvis stuck with the 13. He stuck with the mental things going on. He stuck with that. That's crazy. That is crazy. Finding out, I mean, going back to that video and hearing Janelle say, oh, he said that's his lucky number. And she said he says it all the time, like she was around him too. I just thought about that part. And she said he say that all the time. 13 is his lucky number. I heard her say that. I just played that. But that wasn't even the part I was thinking about. I was thinking about the number 13. 13 and 31. ZIYAH was 13. Lady, that's something I was thinking that. Remember they said Lady ran away at 13. Jarvis had a child at 13. Did they get together at the age of 13? Could they have met somehow without the parents? I mean, I just feel like Lady and Jarvis the same age. It seemed like Shannon and Marquita knew Jarvis already when he got out. They catching a dang on bus at the halfway house. They knew him before. How would they know him? Because they was too young. That was 15 years prior. How did they know to go to the halfway house and meet Jarvis? Why the hell was they so desperate at that age too? Like, god dang. Like, he said she caught the bus to the halfway house and he wasn't there when she got there. And she ain't have bus money to get back and had to walk back. And you kept going with this anger. You kept going. But we heard what he said. Everybody already know what it is with Shannon. You the only dumb bee, cause you the newbie. That's meaning a whole lot of different to me now. Talking about newbie. You the newcomer, I think he said. You the new, yeah, he said you a newcomer. That's a whole nother meaning now, y'all. A newcomer. And then I ran across that dang on flyer on the Bishop channel Facebook page talking about come live with us. Then a little girl that had the blind wig on with the 2 fingers up to her mouth at the church with like she was smoking, captioned something about the fountain of youth. Okay, so I mean, do you think if you violate these kids somehow you're gonna be granted the fountain of youth? I'm just saying. All of his women favored, definitely. They all have a type. This and minor. Oh my God. In age and in mind. We heard Nay. If y'all didn't catch that video, yesterday. It's a lot going on. Let me hit play.
That you're coming forth saying what you're saying. I mean, and I can also tell that it is certain things do jog your memory based off of what we talking about or what you're saying. It's like, wait, I remember hearing something like that. So,
gotta think, like, at that time, there was no problem to have to think about certain stuff. Now that there's a problem, you have to go back and think, like, is this a situation? And then sometimes you're not going to remember until somebody be like, I wasn't thinking about the thing.
Exactly. What do we think that is by accident that all of these women have children by men that's way older than them? From the mother to the daughters to other people in the family. Man.
Until it was just like, this guy. Man, this guy might be the uncle. And I'm like, wait a minute, what's up with all this gun shit? And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Wait a so-called pedophile.
Something made you think that about the guy next door that Jarvis may have gotten a gun charge.
From that time I first met him, and then, like I said, I was in their house, sitting down, probably most likely either playing a video game or on my phone. And I just remember her saying, can I get my phone? And they was like, no, you can't get your phone because, you tried to, you was texting an old boy. I ain't know
every position
talking about at the time, but you was texting an old boy and you shouldn't have been texting something. I can't remember the exact words, but I just know the situation.
I believe it.
They was texting each other. And I'm like, oh, okay, so how they handled it seemed like they was handling it. And I didn't hear nothing else. It just left my mind after a day or two when, like, I got my own kids, my own life. I work. I'm not over here 24/7. I just pop up on holidays. Sometimes when she asks me when the kid's birthday or if we just want to chill or go out or whatever. It wasn't like it's like I'm here every single day. No, like that. It's just I was over there enough to be able to bump into Jarvis because obviously that's what he do. He pop up, but everybody else didn't get the pay. So I just want to make that clear. Like, I don't know the man. I've seen the man enough to know his name.
I sure was looking.
And that these are his kids. That's all I can put it. And I'm the type of person, I get vibes off of people. From the beginning, I didn't have a good vibe from him. I don't know what that vibe was, but I didn't condone myself with him because he's not the type of person I would hang with. I'm just a different type of person. I don't condone myself with.
Thank you, Chocolate.
And the vibe he gave me was that type. I don't have to. I don't know you. I wasn't trying to get to know you. It was just you come in the picture sometimes because you're dating this girl or talking to her, getting her pregnant. I don't know. Whatever it is, you associate with her. hang out. It was like they always together, so who am I to get with her and be like,
very
I'm
possible.
for a third wheel. But you know, I ain't tripping.
Y'all whole tricycle.
That really made Jarvis feel some type of way, because obviously you got so many women that you probably was feeling some type of way because you didn't talk to Marquita and then talk to her. So you just know that in your head that they would do shit like that. So you didn't like me just being around, period. For real. We ain't really like all the time get into it, but there's been times where he was like letting Shan know, like, I don't want him around you type shit. And it was just like, well, as a grown man, I'm gonna do what I want. I ain't doing shit with your so-called girl or whatever, but whatever, man. I'm mind my business. I'm still do me. But he just was mad about that type of shit.
Miss V, Crime TV. It don't matter the color of the skin, either woman or man, just let
Miss V and chat, I love it here. And Marquita standing with her, looked like they was having like a yard party for their graduation. And then in 2012, and Shannon graduated in 2011. That's the picture that I showed that had Roxy in it. It had a baby ZIYAH in it. And it was a picture of either Shannon or Marquita standing with her. It looked like they was having like a yard party for their graduation. And then in 2012, she had a child. So that would mean that she would have had to been dealing with this man while she was in school underage. You see what I'm saying? In order to, that's pretty much how that math is mathing. Now, according to the thumbnail,
I'm with my Native American homeboy and his uncle.
Okay, so that is a video that I snapped from the baby daddy, right? And it is true that he has custody of his son, but I like to see, I show receipts over here, so I don't like to just say something. I like to show y'all that is proven according to what he posted on his Facebook page. I don't know how old this guy is, but he definitely look older than she is. I'm looking for a particular picture though, and I guess I must have didn't put a still shot in, so I'll let him talk. But let me know if y'all think he look older. But some of the other pictures, some of the videos and different things, he don't look as old. But like this is his profile picture. So I would think that you would use your current profile, current look for your well, you can't think for people, but just check this out.
I'm with my Native American homeboy and his uncle last night. His uncle, the chief of the tribe. So he asked him, he say, Unc, how you come up with these boys' names? Uncle said, well, if I see an eagle flying over, I call him eagle flying over. If I see rain in the clouds, his name is rain in the cloud. So tell me, two dogs fucking, why do you want to know? I'm with my Native American homeboy and his uncle.
Called me crazy, but I did not get the joke. But I got it later. It was freaking hilarious. And so from what I'm I got it later. I guess he's seen two dogs effing. That's stupid. Hearing, we see his mentality, don't we? He looked older than Jarvis. Okay. So from what I'm hearing, this guy worked at her school. Right? If you had a kid the very next year, that means you was pregnant the year before, right? I mean, unless you got pregnant. Anyway, I don't know, but I believe that she was fresh out of high school. She actually admitted to being fresh out of high school, but she would have had to been dealing with him prior to that. You kind of, usually when you talk to somebody is usually a time frame that you talk to a person. But then again, I forgot, I did hear that their first date was at the traffic inn or whatever. So everybody don't wait. But I mean, she was much younger. She was a teenager. He was a grown ass man. And if he worked at her school, that was completely inappropriate. Now, I don't have proof that he worked at the school. I don't know. I don't think I haven't heard it out of her mouth or anything. And I didn't get a chance to watch the video that she actually did. So I don't know if she said out of her mouth that this guy worked at the school, because if he did, he never should have been dealing with any of the kids in the school. Okay, so I don't know that part, but I do know that this is her child's father. I do know that he older than her, because we can just look at that and tell. And this is the note that he had posted, pretty much saying, "Oh, that's the profile picture. That's what I was just looking for." So when this is the note that he had posted confirming that he got a son. I'm gonna go through some other stuff, why this stuff is going around, because it's. Let me move my banners right quick, just so y'all, not that one, just so y'all be able to see everything that I'm showing here. And then I noticed when I was over on Marquita's channel page that she actually, I remember saying that Shannon, she posted about the refrigerator. She pinned it to the channel. And you know what? Hearing that first day being at the Travel Inn, it's a whole new meaning, because we've heard things about them. Like, allegedly, it ain't no doors. Some man admitted that it be young girls in there all the time, but it ain't bad like it used to be. And then he was flashing money on them, talking about y'all ain't young though, and all this stuff. They knew Jarvis and all of the stuff. So yeah, that means something altogether different. That means that they was in traffic. That's what that means. Okay. And he was a customer of the Travel Inn, allegedly. That's what it sounds like. This is what I'm saying when I'm like, the evidence is leading us here. This is how we getting here, not just by pulling stuff out the sky, but this is where is leading us. That place should have been shut down. Why ain't it? Channel, her page on Facebook, like, well, for anybody that was wondering, it's okay to have chains on the refrigerator. And I thought, well, damn, your niece is missing, and you posted and you pinned something about a refrigerator defending your mother, but not pinning that your niece was missing. And I just thought, wow, that was really strange, right? That was like, I don't give a damn about her being missing, but I need to defend this refrigerator because y'all clowning on my mother. And so that was crazy to me. But Marquita actually have that pinned to her Facebook page.
I'll be back, y'all.
But it, it seemed to have been a lie with the timing of when she posted it, saying that ZIYAH was spotted on January 26, 2024. We know ZIYAH went missing January 9th and was never seen again. And so I don't know where she got that information from, saying that they were found. I mean, she was seen on Mac and East Warren at a gas station and liquor store, and I pointed out that she was actually found. King said they picked her up from a liquor store, which we don't know if that was true. And then we do know that she was at the gas station attached to the, the gas station attached to the shop. So in a roundabout way, that was true. But so did they communicate with each other to come up with that? Or did she just, how did that kind of relate to what they were saying? How, anyway, it's a lot. Let me see what y'all saying. And why both shouldn't have probably where she at, because that looks like an Oregon refrigerator. Yeah, I remember people saying that. I know Dre said that it was a deep freezer that stood straight up. It looked enormous. It looked like it could be a laboratory freezer, but I'm not sure. I know it was ginormous, and it was just full of blocked ice, and the food was trapped in the ice, like literally hadn't been defrosted probably since she bought it. Oh, okay. So let me go to this stuff because I definitely can't see it as fast as it's moving. But this is the post that people were talking about that he said that he got his son and it was no more video calls that they had to do because he got him right there with him pretty much. As soon as I find. So what started this whole post thing that him and Marquita had going is because on March 24th, 2024, she posted. Let me see if I got that one going across. I don't think that's the one. Let me show the other. Well, let me show something about him. So it looks like this guy, he do some type of designing on clothing. He get around people and have them had them take pictures in it. So he pretty much paint the clothes. I haven't seen him making the clothes, but he actually put color to the fabric or whatnot. Let me see. Just a few pictures to show y'all. You know, he definitely look older than Marquita. If he was a school security guard, I don't know. Somebody let me know if y'all know this guy. If y'all knew that he worked as, see, he looked younger on these pictures to me compared to his profile picture. Even though he got gray hair, he looked older on the profile picture. So I don't know how old he is. This part right here, when she said this is the biggest deadbeat award goes to DeWine Foster. You have earned this award. Silence here comes. Wait. Hold on. So the biggest deadbeat award goes to DeWine Foster. You have earned this award. Silence here comes the deadbeat to accept his award. Oh, silence. Here comes the deadbeat to accept his award. And of course, people lit her up like a Christmas tree on Christmas Day. Okay. They definitely did in the chat. But then he ended up responding too. And he pretty much said that nothing but negativity comes from her. Let me go. He said, it's all negative vibes with you, baby. I hope and pray you heal. If a man is incarcerated against his will without access to his phone book or cell phone, how is that man supposed to keep in touch with anyone besides who he has been contacting? Like I said, you can continue to be negative and call me names that God doesn't see me as. I just pray you heal. All of this because I asked you to have my son call me. Now you want some attention and going about it in the wrong way. Okay. And then he said, I talked with my son yesterday and he's fine, happy, blessed, and covered. So that was, 50 months ago, 50 weeks ago is when he made that post. Let's see. 30, wait. According to the screenshots that I have, Marquita posted it May 24th, 2024. Then 50 weeks, he posted that. And then 37 weeks, he said, I talked to my son yesterday and he's fine. He also said, I live in Vegas, so I haven't been following the news. He was responding to somebody in a chat. And then he posted an update and said, update, I currently have sole custody of my son. God is great. He's currently still in Detroit, spending time with his little sister. Okay, so there that is. That confirms what Dre said, Marquita's boyfriend. He said that both of the kids was with the daughter's dad. But then I was hearing that he was with this dad. So I was trying to figure out what was true. Okay. So he's currently still in Detroit, spending time with his little sister and family before I returned to Detroit to relocate him to Las Vegas with me. Thank you to all the prayer warriors. And he put warriors, but prayer warriors who hasn't stopped since they started. 100. Thank you to everyone who reached out to me concerning the situation. Thank you for the kind words of encouragement while I was going through an attack of my own. Also, if you want to help out in any kind of way, I can let you know exactly what is needed besides money. Thank 100. Thank y'all and have a blessed day. Keep us in your prayers. Spread hashtag spread love every day is what he's saying, and all of that should be rotating right here. And then it was stuff said in between all of that, and he actually shared a picture of the son. He said, "This is mine." He with hearts. He said, basically proving that he had talked to him. Hold on. So this is him out on the scene. So I mean, this is where the son is gonna be at with his father now, a whole different place. Again, I don't know how old he is on there. Definitely look younger. I mean, younger, older. And this is the stuff that he's painting fabrics, but it don't look like he made it, but he had a few people modeling it. I guess that's how he make his money. I don't know. He's trying to do something. Let me see. Let me see what y'all saying. Thank you for protecting that baby. You good, she said. Y'all, please get the thumbs up. Double tap the screen, the thumbs up. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you, BFF. Oh, shoot, I'm over here. Z, and that in itself is just crazy. I don't understand that you lock the food up from the kids, but then you waste food. Makes no sense at all. I mean, because it's molded. Like he had told me about a time when Marquita was eating a bagel that was molded from the mother's house. She just hold on to stuff a long time, lock everything up, and they gotta pretty much ask for what they want, which is crazy to me. But let me play this right quick.
Next door to where Devin be at.
Oh no, that ain't what I'm
saying. Speaking of that, I almost forgot about that. So the first house before they moved.
Let me show y'all something right quick about I'm gonna play something from my playlist. Hold on.
Are you a true crime sleuth looking to binge watch great content? Come on into my channel where I have a variety of videos, shorts, live streams, podcasts, playlists, members only videos, and also we have Posts. Posts is a place where I share upcoming live streams, videos, calls to action, polls, quizzes, pictures, and ongoing conversations. Stand out and become a member with badges and special members emojis. Thank you for your like and subscription. Are you a true crime sleuth looking?
Okay, so right here, I got the playlist put up. I want to show y'all how to navigate through this playlist right quick. So once you go to the playlist tab and you click on the playlist, it's arranged a little bit different. It's at the bottom when you're on a computer or a phone, but it literally has every video in it in the playlist, and you never have to come out of it. As a matter of fact, once you click into the playlist, it'll just go in order and just play every video without you doing anything. So whichever one you click on to start on is going to take you to the next one. So I want to go to 13, where we talked about the security guard, a little bit about this.
What school was Marquita going to that she got pregnant from? Don't tell me that school. Because that's never told me. That's important. It's something with that school. I'm telling you now, I always thought that, and now I can't think nothing else. If she got pregnant by somebody out of school, and I mean because they are acting like they didn't know nothing. All of them, the lunch lady, the teacher, they never questioned the teacher that taught her that day.
And you said you met with Miss Annette Harris on the 10th?
Yes.
And that's of January 2021.
January. Yes.
That was early in the morning?
Around 11, 12.
So school was in session at that time?
Yes.
Did you speak with the teacher who was in ZIYAH's classroom on the 9th of January?
No.
Did you speak with any of ZIYAH's known friends?
Late in the investigation, yes.
You did?
The guy that they gave the case to, he never questioned the teacher. He didn't write nothing down.
Who did you speak to?
I can't recall that.
Did you write them in a report?
No, not in this report.
Okay, so you spoke with folks, but you didn't record their names?
I recorded it probably on my run sheet, but not inside the missing report.
And you didn't take statements from anybody?
No, not at the time.
Ever?
No.
Okay.
Only other chance I talked to the guardian, which is the grandmother, and a couple of students. Yes.
Okay. Do you know how many?
A couple, two.
Two, okay. And you said you canvassed the area?
Yes.
What area did you canvass?
The 3 mile area. We're all around there, checking dallies, knocking on doors, see if we can get some video, doorbell, camera footage. We didn't find anything.
In her classroom, does she have a locker or a cubby or anything where she stores items?
I can't answer that question.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Fair to say that you didn't check.
I may have, but I can't recall right now. Because it's such a long time.
Is there a report that documents whether you did or not?
No. I went back to the station, advised the lieutenant of what we came up with.
Which is what?
Which was, I talked to the parent,
Nothing.
talked to other students. We didn't find anything from doing our search of the area.
So did you do anything else in regards to investigating?
No, I did not, because I was getting ready to retire, so I was done.
And how long did you stay involved in the investigation?
That day.
Okay.
If someone else's investigation would have took over, besides me, because once again I was leaving. But I gave all the information that I had along with my run sheet.
Baby, he was already gone. He was not leaving. So we see the type of characters that hang around at that school. So I don't know what school she was going to. I mean, that was a high school though, because she was that was her last year or whatever. She had graduated 2011, had the kid 2012. So what high school did she go to? I do believe ZIYAH school only went up to the 8th grade. So she wouldn't have went to that school. Let me know if anybody know. I'm sure I could find out though.
As well. So.
And are you aware of what happened after that?
No.
Okay.
That police officer, the police officer that went to the courtroom, that he did anything that he's supposed to do, he just gives me the vibes of he knows that very well from the school type of thing.
The guy that was retiring?
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Now, speaking about Annette, and I did a little browsing her way too. And I ran across some pictures where she giving her own self compliments. I mean, anytime I run across somebody that's so vain that they compliment themselves, they definitely won't get a compliment from me. And I probably won't even like the dang on thing because I don't like when people compliment themselves. That's just vain and it's ugly, really. But I ran across a couple of them where she was doing that. And so even some of them where Shannon and Marquita was saying my beautiful mother, my sexy mother, and all of this, because that's how she defined herself basically. She ain't need nobody to compliment her, baby. She already knew. I might even seen, let me go to that while I'm talking about it right quick. Because I might have even seen a couple where somebody asked her where was her nails at, where the nails at, and she said that she's like, that ain't, I hadn't got my nails done yet at the time that I took the picture. Now you know better than that. You already knew. Basically, I was coming with the nails. So she one of those people that she thought she was the ish. And you definitely wasn't gonna tell her no different. Oh shoot, no wonder it's coming up crazy. I'm going back and forth. Let's see. Styling and profiling with my good looking son. Yeah, that's what I gotta put some of these in here. That's what I gotta do. I ran yeah, as a matter of fact, I was supposed to do that. I even ran across a picture of Kiwana and Lady together as kids. Now, here's something that I ran across. I know I was supposed to be looking for a net, but I actually ran across a text message that Marquita sent to her son's grandmother. I didn't read it, so let's read that right quick. I don't know what year she sent this message, but it said, and I mean, she had to post it. She posted it. She screenshotted from her text messages and posted it. And it says, you act like you can't call back. You grandson. He called you 2 times on Christmas that you forward his calls. It's a shame that my son wants a relationship with this selfish fuck ass family. How hard is it to call back and send a message? Nobody but that damn busy. Ain't nobody that damn busy not to pick up the phone and have a few minutes phone call. I see why the apple don't fall too far from the tree. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure you called your other grandkids and your children and wished them a Merry Christmas. But this grandchild, you don't but this grandchild you don't know get treated like ish. Not just from you, but from his trifling ass daddy. People make time for who they make time for. Christmas was the last time you get a call from him. How you tell him you want to get to know him and have a relationship with him? It's been over 6 months going into a new year, and he hasn't met you or any of the family besides a few we do know from church. Whoa, here we go. Wait a minute now. Wait a damn minute. We talking about the same church, because this church goes all the way back. I seen some messages that went back like 12 or 13 years, like Annette saying, posting stuff, and the pastor saying he loved her and stuff like that, and telling her she beautiful. Shout out to T Beezy. Shout out to my sniper in the building. Yeah, y'all please smack that like button, and also the reactions. Whoa. Okay, so we got another one. I think everybody has been met through that church, man. I really do. You know something that I thought about? I happened to catch a part when Miss Parker, she interviewed the Kenneth guy. And I caught a part when he was saying he laughed so hard. He was cracking up to the point that she asked him, what's so funny? You know, people gonna ask you this, that part, right? He said that it was funny. Like, he was like, oh, that was funny too. Like when Vari had his first experience. It's like they were there when it happened. The way that he told that story was like they match people together to have babies. I'm serious. Because why was you laughing about that? Why did you say it like that? Why did you know about his first experience? I remember Shannon saying that he got caught on his first try, and I thought that was strange. And then it was another thing, and I just had it. It was another thing that was said that made me think that God is gonna come back to me. Dang it, I hate when that happens, but it's something about that church. Oh, no, it wasn't about the church. It was about Jarvis. Remember when he said to Tashiana, because he calls her Ty, when he told her, you a newcomer? You the only dumb B? Basically, when he said newcomer, that's a different word to use. A newcomer means that she might have been a new person of the church coming into this organization, right? He definitely damn said that, man. He told her, you the only dumb bitch. You something like that. You the newcomer. Like, it's like you don't know what it is. As a matter of fact, he said everybody know what it is with Shannon. You the only dumb bitch, because you the newcomer or something to that effect. I don't now I want to play the dang on video. But all of those things are going through my head. And that's pretty much how information happened, because I can remember what I hear. And then it just comes together at strange times. Well, at times when it needs to. For her to say, look, I read this whole thing and got to the last few words, and they said church. She said church. How you tell him you want to get to know him? Why don't she already know him? Are they meeting these people and matching them up in church? I already said it. But this right here is more proof. What I'm looking at. And everything is alleged, okay? Everything is alleged. Everybody is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Okay? And anything that I'm showing on this platform is already public knowledge. Already publicly released. The pictures and things that I'm showing is already on social media. It's already on the internet. So 6 months, it's been over 6 months going into a new year. Now, what I don't know is when did she actually post this? I mean, when did this actually happen? Because I found, December 28th, 2022. Damn, what? She didn't know him and this 22? Okay. Excuse me. It is proof that he been communicating with his dad. Now, when I was reading his dad's post, he said something about being incarcerated and all this. So what was he in jail for? Listening at his dad, the baby daddy, he puts me in the mind of Jarvis, the way that he talks. He sounds kind of like a pimp to me. And I'm gonna let y'all hear what I'm talking about. Okay, but anyway, that wow. 6 months going to a new year, and he hasn't met you or any of your family besides a few we do know from church. All y'all are pathetic. I think that I really think anyway. Okay, so the caption to this that I just read, and I'm gonna put it in here so y'all can see it. But the caption says, so it take for me to send a message to you trifling to this. I'm gonna read it like it say. So it took me to send a message to you trifling ass mother to get your trifling ass attention. Glad I got it. Don't come calling now. See you in court, fool. And for you to say something about child support, you don't pay, which is $60 to $70 a month. Boy, stop. This bum talking about he been going through ish in Vegas. Boy, bye. KMA and my son, good on y'all. Wow. And now he got full custody. So he got sole custody of his son, and don't sound like he's been around them, but attempting to talk to him. Now I don't know how. I pray for her son. That's all I can say. I pray for his son, her son. Let me let this play so I could put some stuff in here. Let me see what y'all saying. Thank you, TBZ, for dropping them good members emojis. Y'all please smack that thumbs up if y'all haven't. That looks like something you can get from the dollar store and paint. Yes, yeah, because I mean, I'm not seeing that he made it or nothing. But as a matter of fact, that's what I was going to do. Put in a picture of this guy that's posing in a jacket. So he got it seemed like he got the gift of gab. You know, he one of them type of Ingas. Thank you for protecting that baby. Hold on. She said, wait, she had a perfectly good childhood. Normal. That's not normal, baby. You know what? I have to listen to that. I still have to go listen. I listened to a little bit. So I have to go watch that on Shank's channel. The scariest thing to me about Jarvis is the thought of how many Pampers he's changed. You know what? I just thought about that, Shauna. I just thought about that. Like, yeah. You know, any guy sitting up watching a kid. I thought about that when I found out too that Kenneth and Florentino allegedly used to have Naziah and Vari over there for the weekend and all that stuff. Was she still in diapers? Or even at the age, I mean, you young, you're at the age you got to go to the bathroom, you need help wiping and all this kind of stuff. Like, come on. Come on. Okay, let me hit play.
I don't know. I'm not trying to speak granted out here, but that's just a little bit of a vibe I got out of that situation of work at that school. You know, the kid years going into retirement anyway. And they did her a favor by not giving a fuck. Because y'all, I had too many conversations. Go to the school just to check on the kids or talk or pick up the kids, right? You know, give off this very flirtatious vibe when they're coming in. So I can just imagine probably flirting with this police officer at one point.
You said who come off flirtatious?
Annette.
Oh, Annette. She comes off flirtatious?
She can be, you know, like how other women can. I see if you watch somebody explained it a little bit in Miss Parker's video. How she was like certain or kind of had a crush on the pastor. That's kind of how she acted towards certain men that she's interested in. Like,
now I did run across some screenshots about the pastor too. Let me go to that. I was just doing something else. But I'm trying to catch everything that I wanted to catch. I was supposed to be putting these pictures in there though, but hold on. Where did I see that at? Y'all please smack the thumbs up. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't. I ran across, like, her and Kenneth have been down like 4 flat tires for a while, because I ran across a screenshot from Annette, and she tagged herself at Beauty Nails 2 back in November 15th of 2023. No. November 15th of 2013. And she put Evangelist Kenneth. One person liked it, one person shared it. And her birthday is November 15th, I do believe, on the yeah. And when I seen that her birthday was in November, I thought about King birthday in November, Jarvis birthday in November, and her birthday is in November. So if these dates are correct, Jarvis birthday November 21st. I think King is November, I was about to say 15th. So is it? But yeah, all their birthdays in November. And then remember I said there was a pastor that she was calling daddy or whatnot. The picture that he commented, I actually showed a screenshot of that. But then I found the video that it came from, or the picture that it came from. It was a picture of Marquita's baby, her son. And when she first had him in 2012. And then the pastor, that's when he was like, I miss my twin girls. And people were saying, oh, the baby is cute. All that kind of stuff. Let me let this play because I can't find what I'm looking for. I will, though.
It's just almost like she walked up on drivers on that video about his custom family and stuff. It only came out there because the kids out there, she got the twins out there, but she does get in the vibe of like, one of them older ladies that probably was so fast back in the day. I don't know.
I definitely see that. I've seen pictures. So I do want to ask you, because you said you started dating around 22. Do you remember what month? You got to know your anniversary.
Oh, man. You know what? I am.
Now, I was able to catch a part where they asked, Shank asked her, when did they start dating? And she said the end of, did she say the end of 2019? Yeah. Yep. I thought I'm going to have to go listen to that. No, she might have said the end of 2021. But he said January, so that still goes together. So I do believe she said the end of 2021, and I know he said January. Let's see.
So terrible with these things when it comes to birthdays.
Oh, so y'all don't like celebrate it every year?
I want to say it's like towards the end of the year.
So if you,
it's in between the end of the year or the beginning of the year.
Oh, he did say that.
I just can't really remember it for real, but I know it was in 2022.
Okay, so he did say it there, because I asked him the question a couple of times. So he said there the end of 21, the beginning of 22. So that's what she said pretty much.
Just off the fact I can go off of I was creating some shoes, and that was the first time I was painting around her, and she got to see like that I can like paint on shoes.
I ran across, now that's something that him and the baby daddy got in common. They both paint. Because I mean, he paints shoes and the baby daddy paint jackets, and you know, y'all seen what he was just painting. And then Jarvis paint too. Now this is what Annette posted on Christmas, December 25th, 2015. Wishing my apostle, Archbishop Herman Stacy a wonderful and blessed happy birthday. Oh, his birthday on Christmas. And then he says, thank you and love you. And then he typed his name. For what? The name is at the top. I never understood why people type their name on Facebook. Like, hey, such and such, this is such and such. Don't you know your name is already right there? But anyway, then she said, I want to say thank you to my family and friends. Her birthday is November 6th. Maybe wait, this is posted on November 16th, 2015. She said, I want to thank you. I want to say thank you to my family and friends for wishing me a happy birthday by calling and sending text messages. I really appreciate all the love that you all are giving and showing. A special thank you goes out to my apostle Archbishop Herman Stacy. Thank you and love you. Why he get a special one? And then he says, thank you and love you. Then here she is. Me, of course, looking good as always. Looking like a turd with a wrap. I don't like when people do that. It's just so ugly. Just like she is on this picture. I'm about to show you. Okay, that was me. But anyway, that it is prompted by the fact that she is so vain. Like my mother taught me, cute ain't shit. Okay? Because when I was growing up, people would tell me that all the time, and she just wanted to make sure it never went to my head. And it didn't, because that always stuck with me. So when people say stuff like this, I think it's so ugly.
So, do you remember hearing any talk about CPS and interviewing Jarvis?
No, and it's crazy because it's like I said, when I started hearing little things here and there on YouTube.
Wait, why I go down?
What is going on? Popping in my head like, oh shit, give me them little chills. Yeah, I have heard them.
Shout out to Miss P too. How you doing?
When they was like getting into it on Facebook with one of the family members that pretty much called CPS. Because every time they do something or CPS got involved, I noticed that they would get on Facebook and was like getting into it with somebody.
It was Kenya at the time because I got some screenshots. And another thing, did she
why is this going in and out?
now with his father, or you heard that on somebody else's channel?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Marquita. Do they call her Key?
They call her Key. Yeah, okay. They call her Key. She's really be like low key with how she talk and what she do.
Mm-hmm.
But
so she ain't mentioned.
She ain't really mentioned nothing about that dad and if he got custody and if the son is going to Las Vegas. Mm-hmm. I really just got all of that off of some of the Facebook and
well, we just confirmed that.
Okay, because
it seemed more believable because it was him that wrote that. That's his picture. That's his name. That's his Facebook. Like whoever took the screenshot of what he said. That's him.
And I didn't see none of it. Like I didn't see that.
You see it now.
But I don't know who the guy is. But I just wonder because last time we talked, you said that the one father had both of the kids.
Let me know if it's going in and out for y'all or is it just me?
Somewhere else.
And now that I figured out through the Facebook thing,
if it's me, I'm gonna have to get some more.
Marquita had
just get my nose.
The security guard. That's actually true, but she's claiming that she was out of high school or
Oh, what? That's
18 or something. I don't know.
Oh, so you did talk to her?
Yeah, every so often I just ask questions.
So she admitted that she does have a kid by security.
Yeah.
okay. Well, there it is.
Questions that the YouTube has brought out.
Okay, that's good to know. I like verifications.
Okay, so he was a security guard at the school, and that was totally out of line to be dealing with a kid at the high school. I'm trying to figure out why he didn't make it to jail. Nobody seems to make it to jail because it seems like it's planned. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's what we looking at. That's what it looks like. Would y'all say? He still can go to jail for that. Because it ain't no statute of limitations on this because she was a kid. And her mama or whoever else arranged it. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah. And I'm telling you, it is. The biggest part of it is Frank to me. Because Frank is the one with the money. He's the one that's able to move and shake and do and fix all of the stuff. There's a lot of weirdos involved. That church. Huh?
That was Tootie.
Yes. Yes.
She gave me a little.
And shout out to Toot. I definitely we definitely gonna go there.
She was with that the house right around the corner from them with that young and red tent.
Yeah.
Right where they drop off.
It's just crazy how you can go on Google Maps and see these dudes all over the place. All over the place. I can tell that's King just from here. And Jarvis, and he definitely looked way bigger. He looked thicker. And then we got the video that was Brittany Ann posted of somebody trying to burn down his shop at some point. So we got a good picture of Frank there. We got him on a witness stand and his background. Like, see, birds of a feather flock together. There's no way that King would have been okay with Jarvis knowing his background if he wasn't something similar. I'm just saying because they both have gone to jail, or he didn't gone to jail. Yeah, they both done gone to jail in the middle of running these businesses and working together with Frank and all of this. It's just like they always have a place to come back to. The one guy that told me that he interviewed Frank or talked to Frank or whatever, he definitely don't know what his background is. All the stuff that he was saying. And allegedly had cameras. So what did they get from that? All criminals is what I'm looking at. That's what we are looking at. Miss V, you're doing such a good job. Thank you so much, Miss TT. I appreciate that. I always think about my niece when I even see your name, because we call her TT. Okay, let's go.
Like where they drop off for that bus.
Yeah.
It's just like when she said that, I'm like, man, that do kind of make sense. Like, who came? They sent that color.
Right.
Like, nobody.
Oh, and that's another thing. Like, it's some crazy stuff going on with the businesses. It's like they get repainted and different changes, color changes and stuff. Because also, I remember the guy that the same guy that I was talking about went and talked to Frank. He talked to Frank because Jarvis used to do his oil changes all the time. And I remember him saying that a lot of times that shop wasn't even operable. It's like they didn't even have supplies some of the time. It's like it's almost like it was a front. I mean, that's the better way to say it according to what he was saying. Like, not having all the stuff you need. So what are you in this building for? What are you really doing in here? And then I remember him saying that they was painting it. So it sound like they painted it a different color after this happened. But I would need somebody from Detroit to just tell me that flat out. I know that Dre was even confused on which Frank's Auto, but he's not from that side of town. And I mean, I know it's a size of town that I don't go to over here. And if I ever go over there, it's like I'm in another city or something. So it's not strange to not go on a certain side of town. Nobody gives a dang, Gina said. It seems that way. It just seemed like everything is being funneled through that church. If we think about how, because when you think about Jarvis being, and he's in a halfway house, yet he's meeting people, right? So if they didn't meet him, like I said that they possibly met him, then possibly he was linked to that church because criminals find ways to they find their way to their criminals. People like them. They know how to find their own. So he's in a situation where he need help to where he probably would have reached out to a church. He could have got hooked up with that through prison, through word of mouth. I'm sure there's other people like him there that know connections. They could have, I mean, this seems to go way back. I mean, how do you find a group of people calling one man daddy? Like what? Florentino call him dad. Kenneth call him dad. He got a man there talking about his son-in-law that looked like, if he is son-in-law, then he must have been married to his son, because he definitely was not. That's why I was like, is this a LGBTQ church? Because I promise you that video that I played before, but I think it was a different video, but the people, it was like two people sitting there, they totally looked like they was in looked like they was witches. But yeah, so you in a situation where you need help. A lot of people, a lot of criminals go like old pimps. They go from that to being a minister of some sort. Sometimes they start on the corners of the streets and they gain their way. They end up getting a church after a while. But I'm saying, like, it's a business. It's a business.
Go anywhere. Nobody really has this color check. And it makes me feel like, are they trying to keep everybody like close in this area?
In that area, yeah. It's something about that area that he likes. And I believe that it's definitely possible. She even started getting chills after bringing that female on. Did you watch the female that was on? Okay. Gina said they had to Google how to put in oil. Now that's a dang on shame. It sounds like that's all they was really doing was oil changes. Dude said, I've been going there to this guy for the past 4 years getting my oil change. But then he said sometime they wouldn't have stuff that they needed up there and all that. I do know that he looked up how to, well, allegedly he said, he did say that he looked up how to put in a water pump on a Jaguar. I hate to say this, but this case has so many layers and too many hands on the outcome we want is probably not going to happen. Man. Are you saying like might mess up the integrity of the case? Let me see. Oh, I got this picture in here. This is the baby daddy and him going around town, or he's with some guy that's posing in this dang jacket. Oh, let me move that. So that's what he do. And then I seen a picture of him between a white guy and a white couple. They both, I guess, was wearing one of his jackets. So I don't know who made it, but he trying to make something out of nothing. I guess that's what he doing. And then this is a picture of Kiwana and Lady. Lady is the shorter one. And when I look at that picture, I think, what was this baby going through at that age? I also look at Kiwana and wonder the same thing, because I heard her say that she went through that also. Yeah. But they smile still, and this is, they've grown. They're adults now. YouTube. It's an old picture that I found on social media. Okay, so I'm gonna move that, and I got a couple more. Let me let this play. Y'all, please smack the thumbs up.
No, you will remember. This girl was kidnapped by Jarvis 20 years ago. He kept her in his grandmother's house.
And they were saying that it might be the evangelist that was driving.
Yeah, but it wasn't the evangelist that was driving, because I listened to it again. She said the person that was driving is wealthy. Yeah, it wasn't him.
Like, it could be using his van, but I don't know.
And the keys to his place. He would have had that. But what I didn't hear is if she said the person was black or white. I didn't hear her say.
Yeah, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, so that would have helped. Because when she said rich, I'm like, it couldn't have been the evangelist, and that person would have been running their mouth, because the evangelist.
He described the van. Now, the only thing I can say is, she described the van because somebody showed the picture of the van to her, and she said that. I think that's what she said.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not mistaken, that she basically described the van on how it looked.
Yeah, she did. She said it was curtains and all that tan curtains in the back, person driving.
And brought that same picture up on Evangelist, and he said that was his van.
He did, yeah. And I heard them asking him what kind of van that he had, but I don't know. I wasn't looking at the screen.
So I wanted to show y'all how to operate my videos in the playlist. Even though I'm trying to do something else right now. Wait, I just didn't want to miss this. Okay, so you see how those videos pop up there, right? You can literally hit on these videos to take you to another video. If you click on my picture, you can subscribe to my channel from here, okay? If you click into this video, it'll take you to that video, just in case anybody might not have known that. And let me see, do I want to click on something here? Hold on. Church and lies. Let's do that. Wait, which one is that? Yeah, we can. See?
I want to know, was that church considered a LGBTQ church, or?
No.
No? Okay.
No. I'm not saying no. I'm saying I don't know.
Oh.
See, I already knew about the church. Not knew about the church, and when they bring it up, I knew that's where she went.
Mm-hmm.
And they help. From what I know, that because I thought it was kind of strange, even though I grew up in a church and you get that type of help sometimes when you might need some help with the bills, the pastor might help you, or you need some help trying to get a job, the pastor might help you or something,
Mm-hmm.
So I've never been to the church. I know she asked me a couple times, hey, Mom, I'm going to church, you want to go? I'm like, I'm good. It was always her mama is the reason why I don't want to go. And I ain't blaming the church because I don't know what church I go to. But once I heard that he was on the west side, I said, hey, you can go to church way over here. I said, but you don't even like driving to the west side.
Okay, so speaking of mommy dears here, Here's a picture of her with her son. I think this might be the police son. Correct me if I'm wrong. Chris, I believe. Now, in her opinion, this is her good-looking son. I guess Florentino, her ugly son. I don't know. And the other couple, the other son. Okay, and then look, this is the post. Oh shoot, I did not mean to post that one. But that's the post. This is the post that the father posted. No more communications like this. I have full custody, so my son, so happy birthday. May God continue to bless you with many more. And then he put that caption that I can't see right now. But this and that son looked like him too. But this vain mother here who toots her own damn horn and leave no room for someone else to compliment her. Yeah, that we were speaking on that. Yeah, was you talking about Jarvis 20-year victim? No, not the 20 some year old one that is testifying against him, but one lady that interviewed and would toot and said that she was kidnapped by him 20 years ago. That's the one that I'm talking about. And as a matter of fact, I might have time to pull that up because let me do that because it only makes sense. Why we talking about it right now? Shout out to Toot.
It's a kitchen to your right. It's a whole right there. You go in and it's a kitchen. Now I can tell you about the kitchen because he had me in there cooking chicken, and then the nigga was so fucking picky.
What's your name and where you calling from? Can you hear me?
I'm JoJo.
Oh, hey JoJo.
Yes, ma'am.
How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. I'm good. I just want to clear up a lot of things that been going on.
Okay. You definitely can do that.
Yes, I'm just tired of hiding. Like I've been seeing so much. Like I've been in chat every day. Everybody chat. YouTube, Miss Parker, Shank Rock, everybody, SD, everybody. I've been in everybody chat, and I'm just trying to clear up what's been on my name. What's behind my story, the false things that been going out with my story.
Yeah.
Man, I don't understand these people. How heartless could you be? That's why I ain't talk long time ago. I knew it was gonna be some bull crap. Like y'all make people not even want to come forward with their stories. You know? So my thing is, yes, that's me. That's me. I'm Key.
Okay.
I'm Key from Two Show. I'm Key. That's
okay,
me.
Key.
And I have a lot of things to clear up.
Yeah, go ahead. You got
like,
the floor. You got the floor.
I just don't understand like how heartless people can be behind my story. They telling me like, you know what? I listened to the story the other night, and Marquita's story is what really made me want to come forward and clear my name. It's because like, I understand what she went through, and I understand what she's dealing with, and I see what she's dealing with. Her baby was totally innocent behind the fact, and all she's trying to do is just keep her baby away and keep her baby clear from everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what she's trying to do. So she made me want to just call y'all and tell y'all, let me clear my name. Let me clear my name. Because I read the comments. I finally went back and read all the comments from Two Show. And they heartless.
Wow.
Cold heartless. They cold heartless. I ain't speak a long time ago because nobody believes me. Nobody still believes me right now today.
I believe you.
Right now today.
And to believe you too.
And only reason why I talk is because this case hit me in January. I didn't know nothing about the ZIYAH case. Nothing. This case hit me in January, okay? When it hit me, I'm like, damn. Let me dig into baby girl since it's public, since I was already a person that was into like victim cases and like crime cases and crime shows and stuff. That's my background. I do that every day. But I never knew nothing about the ZIYAH case until January of this year. God honest truth. And whenever I saw his interrogation, Jarvis' interrogation, and heard his voice, finally heard that man's voice. I saw him behind mask the whole time. I knew nothing about this case. I saw him behind mask the whole time. When I saw him behind mask and I heard his interrogation from the detectives, had him in the room. It moved me. And I'm like, whoa, that voice. So I dug. People like, oh, well, she said she went back to Detroit. I never stood foot in Detroit, okay? Only time I was in Detroit, ever stood foot in Detroit is when Jarvis took me there, okay? And then, like I told them, I went back a couple years later, like, what? This a couple years from now, when my godfather, my uncle, passed away. I caught a plane there. When I told them that I was walking the streets looking, I was on Google, you dumbasses. I was on Google, walking the streets looking for a damn car shop, looking for the damn junkyards. It was junkyards and shit I was looking for because that's what I knew. So that's what I was looking for on Google when I walked the streets, you asses. I walked the streets on Google, okay? I didn't physically go to Detroit. I never been back to Detroit till my uncle passed away. And that was fucking 18 years later. Like maybe 17 years later, because about 3 years ago, my uncle passed away and I went to Detroit, flew into Detroit and drove to Saginaw. Y'all got me fucked up, nigga. I have nothing to lie to y'all about. Nothing. This man kidnapped me, okay? I have nothing to lie to y'all about. And I just want to clear some shit up. My son, my oldest child is a boy. I had him when I was 20, okay? So they like, oh, she have a 15-year-old, but she talking about some. Look, my oldest girl is 15, you dumb asses. That's why I said I have a little girl around ZIYAH's age, you dumb asses. My daughter is 15, not my oldest child. My oldest child is 18. I have a lot to clear up.
Yeah, clear it up.
I need to be heard because I have nothing to lie about. I have nothing to gain from this. I ain't put up no cash up. I don't even want my name exposed, okay? I have nothing to gain from this. All I'm doing is put my story out there because guess what? Jarvis went alone. When he picked me up, it was a driver, okay? And no, it was not evangelist. I want to clear that up.
Okay.
It was not a black man. It was a Arabic man.
Okay.
Arabic man. It was, I believe, Frank, to tell you the truth. I'm begging to see older pictures of him. And I'm begging to see the glass house or the church that the kids was in with the masses. I'm begging for this shit, for pictures. Let me see that shit.
Oh, the church that the kids was in?
I have called the police department 3 fucking times. If everybody want to know that shit. Like, nobody understands that. They not trying to fucking help me.
Oh,
nobody understand that shit. I'm in that shit by myself. Thank God to put my story out there. You know, and the only reason why I'm speaking is because this baby's missing. My story don't mean shit to nobody, okay? It didn't mean shit to me back then. I would never spoke. But I just want to know, where's ZIYAH? So I could have spoke a long time ago. Maybe this shit could have happened. Okay? And I'm not going to blame myself. I'm not going to blame myself. I'm not. Because that's not my fault. But if I would have spoke a long time ago, maybe a lot of kids could have got saved. That's all the fuck I got to say. And that's all I wanted to say is he went alone. And I didn't speak a long time ago, but people got me fucked up putting my name underneath the bus like that. And that's all the fuck I wanted to say. And yeah, I cuss.
That's
Hell,
okay.
Yeah, I'm grown. That's why I'm damn near 40 years old. Yes, I cuss. What the hell? I'm hurt.
I know you are, and I feel your pain, and I just want you to know that I'm so sorry that you went through that ever. And I'm sorry that you got re-victimized telling your story.
Real, and people need to know that. And I just wanna slide in and let people know ain't shit fake about this. Ain't nothing fake about this. And yes, I'm still reaching out to Detroit Police Department, but they not reaching back out to me, y'all.
We gotta go above the police now. You gotta go above the police.
They not trying to help me. And like I told them, I don't give a fuck if it was 20 years ago. Now I know where the fuck he kept me at. Now I know the full name. Now I know where the fuck I was. I can tell you the house. I can give you the address. I can give you everything. Oh, but the person that drove us and where he took me first. I can't give you that because I don't know. I'm still searching for that shit. Like, what the fuck? Y'all help me out. You want to help me? Help me. I'm trying to figure this shit out.
Yeah, because when you figure that out, a lot of other things could come out. So, I mean.
Exactly.
Yeah, I want to help link you to some people there.
I spoke is because I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep. I swear to God, without speaking. When I did that interview with two, I was able to sleep. They told me, do not read the comments. And guess what I did? My dumb ass read the comment.
The comments are brutal.
I read the comments.
I wish you would.
That hurt because my story is real. I have nothing to gain, nothing to lie about at all. At all.
People are heartless.
All I wanted to slide through your show and just let everybody know is that Jarvis' 20-year victim is telling the fucking truth. She ain't got shit to gain or lie about. For what? I got 4 fucking kids. What the fuck I got to lose? A lot. I have a lot to lose. Believe that.
I just want you to know it's hurt people that hurt people, and you would be surprised. The internet is ruthless, but please don't pay them no mind. You got people with platforms that's listening to your story and believe you, and we want to help you to get it out because
I have a lot of people behind me, and they're like, "Oh, well, she needs therapy." You know, I think I do need therapy. I do.
Please, yeah.
I've been dealing with this for so long. You know, I've been trying to reach out to some of the people I've been seeing on the show, or shoot some people to me or something. I don't know, but I do. You know, I've been in this shit by myself for 20 years.
No, you came out. We gonna help you.
This shit a lot. People don't understand that. This a lot.
No. Let me tell you, if they can
bring it back out, like I would have never talked about this shit if it wasn't for the ZIYAH case.
See?
I would have never talked about this shit.
And see, this is the same pain ZIYAH was going through.
I never knew that was Jarvis, his name, Jarvis, but I would have never knew his name, y'all.
I believe ZIYAH is working through
how
you.
much this case helped me. Y'all don't know.
I'm so sorry.
People don't know. I've been looking for this man. She been back to Detroit. I've never been back to Detroit. I just always look through Google since Google had a Google.
Mm-hmm.
Right here, sir. Since Google had a Google, I always look through Google trying to find his place, trying to find where I was. But when the ZIYAH case came about and I had an address and a name, when I had a name, it put here you go, sir. Right here. Put it on Black Box Twitter and Green. Whenever the ZIYAH case came about and I had a name and I looked him up, y'all. I looked him up. I looked up every address. Guess what? Going back to 2719 Fisher, that's his last address. Back in 2003, he took me 2004, 05, y'all. Like, that's his address. That's Granny's house. That's the house I've been telling everybody about. It's tore down now.
Okay.
Like, I have no reason to lie.
No, we just played it. We believe you. Every people in the chat are saying they believe you.
Yeah, but reading them comments, like, just throw me, and I'm just like, I gotta clear my name. I just need somebody podcast just to come through and just clear my name. Like, I'm just tired. I'm reading the comments. I'm reading everything. Like, and it hurts. Like, I have no reason to lie. What do I have to gain from lying?
Nothing at all. It's just a bunch of people, just like Toot said, just a bunch of bitches. Really. Seriously.
Basically, and that's what it is. And that's what it is. But I just want to clear up my name. That's it.
Don't let them few.
But shoot me your info because I would like to talk to you one-on-one.
Definitely. I definitely want to talk to you when I get off of here. Please do me a favor and text me your number because I don't know if it came through. Text the number, and when I get off, I'm going to call you right back, okay?
Okay.
Thank
you.
I
will.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
That just breaks my heart.
Hello?
Hey, JoJo. It's Miss V calling you back.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How you doing? Are you at work?
No, I'm actually walking the kids home from school.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm good. I could talk. I'm okay.
Okay. So I just wanted to give you a call back. I want you to know everything that is recorded. I'm in my studio.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I know that. I'm very aware of that.
Okay. I want to make sure I let you know. So is it anything else that you wanted to get out? Because I know that was like spontaneous. I want to make sure you get everything out that you want to say, and I'll put it in a video by itself and interview you if you want me to.
I just want people to know, like, I really have nothing to gain from this. Like, I have no reason to lie, Like, I never talked about this too much with a lot of my family members. And then I see a lot of people bashing my parents. My dad was never, my mom and dad, they was married, but he wasn't raised with me, I visit him and stuff like that. But after they divorced, I had to visit my dad. My dad wasn't around. So my mom wasn't even in town when that happened to me. So I depended on family members that I trust to, look out for me and make sure that they had information to where if anything happened to me, we know where to go. You feel me?
Right.
Type stuff, which I didn't have nowhere to go because they wouldn't show me where we were. I didn't know. After he took me from my house, it's like, where we going? How could I see if it's curtains in it and he have a gun in me? I can't look at the curtains. He only opened the curtains when we got to the red building. That's down at the end of Fisher. And that's something that too kind of like ain't talk about. And I think that's very fucking important because that's the fucking red building where that nigga told me I was gonna be trafficking at. And it's pink now.
Wait a minute.
Pink, and they cut off the back of the building. Like, nobody listening. Like, I done called Detroit Police Department 3 fucking times. I just called them again this morning before your show. Nobody's responding to me.
So
I'm about to sue their ass in a minute.
Well, the police pretty much, they deal with, you got to go to like a prosecutor.
I called the prosecutors, the attorney general, baby.
Oh.
I didn't call police department. I called the other people.
What did you
called the police department one time and they transferred me to, I think, that Mexican lady that was on driver's case on the video. That sounded like her that I talked to. I called again. A black lady. I called the prosecutor's office. They transferred me to a detective, which I left a message on the man. That was about 3 weeks ago. I called him again this morning. They transferred me again. I'm like, and I'm telling him, like, I am a victim of Jarvis, like Jarvis Butts.
Oh, wait.
What? It's a homicide case. Like, what is going on? Like, why is nobody contacting me or even concerned about what the fuck happened to me a long time ago? No, my case is not an ZIYAH case, but if I'm telling you that I'm a victim of him, why the fuck is y'all not looking into it or even questioning me about it?
So you think that you talked to Shannon Jones? Because
No, I never talked to him.
No, Shannon Jones is the lead
Shannon, yes,
lead investigator.
Yes, the Hispanic. Yes,
Yeah.
I believe that sounded like her.
Now
That was the first person I talked to back in February.
What?
Back in February.
Wait a minute. Okay,
And
Tamara Liberty Smith. Did you reach out to her?
Who?
Tamara Liberty Smith.
No, I don't even know who that is. The only one I reached out to was people that was prosecutors or detectives over Jarvis Butt's case.
Okay,
I don't know the names.
So,
all I know is Kim Worthy and that Shannon Jones girl.
This lady right here, her name is Tamara Liberty Smith. She's a police commissioner, and she was actually standing with them. She was actually standing with them when they had the press conference.
Okay, yeah, come on. Okay, could you send me that information? I would love to contact her.
Yep, I will.
See where that would go, but it's like no one's listening to me, and everybody like, did she contact this? How many times do I have to contact the police?
Yep, because that's how it's horrible. Oh, it's a number that you could call. It's called 1-800-SPEAK-UP. They claim that you could call that number and give information about ZIYAH case.
I went beyond the 1-800-SPEAK-UP, right? And I said, look, I am a victim. I need to speak with somebody, and they supposedly gave me somebody. And that woman called me back, and I think it was that Mexican lady.
Okay.
That Jones lady.
Uh-huh.
And she also, you know, the only thing she asked me about Jarvis.
What?
Did he have hair or not? And then she said, well, would it be okay if I give your number to SVU? And I say, yes. I have not heard from nobody, and I reached out twice after that. Like, I don't know what to do, you know? I don't know. But by me knowing who he is now, yes, of course I want to press charges. Of course I want him held accountable for what the fuck he did for me.
You dang right.
Because back then he lied to me. I didn't have a name or a address. He hid it from me. But I remember certain things. I remember the fucking house. I remember the walk. I remember the friend house. I remember everything. Like, this shit is fucking crazy.
Can you tell me the address of the red building that you was just telling me about?
I have it written down at home, but it's at the end of Fisher. It's at the corner of Fisher and Crane.
Corner of Fisher and what?
Crane, like, go way at, it's at the end of it, and it's a pink building. It was the old cleaner shop. It was a cleaner shop back in the day. That was a red building. They had a back attached to it.
An old cleaner shop.
That's what they was prostituting at in the back.
An old cleaner
and they
shop.
had gates on each door. It's like 3 doors. They had gates on the doors and stuff. Same shit like his house. Like, I swear to God.
So when you say Fisher and Crane, is Crane spelled with a C or a K?
It's called a C.
Okay.
CRANE.
Okay, because I've been talking to a few people in Detroit.
Okay, so the house on Crane they had me to was 5540 Crane.
And what year was this?
You walk that street, you go to the right, and you walk all the way down, and you turn right. You will run into that pink building. Which if you go back years later, it was red with a back on it. The back is cut off and it's pink. But if you go back years later, you see the whole building. That's where he told me. You know.
He told you had to go in that building to do.
He told me that's where I will be working.
What? So that means. Do you know if it had...
At that red building, the building is pink right now, and it's cut off. The back of it is cut off. They removed it. Right now in the day, but back in the day, you could see that. You could go back to see it red with the gates on it and everything. You see everything on it.
She could be in that building for all we know. I wonder if it's open and operating. Because that's...
I don't know, but they say it's a shell. They say it's a shell. They say it's empty on the inside.
Okay.
That's what I read through the comments on Facebook. They say it's empty on the inside. It's just a shell.
Okay. 5540. Fisher and Crane.
5540 or 2450. It's one of the two. 5540 or 2450 Crane. CRANE.
Okay.
48214 is the zip code. 48214.
48214.
Yes, get whatever chips.
I'm gonna see if I can get a hold of Tamara Liberty Smith. I believe that she would be the best person to get in touch with. And I will reach back out to you. And you can call me if you need to. But yeah, I definitely want to bring you on if you want.
Hey, it's a couple more things that I need to talk to you about, though.
Oh, go ahead. Whatever you want to talk about.
So whenever I was at his house, right, he was leaving, right? Remember I said in my interview, I was like, he left a couple times.
Yep.
He left me at the house.
Mm-hmm.
Come to find out, his first baby mama, the one that was got him when he was 13, 14, 15 years old.
Yeah.
She lived down the street right behind the church. I see the address.
What church?
She lived right down the street. It's a church at the end of Fisher and Crane.
What?
It's a church right there. Yes, with the black gate.
Okay.
See, I'm at the talk to you. So I'm at the store. I'm walking with my kids, getting them from school. But me and you need to sit down and talk. And I'm going to walk you through whatever you need to.
Okay. Well,
just
yeah.
Call me back. Just call me back when you got time. Just call me back.
Okay, I will.
Call me back. I got a lot to get off my heart.
Okay, love you, sis.
All right, love you too.
Bye.
So where am I going? Matter of fact, I don't even want you to look. I just want you to tell me what you got vividly. When you came down to this corner of Fisher, what did you do?
Okay, keep straight. When we came down, we got to a corner. We got to a corner where it was like a car wash, a body shop.
At the first corner?
It's like a car shop. It was like a tire shop.
Now
not at the first corner. Not at the first corner. Keep all the way straight down Fisher.
Keep going down Fisher some more. So how many blocks do you want to say?
I think 2.
Okay. Okay, so now I'm at a corner of Fisher. And
I can actually look I can look and talk. You're at the corner of Fisher. Hold on, too. I'm going in it right now. Cause the TV is all right. Let me get where you at. One block. You on the second block?
I'm like all the way down to the.
What's your cross street?
My cross street that I'm in right now is East Vernon Highway.
All right. I'm there too. Hold on. We gotta keep straight. Keep straight.
Keep straight where though? Of East Vernon or of Fisher?
On Fisher.
So I'm going down some more.
Yeah. To the next corner.
Okay, I'm at this corner now, and it looked like it's a church. It's a church here. And then across from that, it's a yellow building and a lot. Is this correct?
Yeah, I see where you at.
Okay, so where am I going? Where's this friend's house?
Okay. Make a left.
All right.
Make a left. Hold on. Make a left. No, it's a right. I'm sorry. It's a right. Yeah, because it's hit that way. I think we gotta go down one more block. Let me show you the street.
How far up?
No, I'm sorry. It is a left.
Okay.
I'm looking the whole other way. I'm so sorry. It is a left.
So what I want
down there by that pink building. You see that pink building?
You said a pink building?
Do you see it?
Yeah, I see it. You talking about this building right here?
Remember I said something about a red building?
Okay.
Go back and look at that pink building.
Okay, I'm at the pink building. I'm trying to get to the friend's house.
Okay.
Or will you walk from where he was holding you to where the friend was supposed to
be? Now, in front of that pink building, make a left. Now, where you at?
I'm on Crane Street.
On Crane. Keep straight.
Let me look at something real quick.
Let me ask y'all something. I'm sorry, I'm not talking to you, sweetheart. I'm talking to the people in the chat. Now, I know we done heard mediums and all of this type of shit, but was it before the lady said it was a church and long fence? But anyway, I'm just getting a different train of thought. Anyway, but you keeping going on Crane Street, and then what we do?
Keep straight.
Okay. Okay. Keep going.
You see that? You see this blue building at the corner?
Yeah.
Pass that up. That house right across from there.
So keep going down?
Yep, that house, that first house right there.
So you mean this house right here?
Yep, that first house right there. Keep straight, let me see.
Yeah, it's gonna catch up with you in a minute. So this was the house that you and Jarvis walked to?
Yep, that one.
And what was the reason for you walking there?
We walked one way and then we walked. When we left, he took me the other way. He took me there the longest way, I guess, so he could get me lost. But then when we got back to the house, we went a short way. We went the wrong way right there.
Right. Y'all went the wrong way right there.
Yeah, we had to turn around right there. Yeah, right there. That's the church.
Yep.
And that's the red building.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pull up the video. If you could just go through what you were about to tell me, because you said Jarvis left a couple of times. And when he left, that's when you went into the woman. So what was it? Let's get to that
part. Okay. I need to walk you through it because it's right at that church. Her house.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
It's right at that church. It's actually right behind that church.
Okay.
It's right behind that church. It surprised me, but yeah. Okay, so whenever he had me, he was leaving a few times. He had left like probably about 2 times, maybe left the house just only for a few minutes. Like it was very fast. It wasn't too long because I mean he wouldn't leave me long. He always kept his eyes on me. But whenever the information came out about the first baby mom and they released her name, I looked up her name. I think her last name is McIntosh. I looked her up and she reside right behind the church. Right behind that church.
This church right here.
Yep, in a small itty bitty house that's not even, you can't even get to the door from the street or anything. Like this house is so awkward, but it have an address. And it's so weird that the way it sits behind that house. But yeah.
So did you discover her when you went researching later, or did you know something about it back then?
No,
okay.
No, later.
So what is her first name? Because I never even looked the woman up.
I think it's Tosh. Let me look in my notes real quick. I have it written down somewhere. I think it's Tasha, Natasha, Latanya, something like that.
Did you happen to see how old she was when you looked her up?
Yeah, she was way older. And she have an older daughter and she's a grandmother. And I think everybody is mixing up the girl as one of the baby moms, and it's his daughter.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They getting her mixed up. Because I put up the same picture and I'm like, whoa, that's the same face.
What? So you think that how would that daughter be? Just
she would be probably about 28. She would probably be about 28, 30 maybe. I would say if he's 42, 43 or whatever. How old is Jarvis? 42?
I think they said 43.
See, 43. Yeah, he's something like that. So if he was 13, I mean, hey.
30. She's 30 years old. Because I remember hearing that he had a daughter the age of Shannon. And Shannon was 31 at the time.
Yeah, yeah. 30. And I'm thinking this might be her. But let me.
Okay.
And I had listened to the live yesterday too. And I'm like,
I done gave you the wrong address. I was out and about walking my kids home from school.
That's okay.
But
You
the
can give
wrong
it to me.
address on Crane, yes. I have all that actually written down.
I think you told me 5540 or 2450.
I think it's 2540. I think it's 2540 Crane.
Okay, 2540.
2540.
And that would be the address of the old cleaners building?
No, the old cleaners building is 2100 Crane.
Oh, okay, 2100. And so the 2540 is the friend house?
Yes. That's the friend house. Let me see. I got about 3 tablets full of just this. Lord.
Did you happen to catch the name of the person when you went into this friend's house? Who was in
No.
there? Was it a male,
It was,
female?
yeah, it was a male. It was a black male. It was a female in there. They were standing in the kitchen, like when you go through the side door. We went through the side door of that house, and to the right is you. I guess you step up, and that's the kitchen area. But if you keep straight, that's the basement. We went straight to the basement. It was people in the kitchen that we just walked right past downstairs.
What did
And
it seem like was
it was
going on there?
it was kids in the basement playing. Nothing. It just seemed normal to me. Like I don't know. It seemed like it just seemed normal to me. Actually, I didn't feel like that he was trying to sell me or guys wasn't looking over me or it
But
wasn't nothing
what
like
did
that.
y'all go
Maybe
there
he
to
went
do?
over there. Maybe he went over there to call the ride or something. I don't know because he ended up calling the same guy back to take me to the Greyhound station.
Now, when you got picked up from home, did he pick you up alone or with that guy?
No, with the guy. The guy was driving.
So he came and picked you up in the van. Off top.
Yes, in the van.
Okay.
Yes, in the van. Hold on, I'm still looking for that her name. I'm looking for I have her name written down.
Okay.
It's in a few different notebooks.
In clearing everything, because you wanted to clear your parents, and you said your mom wasn't even there, and your mom and dad wasn't together, so your dad wasn't in the household. So you were just hanging out. Who was in charge of you?
Right. A older person in my family. Older person in my family, and by me being 18, me thinking I'm grown. I'm not blaming nobody but myself on that. Like I'm not putting that on nobody in my family. I chose to leave for the weekend with him. I thought he was an okay guy, That's what he came off to be. Like, we had already been talking for a little while and we decided to meet one weekend. I was gonna spend a weekend with him, So I was 18 years old.
I was gonna ask you that. Was that y'all first time meeting in person?
Yes.
Another thing, I heard you say that you had just turned 18. So what was it? Just a couple days or
my
months?
birthday is in September.
Okay.
So that was a couple months, about 3 months.
Another thing I picked up on, you said this happened, it had to be between November 2024 and January of 2025.
Yes, and farther along into my investigation, I can knock January off the map. It's more of November, December.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, let me see. Where's that woman's name at? I got it written so big on the page.
It's something about those dates that stuck out to me. What stuck out to me about those dates is that it was November. And I remember like November is when he was supposed to get arrested for the gun charge that he caught. So they gave him, Jarvis was supposed to be arrested in November, and they gave him a couple continuances that continued on until he unalived ZIYAH. So had they arrested him in November, she would still be here. And then January is when she actually went missing. So that November and January stood out to me when you said it. It just kind of connected.
Yeah. I don't know. It to me it seemed like those his moving times when he doing bullshit that he doing,
And that number 13.
So, and you know what's the crazy part about that number?
What?
That's my birthday number.
Are you serious?
Yes, ma'am.
On the 13th. Wow.
Yes, ma'am.
Somebody told me it's like I think it's got like some demonic something to those numbers. I'm not into numbers.
It's in this book. Okay, I found the book it's in. Okay, keep talking. I'm sorry.
I was just
Y'all are
saying I'm not
disturbing.
into numbers like that, but that really caught my attention with this case. And
I heard somebody say something about the 13 too, and I'm like, whoa.
yeah,
I'm like, whoa, hold on.
yeah,
Like
it's
for real, yeah.
I feel like this is God working right now. And the reason why I'm saying that is because the timing of you coming in here to tell your story and the location of everything. The reason why I'm right here at this spot. Number one, Toot had pointed out yellow and red. And we looking at a yellow and red store right here. Okay, because a lot of Frank's businesses are yellow and red. And then we're looking at a metal fence or a iron type of fence and a church. So there was a psychic that a medium, and I think it was Rain of Fire that was talking about Naziah is near a fence. Like she keeps seeing bars and stuff, and she described some things like a church and a reddish brownish building or something like this.
See?
And
the black gate.
Yes. So this is why I'm sticking to this spot right here, even though we can't see the house. But Toot can pull that up because she's really good at doing this. So I'm still gonna pull up the video. But while I'm pulling up the video, go ahead and just say whatever you think.
Let me give you her name.
Okay.
Tanika McIntosh.
Oh, Tanika. Tanika or Tamika?
Tanika.
Can you spell it for me?
Tanika.
Tanika. Okay. McIntyre.
Tanika Danielle McIntosh.
Oh, McIntosh. Tamika Danielle. Can you spell McIntosh for me?
M.
Oh, I got it.
I-N. Okay.
TOS. Okay. All right. Perfect. That's great. And I heard this. Okay. Yep. And I heard this lady was Jarvis's mom's friend. That's what I heard she was. I'm not sure how true that is.
Well, I made a comment about, hey, check Jarvis' mama. Where is she at? Ain't nobody saying nothing.
Where is she at?
I mean, I have no idea, but from the looks of that house, it's like somebody is. I mean, it was a condemned place, but it was livable. Like they're living there. Like, but then I have to think back, like all these condemned homes, ran down homes in Michigan. You know, I used to think about that back in the day, like, but no, like, it was too much. The tub was full of stuff that you couldn't bathe in and stuff like that. So I knew it was something wrong with that house. Like, that's why I keep saying condemned.
Right. I remember you saying that you showered a few times. So
I didn't shower. I bird bath in the sink.
Oh, okay.
I always said I washed myself.
Okay. Wow.
I washed myself. The tub was full of like construction stuff for the house or something. I don't know. And then to come find out he building walls and all of this now. Like, what? I thought he was just an oil changing man, a tire man or something.
Shoot,
like, I don't know.
But it had running water. I was about to say, it sounds like the house, he was just squatting in that house. That's what it sounded like.
It had running water. But I mean, I would have thought that. But then whenever I pulled up the address and looked further back, his grandmother lived there.
Do you remember what year?
It say she lived there before he took me there. It say she lived there like in 03. So maybe he was squatting in it after.
Oh, she lived in there in like 03. Well, yeah, then it sounds, and I don't know when she passed or nothing, but
she passed in 2018.
She passed in 2018. Okay.
Yes. And I'm trying to figure out what's the problem between Tijuana and Butts with the grandmother. Like, Tijuana knows something about what's going on at Granny house, because trust me, man, I am not the only one he had at the house. I could not be the only person. He was comfortable. He was comfortable with doing what he was doing.
Yeah.
It has to be somebody else. And then for them to bring that up in court, I was like, what? Please tell. T1 was like, caught a whole attitude. No. I say, oh, she lying. She know, and I really want to know what it is. Maybe it was
I
something
do
bad, and
too.
he got in trouble behind it, and that's why the house got tore down. They granny house. I don't know.
I thought it was something with the house too, but I'm telling you, when I heard you, she instantly came to my mind, and then you're talking about it right now, so you thought the same thing. Let me see
Yeah.
something right quick, right here. Let me
Were you
pull
and
it up
Jarvis
while
raised
we
by your
talking about
grandmother?
it.
For the most part. And were there some events surrounding her death that related to your relationship with Jarvis that impacted some things?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you. Can you redirect? Were you and Jarvis raised by your
Her whole body language told it all. Her whole attitude, the look on her face, and the woman said, I was done. And I ain't got no more questions after that because she's lying.
Yeah, it's something happened. Something. So it sounds like her and Jarvis fell out about something, and she don't want to talk about it. It's
Yep.
like that lady is digging at her. They
Yep.
don't ask questions they don't know. So it's
Right.
something that happened that's gonna probably come up in trial that happened at the grandmother house, and it's deep. I think they fell out about it. They wasn't cool. All of that. And I thought about you. So I noticed that you said if anybody should know, it should be his sister. Is this what were you thinking about this moment
Yeah.
when you said that?
Yep. Yep.
Wow.
Yep. That's what made me. Yes, ma'am. Okay. So, and then one more thing. I pulled her up, and then come to find out she lived right next door to the house. She had ended up moving in next door to the house. Now, what year? I don't know if I wrote down the year that Tijuana lived next door to that grandmother's house. But
Really?
yes, she had. Yes.
Oh my God. I noticed something with that house. When Toot looked that house up, I noticed in the original one when the house was torn down, there was a white car parked there, and then I noticed it when she went to the more recent or the older one. I'm like, whose white car is that? I wonder if that was
Yes,
her.
the house right next door was condemned. They done fixed it up and everything. And I guess, years later after that happened to me, she ended up moving into that house next door to the granny house. That's why I'm like, have granny been owning this house this whole time?
I wonder.
Is that what they fell out behind now that it's tore down? Like, come on, grandma passed, the house gone. Then they bring this up in court, and then here my story is about granny's house.
Exactly. It's a
What's up with
connection.
granny's house?
You were the last person before he went to jail, and I got that record too. He got into some trouble in 03, 05, like all around the time when you would have been possibly around. See right here, well shoot, yeah, see right here it says, oh, that's the newer stuff I'm looking at here. 01.
Oh, I see 03 at the top, October 17th.
Okay. Yep, 03 and 05. So
Yep,
what year was it
05.
you were there
05
again?
was after me. 05. I was there 04. 04.
04, so right in between it then, because this.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, wow. Okay.
December, like November, December 04. And I'm guessing it was the more of the end of November because he was saying something about a birthday party. He was saying something about a party and me dancing and all of that. And it did come to find out now this year, I just found out his birthday is November 21st.
Yep.
So,
Definitely.
I mean, that's why I'm like, I'm putting the everything together too. Everything with my story, just the puzzle's just falling in place the more I dig into this man,
So I have some questions for you, and if you want to elaborate on anything, if it jog your memory, that's cool. So I do want to ask you what happened when you left and you got home. I know what you said on Toot show, but go ahead. What happened once you got home? And how soon did you move from wherever you were? Because I thought you said you moved from Detroit.
I never lived in Detroit.
Okay, I'm sorry. Explain it then, because I guess I'm confused.
Yeah, I never lived in Detroit. He took me from Saginaw.
Okay.
That's where I'm from. So whenever I got back, like I said, my mom was already out of town. Excuse me. We was already in the process of relocating, you know. So, and I think I confided in him about that. He knew I was leaving. I think he knew about that. But anyways, we was already in the process of leaving. But by the time I got home from what happened to me, and my family like, well, okay, this what we about to do. Your mama out of town, we finna get you up out of here. Basically, get you up out of here. So the baby that I was taking care of, I took him with me. um I think we end up having to we went down there for a minute, but then I came back because it was a house that my mom had to be sold, that we had to sell the house. So we ended after the house was sold, we packed up and moved. Like before my whole family even followed behind, I left first. So they made me leave first. But that's what
Okay.
happened. And like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's a long time ago. It's a long time
Yeah.
trying to think too.
It's
Like
okay.
exactly at that moment, how did I feel? I can't remember that, but those the steps that was taken after the fact, and why I
Okay.
left, and I never been back.
And
Basically,
I do wonder, like, and I know it's been a long time, but do you remember any conversations or anything that y'all talked about, or anything he might have been into at the time, or
well, yeah, yeah. I mean, he would just basically let me know he was finna sex traffic me. I was finna be his worker. Like that's what he was basically just telling me. Like my life was finna change.
mm-hmm.
That's what he told me. My life was finna change, and we was finna go back and get my baby. The baby he believed that was mine. We was finna go get that baby and live life.
So why did you let him think that was your baby?
Because it wasn't his business. I was taking care of that baby. Like I was literally, honest to God, raising that baby. I just didn't birth
Okay.
him. But
Okay.
I was taking care of that baby at 17. Literally from 17 all the way to the baby was 3. And then his mom got him back. But
Was it a
yeah.
friend of yours, mom?
Yes, it
Jake?
was a family. It was a family friend. Yes, yes. So the baby was like mine for like 3 years, and I really helped her out. You know,
Mm-hmm.
we
Now
did what
did
we had to do. He a grown
yeah.
man now.
Now, what was
He a
your
grown man.
lifestyle back then? I know you was 17, but if you could describe your teenage self as you being grown, what would you say? What type of kid would you say you were, or teenager?
I was quiet. I would say quiet but fun at the same time. I was quiet and fun, thinking I was grown, trying to run around, smoke, drank, and going to all the teen clubs. I was that type of person, but I was quiet. But I like to dance. I like to, get out and dress pretty, look pretty, be seen. I was that type of teenager. I was, because you could
Would
do
you
that in my city,
would you
you
say
know?
that your parents were strict, or you pretty much got to do what you want, or had a curfew or anything like that?
I mean, they didn't have to be strict because I wasn't no problem child. I
Okay.
knew the rules. So my mom didn't have to be strict. Like I told you, my dad went around. My mom ain't have to be strict on me. I knew when to be in. If I was going to the teenage club after it was over, I was back at home.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, but yeah, I was allowed to have boyfriends and stuff like that. I wasn't doing too much,
Okay.
just the norm. Just the norm.
Now, what can you remember about the driver? Can you remember any conversation from him between anything he might have said, or was he just quiet?
I can't I've been trying my best to remember this conversation that when okay, let me clear something else up. Everybody think that we drove up to that glass house. We drove up and I walked in. Everybody
Mhm.
is like, I didn't go in there. Yes, I did. I was in the house. They took me in the house. Him and Jarvis walked to the back and was coming through the back through the hall. When I looked up conversating, they was having a conversation. Now, what they talked about, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. All I know is they was close to each other. It wasn't no out loud conversation.
Hmm.
So, but I did go inside that house. I was inside that house.
How would you describe that house?
And okay, this is how I know. At first, I thought maybe it was because I didn't know if it was a white man, Hispanic, Arabic, whatever. I said, I don't know. All I know is he got white skin and, he had black hair with the bang and stuff like that or whatever. But the house was modern. So me growing up and being grown now, looking back, like, hold on, I'm where I live at, Mexicans everywhere. Like, no, they live on top of each other. They got so much stuff in their yard. Like, oh my God, this is not a Mexican's house. That was a Arabic person house.
Right.
Now that I think about it, because I pulled up the way that they was living, I seen certain statues that was there. I
Okay.
seen the marble of the floors. Yes. The marble is in the home. Yes. The way the furniture were, yes, it was modern. And back in then, what modern? I had to grow up to understand that, like, whoa, hold on.
Wow. So it was like a beautiful house. Now, when you say glass house, when you say glass house, I mean, I'm picturing like big picture windows, which around the house. But
not all the way around the house, like only on the left side of the house, because when the driveway is on the left side of the house, so when we pulled into the driveway, we exited out the right of the van. So we was that's the only side of the house I got to see was that side, and it was glass. It was glass, big picture glass. Like we walked through a glass door, and when was the door glass? That's what I was trying to remember. I don't even think the door was glass. I think the door was like black or brown, but the windows was real big, and it was like a glass house. Like when we walked in, I think they even had a waterfall in the house.
Wow.
It was like a small waterfall, like between the living room. Like when you walk in, you like in this big old living room part. No, it wasn't even a living room because you had to walk further up to get in the living room because the living room set kind of like towards the back. And then to the left was like the kitchen, and to the left, but behind the left, it's like a big old kitchen, a flat area. Like it was flat but beautiful. Like, and then they had that long hallway. They had that long hallway. When you walk through the front door, you turn to the right. It's a long hallway where the rooms was at, and that's where they went to talk. But right in front of that is a waterfall. On the side of it, it's a waterfall.
So it don't even sound like it's a color of the house. It just sounds like it's just windows everywhere.
Yeah.
From what you were.
Yeah, that's why I say glass house.
Now I want to know, what vibe did you get from that guy? Like, what did he have on? Okay, his hair was black. What color was his bang?
It was probably like a pinkish, orangish, yellowish color. Swooped around his forehead, coming behind his right ear.
What?
And I remember that because when he was driving and when Jarvis was doing things, I would be looking at the driver really hard. Like, you're not going to look at me. Like, but then he would make certain gestures like he didn't care, like, what was going on back there. Like, he would look over and just turn back around, like, whatever. So I knew that he didn't care. That's what made me feel like it was planned. Like, they knew what they was finna do. They knew what they was doing.
Mm-hmm. It sounds like they were worried.
They knew it, and everybody like, oh, she wasn't kidnapped. She wasn't kidnapped. She willingly left. Yes, I willingly left. The kidnapping part came in when he pulled out the gun, and I couldn't do anything. Like that's like holding me against my will now. Like at first, yes, I did willingly leave with you, but look what you're doing now. Like, no, I want to go home right now. Take me back home. You think you're gonna take me home? No, that's kidnapping me at that point, right?
Yeah,
so
that's exactly
I'm like, why don't they understand that part? Like, I don't know.
It's okay.
I don't know, but like,
people are
okay.
just,
it's okay. I know people is people. I see a lot of, and then this the one got me. They said that I willingly left for him to be
wait. Oh, okay, good. SA.
Yeah.
To have relations.
to do the job that he wanted me to do. Basically,
Okay,
they
yeah.
said that I willingly knew that, and I agreed with that, and my family, gave me up. I'm like, oh Lord,
Oh,
people are
so
just so heartless. They so
that's
heartless. They
something
just
I
say
wanted to.
anything. They
That's
just
something I
say
wanted to ask
anything.
you. Oh shoot, do I have
Yes.
my? Hold on. Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you. So the red building, you said it was red at the time, but it's pinkish now, which we've been looking at it.
Yes.
Now you knew that it was those type of. It was a night. The nightlife was going on out there. Night walkers. Did you actually? He actually took you there. Did you get out there and stand out there for a while, or how did that go?
No, ma'am. No,
Okay.
ma'am. No, ma'am. I never was placed anywhere to work or nothing like that. When we went on our way to his house after we left the glass house,
Mm-hmm.
he pulled up. I heard him tell the driver, take her and show her where she go be at, where she go be working, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
And
he
the driver
pulled
didn't
over.
ask him, where's it at, boss? He
He
just
didn't
went to it,
ask
huh?
where he drove straight there.
See? Mm-hmm.
He
They know.
drove straight there. He knew the whole time. I mean, when he pulled the gun on me, the dude didn't say anything. He knew.
Oh
So that's what I
yeah.
say.
They
But
working.
yeah, okay. So when we pull up to we leave there, pull up to the red building. Now, mind you, like I said, this was only a few minutes from his house because I'm looking at the time. I'm timing myself in these places. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So he just opened up the curtain and was like, this where you go be. And when he opened the curtain, I saw the red building. We was riding past and I saw all those little doors with the gates on it. I saw all those little doors and I saw females out there. I saw that cell. I saw a payphone sitting out there and everything. I saw all that when we rolled past. He said, this where you go be. And I'm like, whoa, like,
Wow.
what? And then I don't know which corner we hit, but for some reason we end up at his house a few minutes later.
So it's right. Y'all ended up at the granny house right after the red
Yep.
building. I see
Yep.
how close it is. Literally, it's
Yes,
just right
ma'am.
around the dang corner. It's like,
Yes, ma'am.
so this is
We
his
pulled up.
stomping ground. Because
Yep.
wait a minute, this area is near Warren too.
But I knew, look, this, he had to, okay, so when he left the red building, right? And
Uh-huh.
he took me, he had to ride past Jarvis' house just to turn around and pull up so the van door opened on the side of the house. Because if you turn down that street, it would be on the driver's side we pulling up on the opposite side of the street. So he had to go down and make a turnaround just to pull me on the side of that house. Like I say, they was always trying to show, throw me off my location. And I'm
Yep.
sitting here in my mind and in my heart holding this time and this distance of how far I'm going and what I don't remember and how far I do remember.
I wonder what were they talking about? Because you said they went off to a room by themselves.
Yeah.
I want to know, like, what did this guy have on? And
some tight shorts, like real tight. That's how I know his body built. That's why I was asking, like, I need to see older pictures of Frank because I do know this guy body built because I do remember he had on a little ugly little I want to say like a tank top, a tank top and some biking shorts.
Yeah, there's no way. I think Jarvis definitely rocks that way.
But you know what? If it ain't Frank, I believe it's a family member. It's a family member, y'all. It's a family member.
Oh, you think the person was his family? Why
If
do you
it
say
wasn't him, yes, because of the house that I was in. And then looking at Jarvis' background with Frank, and he's Arabic. What? Yes. Yes, this is an organization thing going on. This is an organized crime that they have going on. It's more than just Frank in this. Believe that. So if it was not Frank, that's why I say I need to see older pictures. If it wasn't, if this person was not Hispanic because they live in multiples. Okay.
Did you see the video of Frank? There was a video circulating when somebody tried to burn down his business.
Yes, I saw it.
You saw that? You didn't recognize that
he
guy?
sound GAY to me. He sound GAY, and I keep saying that, and I keep saying it. Even his body language on the video, like I say, oh, hold on,
Yeah.
I say, and I went and found his real name just to look him up, and I went and looked at his old homes, and that's when I saw them statues.
Wait a minute now. Hold on. You just wait. You made a cut. Where did you see the statues? You seen some in his home, and then you seen some when you looked
one of his old addresses. Yeah, they have. Yeah, you have the statues that similar to the statues that was at the glass house.
In his current house, he does.
Is that the current house? I think so. I'm not sure, but it's one of the recent ones that was not long ago. And then he got some addresses on it that's pulled up his addresses that I'm looking like, oh, he ain't living in that house. That man ain't never lived there. Who he renting his house out to? Yeah.
Very interesting. So you've been doing your own homework.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Even that some of his addresses reaches back to the car shops, some express car washes and stuff that folks ain't talked about yet.
See right here, you can see down the street right there. Hold on, let me.
And you looking at the house that I was telling you about right there. That's the house right there.
Where? I figured it was somewhere in
on
this
the side
video.
of the church.
It already did. Oh, hold on. Wait.
It's right on the side of the church.
I thought you said it was behind the church, so I think she's gonna come.
It is just, let's see. Let me see. Go back. Let me just point out something to you real quick. Go back towards that church.
I think that's where she's about to go. Just it's slow. That's all. I got it moving super slow.
Oh, we on. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting we on Tooth's video.
Yep. This is my edited video. I just took it out of her video and it's slow. So that's why let me move it faster since you're looking at it.
Yeah, and hers was moving faster than mine, so I couldn't keep up with her. She'd be somewhere and I was still coming.
I'm gonna speed it up to normal and then let you point out whatever. So look, coming up on that building, look, you can see all that. I'm like, that church has, so she's going to turn around here, I do believe, right?
Mm-hmm. Right there.
Hold on.
See, I can see it because I know exactly where it's at. It might be hard for me to point it out to you on here.
Right here?
No,
because this is coming up on it.
No, turn. It's right on the side of it. Right on the side. Go right to there? Where to show the front of the church.
Right here? I think
that's the back of the church.
Hold on. She's gonna come back.
Yeah, when she come back, I'm gonna show you. When she come back, pause it when you see the church.
Okay. Because if that's the case, it's closer than I thought. Because I like
me. It shocked me. Okay, you see where the church at, right? It's to the left. The very house to the left.
Wait, it's to the left of the church? So we can't see it in this den.
Right? Not right here. When she moved, I did see it.
I did see it too, because I circled a church. Wait, hold on. It's gone. I circled a gray-like building behind it. But we gotta keep talking though, because hold on. So
right there. That's the house.
Where?
Where the arrow at? Move arrow. That's the house. Right there.
You gotta be kidding
me. That's the White House. That's the White House.
Right there.
That is her house.
Right there. Knock it off.
Right where that arrow
I already got the arrow at.
Where you got the, and that's crazy.
Oh my God.
That's it.
Oh my God. How
that's it.
I was on the other side, like when you first see the sign, so it's right there. Not only is it by a church, but it's literally in the same parking lot.
Yeah, with everything that everybody been saying. I still haven't heard the reading of the lady. I have not heard the reading. But
oh my God. Like, I wish I would have. I was trying to call you back so I wouldn't have you waiting so long. And I was going to look up her video so I could look. Because Rain of Fight, matter of fact, just go on her channel. Rain of Fire. She talked about these black metal gates. She talked about this stuff in her videos, and I mean, I got a good feeling from this girl too. She talked
I'm gonna go
about
look her up.
Yeah, she on point, man. For whatever reason, her videos haven't been popping up for me. But listen,
this is crazy how your arrow is pointed at this.
My arrow is already there. This is, man, it's something about this. It's something about this.
It's nothing but God. Nothing but God.
I got nothing but chills right now. I promise you this
Me
is
too.
God.
I'm tripped out by how this arrow is pointing at this house. And I was trying to get you to walk to see the house next to
What? What? God, what are you doing? Wow. Dang, I think, hold on, I think I'm not even recording no more too. It don't look like, oh yes I am. I'm still recording. I was just on the other side.
Oh yeah, I see you recording.
My God. Okay, let me ask you it's a couple more. What is it? Anything else you wanted to say about this house while we here? We here. Shoot, you probably could have seen him go to that house. It's so close to where y'all was at. I guess it's further down the block where you were kept at though.
Yeah, I don't remember much. I don't remember much about
now
like going towards the friend house, but I do know that he took me a long way to the friend house, or either we came back the long way, but he tried to confuse me so I wouldn't know which way it was back to his house.
Mm-hmm.
Since he had me out on feet. He had me on feet. And but I remembered. See, I remembered though. I remember.
You sure do. Like, I mean, so very well. Like, I actually know a couple people. I'm gonna have to show them this video and see what more they can tell me, because I have a friend that was actually fired upon, I mean, lit up in this area on Warren and East. This is near Warren. And the reason why I'm saying that, because Marquita, which is Naziah's auntie, she had posted that Naziah was spotted on Warren and East Mac. And then a lady made yes, and the gas stations. And this lady made a comment and told me something about this is by Warren, because she made a comment on a video that I released earlier. So I wanted to ask you, let me see. Hold on. So one of the things you said that people was giving you a hard time about was that cell phone with no battery until you needed it. Do you want to elaborate or clear anything on that? Because they were saying something about the cell phone.
Okay, so people don't understand that I back in the day I had cell phones. We had cell phones. So I don't know, a lot of people didn't grow up having cell phones and computers and stuff like that, but we was the technology kids in our home, where we was provided cell phones. We had house phones, we had computers, we had those type of things in our life. So I had a phone. Of course I had a phone, which I met him off the house phone. And I had a cell phone. But my family, like, don't let him know you have a cell phone. And I didn't let him know I had which it was a flip phone. So I took the battery out. I took the battery out so it wouldn't ring. Yes, ma'am.
How were you able to hide the phone without him knowing that you had it?
Because he didn't. I was okay with being there with him. I've been telling everybody I didn't fight him. So he wasn't mean to me like that. The way he talked to me was very messed up. You feel me? The things he said he was finna do was very messed up. But I took that in, and I just acted like I was finna be with him. I kept telling y'all that. Like, I had to play my part. I went in survivor mode. Like, instead of him S.A.ing me, I allowed him to S me, So like I didn't fear him. Basically, I didn't fear him. So he didn't run all through my stuff or whatever. He allowed me to bathe and change my clothes, and he didn't do all of that. So it was very easy for me to have a cell phone on me, and he knew I didn't have a cell phone. He knew I left the house without a cell phone, because that's why my family got his number.
Right.
So he thinking this whole time I don't have a cell phone. I took the battery out so it wouldn't ring. It wouldn't go off at all. At all.
And I
no.
do.
And,
Go ahead.
yes,
Sorry.
ma'am.
No, go ahead. Finish.
Oh. And I didn't wait till the last day. My family had been contacting him, but he was avoiding them, telling me that, making me promise him that I'ma stay and and I told him I'm coming back. I'm gonna come back. Like I'm here, I want to be basically grown up and woo. Just to get home. They made this man believe, and I don't know, he ain't that smart, y'all. He's not that smart.
He sure.
He's not that smart.
Why do you say that though?
Because he's really not. Look at the way he was living. Look where he took me to. And you want me to say I want to be with you. And look where we're living at. And look what you telling me I'm about to do. He's not that smart, y'all. And that man in that truck was the brains. He was told to do everything. That man already knew. That man ain't asked this man nothing. He ain't say a word. He already knew. So that's how I know this man, Jarvis, ain't smart. If he didn't have that gun, I could have got away from him, okay?
Mm-hmm.
If he didn't have that gun, because I would have outsmarted him like I did.
Well, did it seem like Jarvis probably was the amateur of it all? Maybe this was when he was first getting started, or?
Yeah. It really did, because he was confused on how to even feed us and things like that. Like, he was confused. Like, and that's why I'm like, where was he going to get this food from? Somewhere close. That's why I'm like, I'm just still trying to put it all together. I really am. I really am within myself. Within myself.
I want to talk about, because from my understanding, you didn't call the police until January when you found out about this case, right?
Yes, it was actually February. I found out in January, but I called in February after I did my own research and knew that this was I saw that house. I knew this is where I was at. Whenever I walked them streets on Google and it took me where I walked and seen everything that I remembered, I knew that Jarvis was the one who took me. I know he is.
And you know what? Another thing that you said he was carrying a little girl's picture around.
Yes.
I believe that same little girl is the one that's testifying against him now. Because one of his
she has to be older. If she's 20, she have to be older, because this happened in 05, 04, 05, 04. This happened in 04, and this baby was already about at least 2, 3 on that picture.
I think she's in her 20s. I don't think she is.
Okay.
20. You see what I'm saying? So he would have to have a daughter 30, and the one that you talking about will be around 22. And I do believe that's her, because they said that he met her at 8 years old, and when he met her, he did this to her. That's her. I believe it. And that's the connection. It's all connecting you. And I just felt, not you really, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Your story.
I know.
Yeah, the timing and all of this. And I think you're going to get your day in court too. Ain't no way.
I know it just tripped me out. Like, and then I'm like, whoa, like, I knew nothing about Nazai's case. Nothing. And I'm one that watch the crime shows every day. I'm into that type of stuff, But whenever it went viral, when everybody started posting it, it came across. And I'm like, oh wow, Detroit. What? Man, let me look
Ain't
into
that
this.
something?
You
And
know?
you know what?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, complete your thought.
I was just saying, I looked into it because it hit me. I'm like, it's from Detroit. So let me look into the case. And I looked into the case, and I'm just sitting there just listening, and just watching it. And then the interrogation come out, and I hear Jarvis' voice. And I'm like, I looked down, I'm like, whoa, chills was everywhere. I'm like,
I bet.
Hold on. I know I ain't tripping. I know I ain't. And it took me time to do research to find his house, go back for years, do the walk, remember how to walk the Google, go back years ago, all of that. It took me time. And that's why it took me to February to call them.
Yep.
I think I called him like February, around the beginning of February, actually.
The beginning of February.
Mm-hmm.
It's something else that you said. You said maybe it was some runaways or something, and that made me think about ZIYAH too, because they accused her of possibly being at a runaway house, like a what do they call, a skip house? Because I remember the police allegedly told them, "Oh, it's a skip house. Maybe they went there or whatever." And then you're saying that it seemed like it was some people. Maybe they were skipping or something. Maybe they was runaways or something. Is what you said.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's what
that
I was saying. Maybe I was saying either if I didn't hear nobody yelling "help me" or nothing like that. So whoever was down there was okay.
Yeah, they were.
That's all I can say. I just heard people living and talking.
That's the strangest thing,
And
and that.
and then the way that this house is, no, it's not. Oh, it's a family living in the basement in a condemned home. No, this not right. Something not right about this. I ain't crazy. I know I'm not crazy. Because from the way that you got me up here living, the only thing that was not condemned was his bedroom.
That just makes no sense. So that's typical of his life. Like everything around him is toe up from the floor up, and he out here trying to act like he got it all together.
Yeah.
Trying to be slick, doing all of this stuff. But shoot, was it anything else that you can think of that you want to talk about? I'm still looking too. Let's see.
Oh, well, I don't know if I brought up the van or not, but that was not Evangelist's van.
Okay, yep, you did mention that. And
that
I'm
was
happy
not
you
his
cleared
van.
that out.
The van was more newer, but it wasn't like too new.
I wish I would have put the picture in, because Toot did show
that van that y'all showed me look like a old 1850 van. I don't even know what.
Oh, the
like,
one
oh
Toot showed?
Lord. Yeah, that van that Evangelist said was his. It's more vans. It's more vans. That's the thing. It got to be more vans. So it's not just that one, but it ain't just the curtains, but what all this plush that was in the car, because it was plush in the car like a female van or something, but it was a guy, a guy that's ZIYAH driving.
Mm-hmm.
So that makes sense of the dice, fuzzy dice hanging from the mirror, the fuzzy floor, the rug. The fuzzy seats. Yeah, it was like the car brought stuff that you put over the seats. It was like furry.
Oh wow! Okay.
Furry.
So you got the impression that it was that guy's van that was driving.
Yeah, that was his van. It showed one Jarvis. That was his van.
Now, how old was Jarvis back then? Did you know his age? He would have been 23, but did he tell you?
I would say around that time. Probably around that 23, 24.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I knew his age.
He was turning 24. I bet you. Or yeah, because you said it was around November,
something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Or had just turned 24 and was trying to make up him a birthday party. He thought I was gonna be the dancer. Not, baby, not. I ain't know what to do. That was this very, very, very scary situation. And I'm glad I could talk about it without crying.
Yeah.
Today. Yeah. Like that was a very, very hurtful, scary situation for me. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do. My dad lives out of town from Michigan. My mom was out of town from Michigan. I'm 18, want to be grown. Going off thinking it's a good guy, and look what I done got myself into now. What you finna do to get yourself up out of this? Excuse me.
And so I just had to play smart. Or help find ZIYAH, because I'm telling you, what you telling us right now is powerful. And if all it take is for them to go back to these addresses, especially the one where the friend lived, I guarantee you that it may be somebody in the family that's still there, because it appears that they pass on properties from family members or friends. You know what I'm saying? And so I think it's a connection, possibly with the church and everything else. Because there was a conversation that Jarvis was having with a female, and he was like, "You the only dumb dumb bee. Everybody already know what it is with Shannon. You a newcomer." And I'm like, newcomer? What are we talking about? Newcomer? Where's she newcoming to?
Right.
It seems like they get together, they have children, they meet, because it feel like, I don't know. I mean, everything is alleged, but Naziah's father and lady, and they all got a connection with this church. I think it got something to do with that. It's like they have children to keep this thing going. They mate people together, because the reason why I'm saying that, Jarvis was in the halfway house when he met Shannon. She was catching the bus to go see this guy. She did not know him, yet she had a baby by him soon after. They didn't know each other, but they all know the bishop. And so, yeah.
See, and that's the thing. That's another thing. That's the thing. Is like Jarvis, he find females that he can control. Like I say, he thought he could control me. See, I had another thing coming for him. He thought I was dumb like that. He thought I could be won over like that. And he was gone. I truly believe in my heart, if I would have gave into that man and like not tried to get away and gave in, I would have been out there recruiting females. You fit for him. You see what I'm saying? That's what he would have had me out there doing. So yes, I fully believe Shannon is very aware of everything that has happened and everything that goes on with Jarvis. She is very aware.
Why do you say that though?
So, and his other, probably possible other baby moms too. Okay, so whenever I was there, I don't know what made him say this, but evidently I was being hard headed or something. I was, not listening or something to him, because he threatened to get his baby mama to beat me up.
Really? Very interesting.
Yes, he did.
So that's how he gonna get you. Wow.
And that's what make me, I'm like, whoa, a baby mama right down the street. Whoa. Is this where the food was coming from? Like, whoa, hold on. Like, wait. Like,
wait a minute. Hold on. He was bringing cooked food back to you? Or to
one time he had a plate. We ate a plate. One time he did have cooked food, but he had made me cook. I had cooked 2 days, and then he had bought a cooked plate. But then after that, like, I didn't want to eat no more. I was like, I started shutting down on him. You feel me? So, but he sent me home. He sent me home that night.
Let's get back to this baby mama, because it wouldn't have been Shannon at that time. So it would have had to been the older lady, or maybe
That's what I'm thinking. It couldn't have been Shannon. No, Shannon is completely out of it. No. But that's why I'm like, whoa, like, and she was right down the street. And I remember him leaving the house like twice. Like, only time I left the house with him was when he walked me to the friend house. And then he took me to the Greyhound station.
So at the time that you met Jarvis, that lady, the older lady, that child would have been 10 years old.
Yeah, she would have been older.
About
she
10
would have
or
been
11 years old.
No. No. Oh,
if he had
yes,
a child
that
at the age
child.
of 13.
Yes, that child. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That child would have been older.
10.
But I knew he was a dad. But I didn't know, like, I can't remember how many kids he told me he had or whatnot. I just can't remember all of that. But I do remember a little girl picture being in his pocket, and he walked around with the baby in his pocket. A picture. I do remember that. And I do remember him threatening me with his baby mama. I do remember that. I do. And then now that 20 years later, I find out the baby mama lived right down the street on the same block.
Man, yeah, come on. I don't believe in coincidence. So I'm with you. I believe it's something with that. I believe he do get certain women to do whatever. And I also heard that Shannon knows everything that he does. I mean, she might not like it, but she
might not like it.
He was one that would be arguing with females on the phone. I mean, on Facebook, social media, all that.
He a controlling type.
Mm-hmm.
He the controlling type with a charm, if that makes sense.
What's the charm? What was
And by me saying with a charm, it's like he come off on you as charming, and then he controls you.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I could tell in the interrogation room he thought he was impressed with somebody.
That's all I could say, because that's how he tried to play me. But I told him I'm gonna give in to him, but I got away and I never went back. But then another thing is, like, he knew where I lived. He knew how to come back and find me. Like, and that was another reason why I had to get going. Like, I just wanted to just wash everything away and just move forward. I was 18 years old, man. My life just beginning, you know. And by the grace of God, I was able to move away and live my life, you know. And I've been
And we
happy,
got
you
a
know. I
little
mean, I've been
girl.
going through certain things, but his case have not been a problem to my life until January, when I started couldn't sleep because of looking into finding out that this man is the man that took me, that put me back in that place.
Did you
And
think you
it
was
put me
over
back
this
in that place.
until then? Did you think you were over this until January?
Yes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I could deal with it. I you know, that was pushed back in my life. Like, even if it was brought up. Oh yeah, I was kidnapped in Detroit a long time ago. You know, woo. Bam. Like,
I'm
that is
so
be just
glad
a
you got it out.
conversation, but to find out that he is a part of this baby missing, and to find out his history and everything that happened to me right after it happened to me.
This would have been
I mean, it
him
happened to them. Everything that happened
after.
to them right after that happened to me. That hurts me. That, and I couldn't sleep. How could I sleep on something like that? I'm a mother. How could I sleep on something like that?
I know it had to be heart-wrenching. You know? Just thinking all them flashbacks I'm sure you were having at the time.
Yes.
And this is this creep, fresh out, really. Look at him, fresh baby. And when I tell you,
fresh baby,
he had his damn way, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, that's it. If you don't have anything else, we over an hour now.
Well, that was a nice interview, and thank you very much.
Thank you. And you got my number. You can call me anytime. If I'm not available, I'll call you back. And hopefully I'll see you on Toots soon.
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Likewise. Call me if you need anything, you need to talk or whatnot, anything. I'm here.
Okay. All right. And I'm still trying to get in touch with Tama. I left her a message and stuff. So
that's what I wanted to ask you.
Okay.
Yep.
Her
Okay.
information?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, I'll send you her Facebook. She's on Facebook as Tamara Liberty Smith, and maybe you could message her and get her attention. I'm gonna try sending her the video and let her know we need the help. But I already messaged her. But I think it would be helpful for you to do it too. So I'll send you everything.
Okay, and thank you.
All right, I'll talk to you soon.
All righty.
All right, bye.
Bye.